Greetings, everyone, and welcome. I hope all of you are well. I hope everyone is doing okay, and it looks like there is no game audio. Great. Um, well, that's great. Um, Still not seeing any audio. Or is it just not being picked up? Are you guys hearing anything? You're hearing me, but not the game, yeah. OBS is showing that no audio is being picked up in the game. Hello, Morchego Cinzento. It does have main menu audio, Azrael. It's got music playing, but and hello, Azrael. Well, gosh, I'm sorry, everyone. This is just my luck. And typical for a stream, everything was working just fine yesterday. Nothing is at all different, but for whatever reason, it has just decided, no, not today. Let me try resetting this. Alright, hang on. Well, I'm really sorry, everybody. This is kind of a pain, but yes, Azaria, I am. It turns out that the my capture card does not seem to want to capture game audio today for some reason. It's been fine about it up to now. Considerably less than helpful, Azaria. Let me just see. No, it was definitely not that. When I select listen, it does play the sound through my PC. Actually, that might be a workaround. Oh, there we go. This might be it. There we are. Okay. Well, I have no idea what part of the screwing around I just did fix this, but here we are. All right, audio is back. My God. Yeah, sorry. The late start to the stream was partly because I was attempting to diagnose this stuff, and it seems as though I had it set a little low now. That should be good? Okay, jeez. Well, if it's not one thing, it's another. Sorry about that, everybody, but here we are. Actually, this might even be a little loud now. We'll have to possibly adjust this as we go, because I've already got the music down fairly far. Yeah, I'm feeling like this is a little overpowering now. For goodness sake. Yeah, wow, the music is way louder than the sound effects. Yami, there comes a point at which you have to set a limit. You can't let a dog run your life. At some point or another, you have to remind the dog that she is there by your good graces. Alright. Well, anyway, any other adjustments we'll just have to make as we go, because I'm not 100% sure how all of this is going to sound when we actually boot up the game. So, first of all, a little bit about this game. This is an early access Steam title. I believe it is... And matter of fact, there's, I think, a roadmap button here that... There we go. So, Q3 of 2023 and next month are going to be the major updates. I suspect probably the full release will be sometime early next year. I have had this on my wish list and been following it for quite a while, but I wanted to give it a little bit more time to get updated before I dove in right away and started to play it. But I've been watching it for a while, and I figured I would give it a try today because I needed something to stream, and I didn't want to just stream the same old things because I require a little bit of variety. No, Yami, I've neither played nor heard of Battle Brothers, but I understand that this game incorporates elements of Battle Brothers and also elements of Darkest Dungeon, and that there are some similarities between both franchises. For anyone who is interested, the Steam page for the game is here. Now, unfortunately, to my knowledge, it does not have any controller support at the moment. Controller support is planned for the full release, and against my better judgment, I'm going to try playing it today with a keyboard. I really didn't want to, but it's the only way right now as far as I can tell. The controller that I have connected does not seem to be producing any inputs except moving the mouse with the right stick. That's it. So... Well, Yami, I strongly suspect that the experience I'm going to have today trying to play this game with a Bluetooth keyboard is going to demonstrate to you in particular why I don't play games with a keyboard when I can avoid it. So for anyone wondering, I unfortunately am stuck using a compact Bluetooth keyboard to play because I cannot sit at a desk to play this game. I have to have the keyboard on my lap, so it can't be a wired keyboard because the PC that it would have to plug into is not close enough for me to have a keyboard connected to it by a wire. So I have to use a Bluetooth keyboard instead that I can move around and have a significant distance from the PC to which it is linked. Some of you might already be aware of this, but compact keyboards are not intended for playing PC games for the most part, and the limitation of buttons is probably going to be a bit of an unintended handicap. Which is what I was trying to explain to you last time, Yami, during the Stranded Alien Dawn streams. And no, Yami, believe me, I'm well aware that there is a very concrete line between what the devs have done and the equipment that I'm forced to work with here. Mind you, I'm disappointed that they didn't add controller support sooner. And this is one of those accessibility issues where, quite literally, because of the equipment that I have to work with, the game is going to be harder to play. So it would have been nice if controller support had been available earlier, but it always seems to be one of the last things developers add, and there are a few reasons for that, some of which I understand a bit more than others, but all of that is to say, I am probably going to be running into some difficulties just as a result of the fact that I have to use a Bluetooth keyboard for this. Well, yeah, I mean, or the developers for a lot of PC games just never figured anyone would want to play it with a controller. But that issue is a limitation of developer thinking. Anyway, I'm speaking in broad strokes there. Close window. So here is... Let's see. Yeah, Greg, some games were just intended to be played with keyboard and mouse. But not having controller support considerably limit... Well, I shouldn't say considerably, but probably to at least some extent limits who is going to be able to play it. Like, for me, I struggle to use keyboards to play because, again, I don't have a separate mouse. The mouse on the compact Bluetooth keyboard is not a mouse at all. It's a touchpad, which is a significant handicap. It has a severe negative impact on the precision of control. And again, the compact keyboard has fewer keys, and some of the keys that it does not have are keys that many games rely on. So I really hope there is a tutorial to go over the camera controls, because the hell if I'm going to remember all of these key bindings. Looking at this, Yami, I'm not sure about that. Hello, Engel. Welcome. Good to see you. All right. Well, everything else seems okay. So let's give it a try. New campaign. Oh, enter a company name. Your title, sir or madam. Oh. Flag sigil. Ah, okay. Interesting. So there's a bit of Final Fantasy Tactics going on here, too. Ramza Belv, January 13th. I hope so, Katamai, although that is also going to significantly slow down the pace of the game. Sigil color. Ah! Alright. Flag background. Oh, there are only... Okay. It'd be nice if there were more options here, but the game is in early access, so... There's only so much that I can, ask of it at the moment. Fascinating. Alright. I wonder if we could get... There we go. I mean, it's not exact, but... Starting point, new game, skip tutorial, after prologue. Oh, interesting. Okay. Iron Man. I'm guessing that's permadeath, so we'll leave that off for now. Tiggles, I can't ask you for the kind of donation you would have to give me to even think about discussing Dark Souls 2 lore. And furthermore, I'm not stupid enough to even attempt to give you a ballpark, because I've seen what happened to Pat when people asked him how much they would have to donate in order to get him to turn his FF14 character into a potato. No, Tiggles. Forget it. Not happening. You couldn't pay me enough to talk about Dark Souls 2 lore. He meant Death Stranding 2. You know, Greg, I might have been willing to play Death Stranding 2 because there is a bounty for it on the bounty board. Except, that bounty, they want you to use Alexa commands every 5 minutes. Which is a ridiculous condition for a bounty, so I'm not touching it. I was mildly interested in Dead Island 2. I might have been willing to play it if not for that ridiculous condition on the bounty. So that's a no way for me. Yeah, exactly, Fromage Fiend. Also, that's a fantastic username, Fromage Fiend. I love that. Yeah, so to do this bounty, which is probably only going to pay enough money for a couple of pizzas, I would have to buy an Alexa, link it to my Amazon account, put it in my house, let it spy on me, and then issue it commands every 5 minutes for as long as I had the bounty active in order to get credit for the bounty. And that, to me, is not anywhere near worth the trouble for a free copy of Dead Island 2. So we are here instead giving this game a try. Because the developers of this game don't seem to be interested in scummy business practices. Alright, company name. I guess this is kind of like in Darkest Dungeon, where you name your manor. I admit, I never thought about this. Right, Katamai? That seems to be what companies expect nowadays. The hell with them. If I have to make that kind of concession just to be able to play a game and earn a few dollars, then I will happily decline. Yami, believe it or not, there are still some companies that have the integrity not to push scummy business practices. They're few and far between, but I try to support them where I can. First of all, since I guess this is... I guess we'll go with that for now. Sir is boring. It's also kind of too bad that there's not a name generator for this, just to give you some ideas. Because I am garbage at coming up with names for things or people in games that require them. Yummy, I take it you mean hobbyists? And no, they're not hobbyists. They're just people who are actually passionate about their product and aren't beholden to a bunch of greedy shareholders who are happy to compromise the quality of their games for the sake of pushing loot boxes and greed. I don't know, Karamaya. Lords of the Fallen never looked like anything more than an attempt at making a Souls clone, as far as I'm concerned. Monotone, hello and welcome. Good to see you. Matter of fact, oh, I'm using the wrong keyboard here. See, it's not even just that I have to deal with a Bluetooth keyboard, it's that I have to deal with two Bluetooth keyboards because I use a dual PC streaming setup. I have one Bluetooth keyboard for the PC that I'm using to run the game, this one, and then I have another Bluetooth keyboard sitting next to me for the PC that is handling the stream. So let me just give my dear moderator, Major Monotone, a shout-out, which I was trying to do with the wrong keyboard. This whole thing today, this whole stream has just been a clown show. The In the Making reboot? What are you talking about, Katamai? No. Are you talking about Lords of the Fallen? Is that getting a reboot? Yeah, Monotone, I'm fine. We were just having some technical difficulties at the beginning of the stream. For some reason, my computer just woke up today and said, hey, what if I didn't detect sound from the game? Oh, Lords of the Fallen is getting a sequel. Ah. Well, no wonder I haven't heard about it. It couldn't possibly be any less relevant. Okay, well, thank you all for keeping me up to speed on that. I see what's going on now. I understand. The sequel has crazy art direction? A reboot sequel, it's just called Lords of the Fallen again. Yeah, that... because they couldn't be bothered to put even that much effort into it. The Wii U is getting a Sony reboot? What are you talking about, Onyx Tyrant? What? How much did I miss at the PlayStation Showcase the other day? It's a reboot and it kind of looks like Elden Ring. Boy, Bandai Namco just can't resist trying to get in on that Souls pie. Well, they all are, Fu Manchu. They're all terrible and cringy, which is why I didn't bother watching it. Did I actually miss something? Sony Game Show yesterday had them reveal a PlayStation... Monotone, what does that even mean? A PlayStation version of the Wii U? So what, they made the Wii U, but it's just a regular console without any of the controller shenanigans with the screen? Is that what it is? They also announced a Metal Gear Solid 3 remake in a new collection. Okay. Snake Eater remake. Like a remake or a remaster? They're remaking it from the ground up? Sony is making a Switch. Only it can't play games itself and it has to stream from a PS5 and only works over a local Wi-Fi connection? What an idiotic idea! PlayStation-specific Wii U board, screen, and controller attachment. Okay, that's a little more clear. A remake? Interesting, Katamai. Delta Snake Eater. Well, Yami, you guys can at least give me the important highlights. And all that took was 5 minutes, whereas... You know, yesterday I didn't even have 5 minutes to spare. I was too busy trying to get chores done and all sorts of other stuff. Oh, it's the actual Greek letter Delta, Vic? Okay. A remake and a port of the old one. Interesting. Okay. Well, see, there, that's exactly it. You guys gave me the important highlights in 5 minutes. You saved me watching an hour and 45 minutes of filler. Out of, what, a 2-hour show? Oh, yeah, Vic, that's the letter Delta. Yeah, Katamaya, but you've given me at least an idea of what people are actually interested in. And whatever we may say about the general public and its proclivities, at the very least, people in my community seem to have a pretty good idea of what games are generally worthy of their attention and what games are not. Sword of the Sea. I might be Why is Splatoon twisting my tongue? Katamai, I don't think I will be a fan of Splatoon. Bloodborne Kart got a new update video with Mikolash. Was that in the PlayStation Showcase, Greg? Did they actually? Nah, I don't, Yami. I've never been interested in Dragon's Dogma. I was gonna say, because if Bloodborne Kart had gotten an official announcement at PlayStation Showcase, I might actually have watched PlayStation Showcase. Hey, Ouija, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Thank you for stopping in. Guys, I've got another shout-out to make here. Head on over and check out my buddy Ouija. Ouija is a charity streamer. And just a really good dude. Pretty world building game where you recover the ecosystem of a continent. I think I might have seen previews of that one, Monotone. Foam stars? Oh no, that sounds pretty terrible. Also, Soul Bishop, why are you being forced to speedrun Dragon's Dogma? Yeah, Yami, I wanted to post something in the Discord too, and I intend to, but I've had my hands tied for the past couple of days with a lot of unexpected stuff that came up, and I unfortunately haven't had time to do anything. I was planning on streaming a couple of days ago, but I had a whole pile of unexpected responsibilities thrown in my face, and had to deal with those before anything else. Interesting, Monotone. Okay, if it was by the Hotline Miami guy, no wonder it's an acid trip. Yeah, no, it was my intent to do that, Yami, but I just haven't had time. I haven't even been near my PC for most of the last couple of days. Oh, gotcha, Soul Bishop. So you mean you have to finish it, or you want to finish it before the sequel. I see. And Sugar Crow, hello and welcome. Good to see you. Thank you for stopping in, Sugar Crow. It's great to have you along. I hope you're doing okay. A lot of people did, Vic. I've only ever heard people, saying good things about Dragon's Dogma. People seem to really like it. I don't know the first thing about it. There was gonna be a Dragon's Dogma MMO, Vic? Oh, gotcha, Sugar Crow. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Good luck with the cake. I mean, maybe you can get one from a bakery. And just tell everybody at the barbecue that you made it. Oh, there was. It just never made it to the Western market. Gotcha, Vic. Not a big RPG person, Fu Manchu? Simple RPG story with really good combat. Gotcha. Oh, okay, Sugar Crow. Well, in that case, you're already prepared. Good luck. Radix Chronicle is the name of Marcus's game, Yami. And no, Marcus is well aware of what limits he's working with, Yami, and I've seen quite a bit of the game behind the scenes. He's shown me a fair bit of it that I'm not sure he's shown off in the existing footage for it. And I can tell you for a fact that it's a really cool game. He's not trying to do more with it than he's able to. And the experience that it is going to be a really, really good one. It's going to have a ton of replayability, a lot of different ways of playing. It's really well balanced. And once I'm sure I have his permission to stream it when it's out, I'm sure as hell going to stream it. Oh, in what game, Fu Manchu? Because some games are more friendly about that than others. Like, if you pull that stunt in, for example, Star Ocean 3, and in fact, there's a fairly famous spot in Star Ocean 3 where you can pull that stunt, and you can cheese some soldiers that are way above your intended level range, and by killing them, you get enough experience to basically quadruple your party's levels and completely outlevel the area in the game where you are. Or where you're supposed to be. Oh, Dragon's Dogma. Okay. Gotcha. Because, yeah, some games will let you get away with that, and I always appreciated that about Star Ocean 3. Gotcha, Vic. Okay. Oh, I take it it's a fairly common situation for people to end up in, then, with that group of bandits. Vic, out of curiosity, do they give you enough experience or drop enough loot to be worth taking the time to kill? Because that's the test of that sort of situation in a game is, yeah, okay, you wandered out of the area where you're expected to be, and you somehow managed to kill an enemy or a group of enemies that were way above your level by cheesing them somehow, and you won, but was it worth the time and effort that it took? You know, did they give you enough of a reward to make it worthwhile? So? That doesn't sound very encouraging. They really wanted you to go to the capital first. Huh. Yeah, I mean, I feel like you'd say that about almost any game, though. Vic, what do you mean makes things a lot easier? It makes things a lot easier if you kill the bandits right away? Like they give you enough experience to level you up a lot, or what? Because in particular, the point I'm thinking of in Star Ocean 3 is you're on the second planet that you go to, and there are some knights guarding a town where you're not meant to be, and you can just go back and fight them over and over again. And they're very simple in combat, and if you have resistance to wind attacks, you can just laugh at almost everything that they can do, no matter how low your level is. Oh, going to the capital, gotcha. Darton, the most you've got out of the bandits is sometimes they drop a lot of gold early. Ah, okay. Gotcha, Fu Manchu. I see. Well, that's kind of disappointing. I prefer when there's some early game area that you can get into where you're not supposed to be, where everything is super strong, but where there's a way of killing stuff there, if you're either very skilled or you know a particular strategy. I'm a big fan of those sorts of situations. There it is, Yami. There's the Navy man coming out again. Yeah, I understand that, Fu Manchu. It's true, really, what they say, that the first impression is the strongest. Well, Fu, maybe you could hang out with your sister while she plays it, and with someone else at the controls, it might sour you a little less. I mean, I'm thinking of Wooly and Reggie sitting together playing games like Mass Effect and FF9, and sometimes just having some company and somebody to chat with and laugh with as you play can really brighten up the experience. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Morchego. Ah, gotta love that, Vic, where even the devs are essentially telling you in so many words, nah, go somewhere else. But that's the kind of player I am, too. If the devs tell me where I'm supposed to go, I'm gonna go everywhere except where I'm supposed to go. And if they, at the very least, don't go out of their way to punish me for it, then that's fine. If there's a reward for it, even better. Yikes, Vic. No, Morchego, I haven't. I don't actually know anything about Vampire Rain. Yeah, Vic, sometimes it's satisfying in its own right just to take down a team of enemies that are disproportionately higher level than you're supposed to be able to fight. Gotcha, Yami. Okay. Oh, Morchego, that's exactly what we were talking about earlier, is that kind of thinking is ignorant and limited on the part of a developer. Greg, you can't just say something like that with no context. Explain. What happened to poor Maximilian? Oh, very good, Vic. I hope you enjoy it. Vampire Rain is what happens when a Japanese dev tries to make Splinter Cell with vampires. Oh. Oh, okay, Greg, so he was just keeping his word. It's a bet that an announcement trailer wasn't MGS3. Well, this is why I'm not willing to ballpark how much you would have to pay me to talk about Dark Souls 2 lore. Because I sure as hell am not going to go down in history as having talked myself into that corner and had to follow through. Ah, Shining Force, Darton. There's a series I've never had the opportunity to experience. I heard all sorts of things about them back when they were new, but Shining Force was a Sega Saturn exclusive series, wasn't it, Darton? Or like 32X or something? No, Yami, you don't need to. Actually, Yami, that ramen arrived. I keep meaning to... I took some pictures. I keep meaning to send them to you. Thank you for reminding me. Saturn. Okay. That's what I thought. You played Shining Force in computer class on the GBA? Started on the PS2 ones that were action RPGs. Okay. Gotcha, Vic. I see. And so then poor Maximilian just... okay. You know, Tiggles, it breaks my heart that the Vandal Hearts series just sort of evaporated into thin air. That Flames of Judgment game was terrible. And I guess Konami just abandoned the IP after that. Tiggles, I've streamed Vandal Hearts 1 and 2. I have the VODs of those streams saved. They were cool games. Well, anyway, I've been sitting here talking about everything except this game for the last hour already. I should probably try and come up with a company name here. Alright. Well, yeah, Tiggles, that was the plan. I've got a game here. We should actually play it a little bit. Alright, well... Oh, you can... Okay. We'll just go with this. Choose difficulty. New game, Iron Man off. Choose difficulty. Oh! There's a separate menu. Alright. For seasoned veteran of turn-based tactical RPGs, if you're looking for a challenging gameplay experience, then start here. Expect tougher encounters and harsher penalties. Start with 1,000 gold, tougher enemies and more of them. Injuries recover at a slightly slower pace. In dungeons, new time... What? New time mods every 16 hours? What the hell does that even mean? Adventure... Those new to the Iron Oath or turn-based RPGs. Start if this is your first campaign. While still a challenge, there'll be more opportunities to recover from a few setbacks. Fewer enemies that have less HP. New time mods. Time... Okay. Wait a minute, custom? Oh! Create your own difficulty. That seems interesting. Alright, Warlord. Mode for those who've mastered combat in the Iron Oath. Yeah, okay. Super difficult. Fennec, if you haven't already played Vandal Hearts, you should. Except Vandal Hearts Flames of Judgment. Don't play that game. It's bad. Yeah, I do too, Fu. This is the kind of thing I really adore, and I really want to see more of in games. This is far better than just preset difficulty. Like, give the player control over all of these different aspects. This is the sort of thing... Rogue Legacy 2 has this. Aground has this. And I'm very pleased to see that the Iron Oath also has this. This is, So, Morchego, Vandal Hearts and Vandal Hearts 2 are tactical RPGs released around the same time as Final Fantasy Tactics and slightly after the original Tactics Ogre games. They were developed by Konami as an attempt at competition, I think, with Squaresoft, is really what it amounted to. And they were actually pretty good games for what they were. They were definitely not Final Fantasy Tactics, but they were a slightly different style of tactical RPG that that used somewhat different combat systems while still being isometric, grid-based tactical games, very much like Final Fantasy Tactics and Tactics Ogre Let Us Cling Together. Alright, so let's see. Starting coin, injury length, mercenary salary rate, reputation earn rate, renown gain rate. Encounter difficulty, normal. One thing I wish it would do is I wish it would show you what these settings are for the predetermined difficulties. Enemy health, enemy attack power, time mod frequency. I'm guessing all of this is battle hardened? Because battle hardened seems to be the normal difficulty. And in this difficulty, you start with 1,000 gold, time mods every 16, whatever the heck that unit is, and those appear to be the default settings here. Okay, Sugar Crow, have a good night. I'm sorry you didn't actually get to see any of the game, but I know it's late. Thank you so much for dropping in. It's great to see you. Good luck tomorrow, Sugar Crow. Enjoy the barbecue. I wonder what the maximum... Wow, okay. The maximum you can start with is 5,000. The minimum you can start with is 500. Okay. Fascinating. These go up to 250%. Okay, so it looks like 250 is the max, and what's the minimum? 25. Another thing I wonder is whether you can dynamically change this as you play, or whether the settings that you choose are then going to be fixed for the remainder of that playthrough. I was gonna say, Yami, I don't remember there being any Shining Force games on the Game Boy. I'm pretty sure they were consoles. Console exclusives. Time mod. Alright, well, this appears to be the normal difficulty setting, so I'm gonna just use that for starters. And if that's too hardcore, then we can maybe adjust it. In an era all but forgotten, the gods once lived alongside humanity in the heart of Caelum. However, an unknown cataclysm event plunged the world into a dark age. History was lost to time, and so too were the gods. In their absence, a rebuilding humanity was left to contend with the emergence of a great being of darkness from the void. Every few decades, in an event called the Scourge, the dragon's arrival would bring death and disease to the land. Those afflicted by the dragon's blight would lose their minds and bodies as they slowly became abominations of flesh and outcasts to society known as the Blighted. Despite centuries of effort from the Vanguard Order and the realm's greatest heroes, no lasting victory against the dragon could be achieved. Humanity has now come to accept the inevitability of the Scourge as part of life, enduring, or in some cases, thriving despite it. With whispers of an impending scourge circulating, you and your company find yourselves in a burial crypt not far from the city of Andelion? Andalon. A simple retrieval of smuggled supplies, or at least that's what your employer had promised. Oh, did it right there? I was not aware. Damn grave robbers, stay sharp. No doubt his companions will have heard that. Everyone stands still, tensions rising as they grip their weapons tight and scan the room for further hostiles. You hear a muffled shout from someone in an adjacent corridor, likely directed toward their now deceased associate. The sound of quickening footsteps soon follows, and three figures burst through a doorway at the far side of the room. Ah, okay. Shit, should I go and alert the others? Yurik shakes his head, eyes fixed on the enemy. No time for that, we've got no choice but to fight. Begin combat, okay, well... Survey the battlefield by using WASD. You can also pan by holding M3. 3? Oh, and moving the mouse. Yeah, see, this is why I wish there were controller support. Yup. Okay. On their turn, each character can move as many hexes as their movement stat allows. By moving onto a green hex, they can perform an action afterward. Okay. Final Fantasy Tactics / Vandal Hearts rules so far. Although... the hexes in this game are literally hexagons rather than squares, which is interesting. I wonder if that has an effect on attack direction. It probably does. To cover more ground, they can sprint onto the dashed gray hexes, but doing so will end their turn. Okay. So when you just need to get out of the way of an incoming artillery strike, you can spend your action to move further. You can swap places with an ally by moving to onto their location. Swapping is useful for setting up attacks or getting an ally out of harm's way. Okay, that's useful too. By holding shift, you can draw a custom movement route. Oh, all right. To undo a movement, click the undo button on the hotbar or press the hotkey assigned to it. If you take damage or trigger a stage hazard, you'll be unable to undo your movement. Okay. Let's move the Stormcaller into cover by clicking left mouse button on the indicated hex. Okay. Alright. If you don't have a desirable action to perform, you can delay a character's turn until the end of the round by hitting the wait button. Okay, that's handy. Choose when you act. Alternatively, you can end a character's turn by using the guard action, which provides a temporary bonus to defense and evasion. Click wait to delay the Stormcaller's turn. Oh, okay. I wish the UI scaling were a little larger. I wish that the UI could be increased. Right, so what is this? Move, undo movement, use item, flee, guard. And then I guess these are attacks? Electrocute, arc lightning, conduit. I'm guessing the axe icon is attack power. The thunder icon must be an elemental modifier. The arrow icon next to that maybe is range. And then activation. Okay, so they use the Final Fantasy Tactics charge turn system or something like it. It looks like these actions take that amount of time to charge. Alright. Basic attack that deals lightning damage. Basic attacks cannot miss against flanked, stunned, or staggered targets. Ball of lightning that hits the primary target and arcs to all adjacent targets for 75% damage. Alright. That's good to have. Target any cell within range and channel for the next 5 turns, dealing massive lightning damage to the occupant. Okay, so that requires you to make sure the target is going to be where they currently are for 5 turns. Alright. I guess we're expected to have him wait now. Your character's unique abilities have a limited number of charges available during the course of a dungeon. Oh! Really? Charges can be restored by camping or using certain provisions. Okay, as long as there's a way to refill them. Okay, warrior, have a good dinner. Thank you for hanging out today. With the enemy advancing on us, we can set a trap by using the Pyro Lancer's Return to Cinder ability on the indicated hex. Oh, and depending on the unit type or the weapon, your basic attacks have different properties. Alright, that's cool. Wait, but this also says it has a lightning element. So I'm guessing that's not actually a lightning elemental icon. It must be something else. Burn is inflicted every round on the target, dealing fire damage equal to 20% of the attacker's attack power. Burn can stack up to 3 times. Wow. Grievous wound for 2 rounds. Mark a vacant cell with a fire trap. Targets who step on the trap will take damage and be pushed away in the indicated direction, ending their turn. Oh, I like the potential of setups for this. Infernal Pillar, deal damage to 2 targets in a row. Secondary targets take 75% damage. Secondary targets? Okay. So we're using this here? All right. As you can see, it's important to pay attention to any potential hazards when positioning your units. I wonder if I could have put that on a space that would knock him into one of those pits. Some abilities are able to push or pull targets. By forcing targets into obstacles and terrain, you can inflict bonus damage and other harmful effects. Okay, yeah, it looks as though it's exactly what I thought. In this little tutorial clip, it seems that a party member is pushing an enemy into a pit. A flying enemy, no less. Which reminds me of the dragons in the Valley of Drakes in Dark Souls 1 that just throw themselves off the cliff and die despite the fact that they can fly. Move the pugilist into position and use his Crescent Wave ability to push the enemy into the pit. Okay, well... Crescent Wave. Kick up to 3 adjacent targets in an arc, damaging and pushing them back. Basic attack that deals crushing damage. Dash into an empty cell and strike adjacent enemies twice. Okay. Alright, and you can at least use the number keys to select an attack. Hit chance 100%. Well, there he goes! Oh, but it didn't kill him! Okay, so that's not insta-death, it just does damage. That's kind of a shame. You'd hope that kicking an enemy into a pit would just eliminate them. It's kind of stupid that they come back. Alright, so now we have to move... Flaren Viltafell. And what is this? This is... Doesn't say what this is. But I'm guessing... Every melee unit on the battlefield exerts a zone of control on hexes adjacent... Okay, so it does matter that the grid shapes are hexagonal. Another unit cannot leave this zone without suffering an attack of opportunity. This mechanic helps to lock down enemies and prevent them from reaching your more vulnerable characters. And I'm guessing that if you have 2 allies with overlapping areas of influence, an enemy will take more than 1 attack of opportunity for attempting to leave those zones. Yeah, Darton, I looked at Fell Seal, but it seems like it has too many problems for me to be willing to play it on stream, or at all. Alright, each character has a basic attack available to them. Unlike abilities, basic attacks have unlimited uses but are subject to an accuracy and evasion check. Perform a basic attack on the enemy by clicking indicated hex. Okay. Subject to an accuracy and evasion check. Basic attack that deals holy damage. Hit chance 66%. You have a clear view of that archer. Take him down. Most attacks and abilities are subject to line of sight. When targeting, a red eye indicates that there is no line of sight, while a yellow eye indicates a partial line of sight. Large obstacles such as pillars can block line of sight entirely. When a character has no vision of an enemy, they're unable to directly target them. I wonder, though, if you could do something like use an area attack next to them. Like, throwing a grenade past a corner to hit an enemy around a corner. Smaller obstacles, such as a barrel, crate, or character, will partially obscure line of sight under the right circumstances. A target who's partially visible will receive 50% less damage. Ah, so it's still usually not worth it, I'm guessing. By taking cover directly behind a small obstacle, you can look over the obstacle and gain full vision of an enemy, while remaining only partially visible. Oh! Cover mechanics in a tactical RPG! Okay. Good to know. The Stormcaller's Conduit ability can devastate a single enemy from range, but takes a few turns to channel. You can see where a channel will finish by looking at the blue indicator arrow on the turn order. Select the Conduit ability and target the enemy archer. Okay, Conduit. Whoops, So is this little arrow here supposed to be indicating when the attack will occur in the turn order here? Manfred Eyford? Okay, so this is Manfred Eyford here. Outlaw Marksman. Ah, okay. So it looks like this attack will strike after the Outlaw Marksman moves. Okay, and it looks like to highlight a character, you have to highlight the hex that they're on. Okay, this is gonna miss, it looks like. With the nearest enemy stunned, the Pyrolancer can safely move past their zone of control without incurring an attack of opportunity. Attacks of opportunity can also be avoided by using abilities that incorporate movement, or by using the swap action. Let's aid the Guardian and sprint to engage her target. Okay. Oh, alright, so because this guy here is stunned, we can move past him without him attacking us on the way out of his zone of influence. Oh. Okay, that did not, in fact, indicate... Yami, do I look like I've ever played Might and Magic? Oh, they want me to attack this guy. Your pugilist has killed an enemy and gained morale. Morale is displayed by the white bar on each character's portrait. It represents their mood and attitude toward the current mission. Morale is gained and lost through various combat triggers. Landing a killing blow increases morale, while suffering a critical strike will lower it. Character with low morale will take longer to recover from the mission and will also lose loyalty towards the company. Targets are considered flanked when you occupy 2 opposing hexes around their location. All attacks against flanked targets deal 15% extra damage and cannot miss. Ah, okay. Your chance to hit with a basic attack is low. It's best to try and flank the enemy first in order to guarantee a hit, or use an ability instead. Let's move the Guardian into a flanking position and attack the enemy. Wait, but we're already in a flanking position. Aren't we? Or do they have to be exactly opposite? I guess they must have to be exactly opposite. Oh, okay, the Electromancer's basic attack is ranged. Victory, 3 scrap. Assortment of scrap materials can be sold in markets or used to repair gear. Alright. This is giving me Darkest Dungeon vibes. I remember Might and Magic, Yami, but I never had an opportunity to play it. Oh god, okay. Yurik sheathes his weapon, gazing around the room to make sure we are all are unharmed. Everyone alright then? Florin gestures at some blood on Yurik's arm. Never mind us, you've certainly looked better. Yurik glances down at his injury and scoffs. What, this? He wipes the blood, making a smeary mess of it. Nothing time won't heal, I'll be fine. You turn as a familiar voice rings out distantly behind you, though the words are unclear. Is that you, Vaughn? Vaughn dashes into the room and stops, kneeling over to catch his breath. He looks up with a relieved smile. Glad to see you're all still with us. We heard the fighting. Figured you could handle it, but didn't want to take the chance. And the others? Vaughn points back in the direction he came from. Torin and the rest are still searching. Surely there are better places to stash supplies, but I suppose those smugglers had little choice. At least we're getting paid well to retrieve them. We've been in worse situations. Aye, that we have, boss. Was just hoping my last job would be free of surprises. I can't fault you for wanting out, but I wish you'd reconsider. Vaughn smiles faintly and places a firm hand on Yurik's shoulder. This life takes a toll, my friend. I've seen more death than any man should. His face goes dark for a brief moment, remembering all the friends you've lost. Your trusted advisor, Alaric, steps out from beside you with hands raised, bringing a halt to the conversation. All right, now, there's plenty of time for talk later. It's going to take a while to scour this place, even with the others' help. Right. I'd better get back to Torin and the rest before they find themselves lost. Watch your backs. There may be more of those thieves in here, or worse yet. Vaughn looks back over his shoulder, nodding in acknowledgement. Okay, let's get moving. Dungeon exploration and time. Most actions you take while exploring a dungeon will cost time. The passage of time can have harsh consequences, and is represented by the time meter in the bottom right. We should begin by exploring. Move our party to an adjacent tile. Ah, okay. So this is the time meter. A new time modifier will be applied with each revolution of the meter. Ah, so the longer we're in here, the more hazards or penalties stack up, I guess. Scouting can be useful in order to spot enemies, traps, and other surprises that may await you. By scouting an enemy location, you prevent them from being able to ambush you. It does cost extra time, however, so it should be used sparingly. Right mouse button over tile to scout in that direction. Okay. When interacting with an exploration event, you'll often have multiple choices available to you, sometimes costing various amounts of time. Your characters will have their own opinion on the choices you make, which can affect their overall loyalty to the company. Hello, Rockethead. Welcome. Karaga, welcome as well. Ah, Jack 2, Rockethead. How are you enjoying it? Yeah, Monotone, I'm definitely seeing some elements of Darkest Dungeon here. You spot a discarded pack up ahead, likely dropped in haste by the grave robbers when you alerted them. Don't expect to find much of value, but it's not like they'll be coming back to claim it. No sense leaving it behind. Take what looks useful. Received antidote, received bandage, and received tools. Oh, congrats, Soki! Congrats on your PS5! Alright, Monotone, have a safe trip home! Oh, okay, so this actually scouts a couple of tiles. Using provisions during exploration. Provisions can be used both in and out of combat. While exploring, you can access your provision inventory in the bottom left menu or by pressing I. Like other actions, provisions used during exploration have their own associated time cost. Okay. Settings, codex, contracts, status, consumables? Ah, okay. Hello, Malkavia. Good to see you. I am all right, thanks. How about yourself? Oh, yeah, Soki, the Valley of Defilement is a tricky area. Is this your first time playing Demon's Souls, Soki? I hope you're enjoying it other than that. Oh no, Malkavia, I'm sorry to hear that. Please go lie down and rest a little bit. Maybe you can listen to the stream while you're lying down. Oh, you know what? And speaking of lying down, not that it's directly related, but I just reached for my water pitcher and realized it's empty. I have to go refill it. Pardon me, everyone. I'll be right back. I need to make sure that I'm keeping myself properly hydrated here. Alright, thank you all for your patience. Sorry about that. Things I forgot to do before the stream. My goodness. Yikes, Malkavia. I'm sorry to hear it's that bad. Well, I hope you're lying down at the very least and are able to enjoy the stream. Thank you, Morchego. And I'm sorry, this is the sort of thing I try to do before I start streaming, but sometimes I'm in such a hurry to start that I just forget or don't have time. But now at least I'm not going to dehydrate myself. Oh, wow, Malkavia, congrats! Alright, let's see. We received a tutorial on... Right, what's going on here? They seem to want us to use a consumable, but I'm not sure which one or why. Oh, whoops. Not what I intended? Controls, codex, status, gear, and abilities. How the hell? Oh. Ah, okay. So it's... Each character doesn't have a separate equip screen. You just give them stuff from the company's storage. It would be nice if that were a little more streamlined. Okay, well, given that this is the tutorial, I have to wonder... I have to wonder how many of these characters are actually going to be sticking with us. And whether or not we could get away with removing their equipment. Oh, okay, Soki, so it'll be your first time finishing Demon's Souls. Price 60, sell price 50. Really? There's not a lot of difference between the... sell price and the purchase prices of this equipment. Meaning that what we find we could sell... And then each object requires different materials to repair it. I see. Refund attributes. Okay. Attribute points. Interesting. Well rested, well rested, well rested, well rested. Okay, rash. Fortitude, merciful. Plus 25 loyalty. Defense 10. Tries to do the honorable and lawful thing even when it may not benefit them. Okay, so some of these are just dialogue. %25 less fatigue. Alright. Affinity? Oh, this is relationship. Okay. But where do we view their current health? I see here that health is 350. But how are we supposed to know when it's time to use consumables on them? There's no health display. And also, what is this, Oh, okay, it looks like their health is shown here? 394 out of 406? $486, I guess. It's acquired 2. Attribute points spent 10. Alright, so 394 out of 486. So what are we? Small health potion. Restores 200 health. It would be a waste to use this now. Stabilizes injuries, dispel bleed and grievous wounds, and restore 50 health. Tools used to boost success rate with traps and hazards. Can't use here. Oh, those are for encounters. Alright, what about bandages? Okay, that did in fact heal him. That's incredible, Greg. What have we here? You signal a halt as a faint and distant rumbling becomes audible, steadily growing louder and closer with each passing moment. You look up, noticing cracks forming in the ceiling as small rocks break off and fall to the floor around you. Yurik bumps against you and tugs at your arm, urging you to run. It's a cave-in! We need to move! Breaking into stride behind the rest of your party, you steal a glance back to see the corridor collapsing in a cascade of falling stone. You cross the threshold into another chamber, diving to the ground as the path behind is quickly closed off by the crumbling structure. A cloud of dirt and dust obscures your vision, but the rumbling and crashing comes to a halt as the last few pieces of debris can be heard tumbling into position. Everyone okay? You look around as the dust settles. Aside from a few coughing fits, everyone seems to be unscathed. What the hell was that, an earthquake? Might have been, or those grave robbers tried to force their way into some place they shouldn't. Yurik inspects the caved-in passage, lightly kicking at some rubble on the ground. Regardless, we'll have to find another way out. What of the others, and the supplies we're supposed to locate? Yurik places a reassuring hand on Florin's shoulder. Vaughn and them were on the other side of the crypt. I suspect they're fine, or at least I hope. Our priority is to find them. Hopefully they've already retrieved the supplies. We could do with a little luck. Okay, well... Not even the arrow keys to control the camera, just WASD. Okay. Enemy preparations. Your foes are now well aware of your presence and have prepared accordingly. Increased chance of ambush in the remaining encounters by 10%. Alright, well, that's not terrible. As you explore, the application of various time modifiers will present new challenges for you to overcome. With each time modifier applied, your party will slowly become unnerved and suffer a small loss to morale. Due to these factors, it's important to be efficient and spend your time wisely. You can see which modifiers are currently active next to the time meter in the bottom right. I see, so that's how that works. Ah! No. This way is completely blocked off. We'll need to look for another way around. Yes, I intended... Oh, okay, we can't go that way. Your path is blocked by a pile of rubble from the recent cave-in. Yurik steps forward and climbs the top to gauge the severity of the blockage. It's not so bad. I can see a clear path ahead. Just need to move enough of this rubble so we can squeeze through. He turns, looking down to address you. Any ideas? Move rubble by hand, blast a hole with magic. Hand him a shovel. With an affirming nod, he grasps the shovel and begins to dig, soon clearing a path just wide enough for everyone to fit through. Your party crawls through the gap in the rubble and comes out the other side, sliding down the pile and back onto solid ground. You see a flickering light of a torch being cast into the room from a connecting hall, illuminating more of your surroundings as it nears. Your party forms up, preparing for combat as the flames bear around the corner. Easy now, it's just me. I thought this whole damn place was going to come down on top of us. The structure groans and crumbles for a moment. He glances around with some concern. It might yet. Yurik motions back toward the collapse. That whole section is caved in. We'll need to find a new way out of here once we're done. I figured as much. Torn and the others are already set to finding one. I take it you haven't found the supplies yet either? Yurik slowly shakes his head. Unfortunately not. Let's hope they're not buried in stone. Regroup with Torin and secure an exit, Vaughn. We'll find you when the job's done. Sure thing, boss. He quickly scans your surroundings and leans in close, his expression turning deadly serious. There's something else. All that commotion has disturbed the dead within these walls. We've already put down a few of the bastards, but you'd best stay alert for more. Thanks for the warning. We'll be careful. Okay. During the deployment phase, you can reposition your party ahead of combat. Deployment zones vary from fight to fight. You'll have to make do with what's available. Click on any character to move them and click again on any valid hex. Okay. Knowing where enemies can move and attack will help you position your party optimally. To view an enemy's movement and attack range, you can press Tab over their character sprite. Once you're satisfied with your formation, click Start Combat. Okay. Oh, I see. So blue is the movement range, and red, I guess, is the attack range. Wooden planks are fine to walk on, but can break if someone is knocked onto them. Ah, okay. Alright, that's a coffin. That's a pit. Doesn't look like there's anything else. Just pits. Nothing else that's labeled, anyway. Nice, Rocket Head. Well done. Okay, 2 crossbow guys. Right-click to view codex, but we can't. So we're not allowed to see what attacks they have. That sucks. Oh, and there are more. Okay, so these guys can't move as far, but... this guy can attack. Oh, he can hit pretty much anywhere. That's not great. I guess she can go there? Oh, and then these must be the available hexes. Yeah, ideally we want everyone out of attack range. This is probably the best we're going to be able to do. Instant and instant. Alright, let's wait. We'll let them come to us. Okay, what can we do that will knock an enemy back? Deals fire damage. Vacant cell with a fire trap. Targets who step on it will take damage and be pushed away in the indicated direction. Ah, but... okay, you can choose which direction they get pushed in. Targets in a row. Okay, yeah, you know what? We're just gonna wait. We're gonna wait and let these idiots come to us. Five turns. Okay. Bone Crusher... Arbalest. Yeah, okay. So... We're going to move him up. And, whoops. Have him... And that should deal enough damage to kill him. And then what we can do is mark that. With a trap that will result in pitfalls. And we'll have her wait. Oh, can we not have her wait? Heal a single target. Deal damage and blind an adjacent enemy. Blind reduces accuracy and evasion by 75% and disables attacks of opportunity. I guess we'll just have her guard. All of his abilities are pretty basic, but... Oh, right! That was foolish of me. I forgot he'd I should have chosen a custom path to walk around, You can remove negative conditions from your characters with cleansing abilities or by using an antidote. Doing this will also provide a temporary immunity to all conditions for a few rounds. Not all harmful effects can be cleansed, such as injuries or the flanked status. Also, I really wish I could have seen what just happened. Move, undo, use item. And what is the range? Spells conditions and grant immunity to them for 3 rounds. Okay, it doesn't look like we can unless we... And then use item? And... health potion? Ugh. Okay. Oh, we do it through this menu. Well, wait a minute, then. Could we have done that without moving? Ah, no. Okay, we couldn't have because they're out of range. Oh, goodness sake. Okay. The game made no effort to tell me that I could step on my own traps. I was certain that I could safely walk through that without any ill effects. Well, that's wonderful. Thanks for nothing. % damage. Okay. So that's this guy. And if I use this, it will take effect. Oh, how about that? Was that a miss? Oh, okay, the ceiling is caving in. Fantastic. Dash to an empty tile. Yeah, we want to get away from that attack of opportunity. And that guy is flanked. Some enemies have passive abilities. These undead skeletons are able to reanimate after being defeated. To prevent them from reanimating, we'll need to target and destroy the pile of bones. If you want to see more details on a specific enemy, you can right-click on their portrait to bring up the codex. Oh! Now it lets us do this. Decay. Every attack adds a stack of decay to the target, which lowers max health every round by 5% until the condition is removed. Reanimates 2 rounds after death unless the corpse is destroyed. Vulnerable to crushing, immune to bleed and fear, and resists piercing. Okay, so blunt damage against skeletons. The old classic. Holy damage, that should be a fair amount against a skeleton. Or not. Max health down, huh? Ranged enemies can pack a punch, but they can be countered with line of sight or by engaging them in melee. When their line of sight is obscured, ranged units only deal 50% damage. Take cover. Right. Large obstacles can block line of sight completely. Cover's not an option. Can jump on top of a ranged enemy and engage them in melee. By doing this, the ranged unit can only attack adjacent enemies. Their damage is reduced by 50% when doing so. Does apply to your characters. Right, okay. Good, so there is an actual counter to ranged units in this game. In that case, this should put him behind cover, I think. Your attack missed. Without proper setup, basic attacks have a risk of missing. In order to guarantee a hit, make sure to flank, stun, or stagger your target, especially if their evasion is high. Alright. Targets are considered flanked whenever you occupy 2 opposing hexes. Alright, it is opposing. All attacks against flanked targets deal 15% extra damage and cannot miss. If you're unable to flank your target, you can stun or stagger them. Stagger can be inflicted by using an ability that pushes or pulls. Basic attacks against staggered and stunned targets cannot miss. Right. Without proper setup, they can be risky. If you need to guarantee a killing blow, spend an ability check. Well, the cave-in destroyed the skeleton. And now we can flank this guy. Do we not get back attacks? 82% chance. Okay. Reloading? Well, there goes that skeleton. And we're going to get rid of that one. Healing potion and bandages. Consumables or healing abilities. Single target heal. Oh, alright. Deadly contraptions. You've noticed that the traps here seem to be more sophisticated than most. Best remind everyone to be careful. Traps deal double damage. Okay. Yurik runs their hand along a wall of interred dead, reading the inscription on each nameplate before moving on to the next. He stops at one, peering closer and double-checking the name before turning with relief in his voice. This is the one we were told to look for, boss. About time. Let's hope the contents are still intact. Reaching with both arms into the dark recess, Yurik firmly grabs hold of a coffin, its ancient and rotting wood creaking in protest. He gingerly slides the coffin partway out and pushes the lid aside, rummaging around briefly before pulling out the stained pack with care. Taking a peek inside to confirm the contents, he walks over to you and hands off the bag. It's all there. No damage to the vials from what I can tell. What does our employer want with them anyway? Alaric interjects, eager to share his knowledge on the matter. This here is a cure for the blight, or at least it slows the process. The Vanguard keeps it tightly controlled, though, only treating those who pledge themselves to their order. As such, it's highly sought after on the black market and why our employer is paying us so well. At least our efforts haven't been wasted. Let's regroup with Vaughn and hope they've found an exit. Okay. You hear a sudden movement in the darkness ahead, the sound of bones rattling and scraping along the stone floor. Bright green eyes turn toward you, and the undead being lets out a bone-chilling screech as it shuffles forward and into the light of your torches, moving faster than its size an awkward gait would suggest was possible. Well, I guess we're fighting a boss. Bosses and elite enemies will spawn with unique combat traits. They're an important thing to consider when facing these foes. You can view these traits and their effects by hovering the enemy's portrait on the right side of the screen, then mousing over the trait's name in the tooltip. Okay. Risen General. Decay and reanimate. Damage a single target. Inflict fear on 2 targets in a row, lasting for 2 rounds. Weak to blunt. Alright. There's an Arbalist and a Risen Ghoul. Oh, did you just not get it at the time, Rockethead? Or did you lose it? Piercing bolted a single target. Ignoring defense under 20%. Jeez. And reload, of course. Sacrifice themselves to heal an adjacent ally that is below 50% health. So we want to get rid of this thing first. Vulnerability to holy. Okay. So that over there is the boss. Which means... oh, this guy can go pretty much anywhere. Which means we probably want to start here. Because that ghoul is going to move second. Okay, so the boss is going to take a while to reach us. Oh, gotcha, Rocket Head. Yeah, we want to start over here, where we at least have some cover. So we'll wait for this guy to move towards us. And then we dogpile him. Actually... what we can do, because I'm pretty sure that general is going to come through this way. Maybe not, though. Maybe it would be better. Yeah, we'll just have him wait. And we'll have her wait. Okay. Yeah. Get rid of the Risen Arbalist. We'll move over here and then stun this guy. That did not stun him. But it's fine because I think we can reach... I think we can reach him. Yes, okay. Yeah, the sprites are quite good, Soul Bishop. Alright, we'll move in and use a regular attack. him. Get rid of this. We'll move her over there, and I have a plan for dealing with that general. We'll move everyone up here to lure him. And then we'll wait. And we'll place a trap here, pointing into that pit. We will have her guard. And then we'll move him here. And we will use conduit on this space, and it should head after the general falls into the trap. Have everyone else go. Now, I have a strong suspicion yeah, we're gonna have him wait. Knew it! Later, loser. And actually, we're gonna have him wait until we position some. There we go. Alright, I guess we're not positioning someone. But that's fine, because we got this. Okay, cool. Not bad. Scroll of blocking. Average selling price. Evasion plus 2.5. And weak ale? Alright. You have a niche genre of games. Yes, and why did you figure it out? No. When did you figure it out, and why do you think niches didn't appear? What? Soul Bishop? One thing at a time, Soul Bishop. I'm sorry. You're going to need to divide that up. Do I have a niche genre of games? What do you mean? You mean, is there a niche genre of games that I like? Also, how do I zoom in? I really like to zoom a little bit, but... Move, scout, camp. Much needed break. We take a moment to gather our bearings before we push forward, onward, back into the unknown. Gained a slight break from the march of time. Oh, okay. So good things can happen too, then. Your party comes to a standstill as muffled shouts and ringing steel reverberates down the corridor towards you. Yurik unsheathes his lance, motioning the rest of you forward as he breaks into stride, barreling toward the sound of battle. That must be the others. Hurry! Oh, jeez. Your party comes to a standstill as muffled shouts and ringing steel... Oh. With the last of the undead dealt with, Vaughn hails you across the chamber with a flick of his hand, a relieved smile forming upon his face as he strides closer to meet you. Did you find it then? The exit's just beyond here. Been trying to keep it clear of the dead, but they just keep coming. pile of bones near Torin's feet suddenly begins to rattle, and the eyes of his skull reignite in a bright green as unseen forces attempt to reassemble the skeleton. Torin grunts and steps forward, crushing the skull beneath his heel and grinding it into a fine dust. He looks up with a satisfied grin. Took you long enough. Vaughn here was getting all worked up and thinking the worst. The crypt groans once more, the ground beneath you shaking ever so slightly. I don't expect this structure will hold out much longer, Commander. We'd best not linger. Yurik raises his torch high, inspecting the ceiling above as small pebbles break away from it. Good advice, I reckon. We got what we came for, let's not tempt fate. After a mission, you'll want to seek treatment for injuries you've incurred. An injured character can still fight. Injury penalties make them less effective. In order to fully recover... God, that's loud. The audio in-game could definitely use a little bit of balancing. I don't play games based on genre, Soul Bishop. There aren't specific genres that I go out of my way to play more than others, at any rate. There are certain kinds of games I'm not interested in. I mean, I'm not really interested in puzzle games or, fighting games for the most part. But the games that I do play, I don't really choose based on what genre they are. I choose them based on whether or not they individually look interesting to me. Like, Stranded Alien Dawn is part of a genre that I don't generally care too much about, but I was willing to give it a try because it individually looked interesting, and there was a bounty where I could get a code for the game for free. And being able to get a code for free makes me a lot more willing to try a game that I would not otherwise have necessarily gone out of my way to try, because then that way I've given it a shot, and if I turn out not to enjoy it, well, I won't have spent tons of money on it and then streamed it for 8 hours and become unable to refund it on Steam, you know? So, no, Adalakis, I hate playing games that crush my soul. That's the opposite of what I want out of my gaming experience. In order to fully recover, you must pay for their treatment at the city's infirmary. Some injuries require prompt treatment, otherwise they risk permanent damage or death. Okay. $95% explored? Provision refunds. Your breakdown. Oh, okay, so this is if we have provisions we don't need for some reason, we could sell them, but those are all worth a pittance. So we're going to keep what we've got. As the last light of day begins to fade, you spot your company's camp not far ahead, the flickering flames of bonfires dancing against the darkening sky above the horizon. You stroll into camp, the celebrations of Vaughn's retirement already well underway. After many hours of swapping stories and sharing drinks, all eyes fall on Vaughn as he steps into atop a nearby crate with a drink in hand, raising his voice to pierce through the ruckus. Now, you all know I'm not one for lengthy speeches, but I'd just like to say it's been an honor to fight alongside each of you over the years. I dare say that I even consider some of you among my friends. He grins, met by a chorus of laughs and cheers. Hasn't been an easy road, but I've been a fortunate man. Not everyone gets out of the mercenary life on their own terms. I hope you all one day get the same chance. Raises a cup and toast to you, my friends. There's never been a finer company. Hear, hear. The crowd responds with a burst of applause and cheers, enthusiastically raising their drinks and sending a shower of ale through the air. Your gaze is met by Vaughn as he points his cup toward you, and you nod your head in friendly acknowledgement before turning about and striding off to find your tent. Celebration continuing in your absence, you brush aside the flap to your tent and settle inside, discarding your weaponry and tossing it near your bedroll. You turn to find Alaric in your presence, no doubt eager to discuss business. Hope I'm not disturbing you, Commander. I was on my way to pay the horses a visit and prepare us for tomorrow's travel. He gestures to the pack slung around your shoulder, containing the contraband you recently retrieved. It's probably best if I stored those vials in one of our carriages. You gently slide the pack off your shoulder and place it in his upturned hand. Well then, I'd best take care of this. He nods respectfully and turns, pushing aside the tent flap with an outstretched arm. briskly walking out into the night. You turn your attention to your desk, its surface covered with disorganized papers and maps, illuminated by the faint glow of a candle. Pulling up a stool, you sit down and begin to pore over one of the maps, charting out tomorrow's course. From outside, the sounds of laughter and poorly played music drift into your tent. After some time, with the celebrations audibly winding down, you step outside your tent and into the cool evening air. Vaughn approaches your side, mounted atop a horse. Despite the smile on his face, there's a trace of sadness in his eyes. It's time, then? Aye. He leans down and pats the side of his horse. Got my saddle loaded up? Figured I'd sneak out without making a big fuss. He rises from the seat and dismounts, turning to face you with one hand extended. Just wanted to say thanks, boss, for everything. You return the gesture with a smile, gripping his hand and giving it a firm shake. Any chance I can convince you to stay? He steps back and chuckles. If you'd asked last week, maybe, but this last job cleared any doubts I've had. I've survived this long. Reckon I'd be a fool to press my luck any longer. Fair enough, friend. I'll always have a place for you if you want to change your mind. You hear a shout, turn to see Yurik stepping towards you, his young nephew in tow. Sorry to interrupt, he tilts his head, gesturing behind him. Gedrick here wanted to see you off. Is that so? Vaughn smiles, stepping toward the boy and slapping a hand down on his shoulder. No, we haven't finished your training, but your uncle's more capable of finishing the job. I know that. He looks up, conveying admiration. I'm going to miss you, though. Aye. Vaughn grins, reaching out to tussle the boy's hair. And I you. I've half a mind to send him with you. Less danger on a farm, and God's knows your old bones could use the help. Ha! There's a few good years left in me, but you're both welcome to visit any time. He exhales deeply, stealing a glance toward the road. I'd best get going, then. Take care of yourselves, would you? He nods farewell, turning towards his horse and hoisting himself into the saddle. Clicking his heels, the horse trots off, and you watch him disappear into the dark of night, illuminated only by the moonlight above. You and Yurik glance back at the sound of approaching footsteps to find Torin wedging himself between you, his heavy hands firmly planted on each of your shoulders. Company won't be the same without him, I'm afraid. Indeed it won't. As Yurik and Torin take their leave, you look around the camp, surveying the aftermath of the festivities. Aside from a few inebriated men and women who remain slumped by the fires, it seems that most have turned in for the night. With days of travel ahead, you think it wise to follow suit. You bolt upright from your sleep, awakened by the blares of a horn from somewhere in your camp, an alarm being raised. The sounds of frenzied battle are all around you, and you scramble out of your bedroll, taking up a nearby sword. Alaric bursts into your tent, an orange glow briefly visible behind him as the flap is flung aside. Commander, we're under attack! Winded, he takes in a few deep breaths. There was no warning. The horses, the carriages. He raises his hands, trembling with frustration. Everything's being taken. We need to regroup with the others. Have you seen Yurik? Alaric wipes the sweat from his brow, shaking his head. Couldn't find him. With his nephew, I hope. You meet Alaric's eyes and nod in agreement. With a firm grip on your sword, you step past him, reaching your other hand towards the tent flap and preparing to step outside. You glance over your shoulder. Let's move, stay close. Adalakis, how does that make me a masochist? If anything, working on the official strategy guides for FromSoft games is more masochistic than playing them. You emerge from your tent, head on a swivel as you attempt to survey the situation. The camp is almost entirely ablaze, the heat and smoke stinging your eyes and obscuring your vision. You make your way ahead, your feet suddenly catching on something as you fall forward and scramble to stay upright. Recovering, you steal a glance backward at the obstruction. One of your companions dead. An arrow flies by you, narrowly missing, but finding a target nonetheless. Alaric screams out in pain behind you, legs collapsing under him as he falls hard to the ground. You turn back, reaching out a hand to pulling up, but he waves you off. Leave me, I'll be of no use in a fight. You follow his gaze down to his leg, blood-covered arrow stuck through it. Go! You turn and continue onward, staying low to the ground as you move, eyes scanning for any friendly faces through the smoke. Not 50 yards ahead, you spot 4 of your companions through the haze, huddled together with weapons drawn against an overwhelming number of assailants. Sucking air into your burning lungs, you urge your legs forward in a desperate attempt to reach them. A figure suddenly appears from the corner of your eye, and with a flash of pain, the world goes dark. Surrounded, Florin's head whips around, searching frantically for any possible escape. As the raiders edge closer, beyond the ring of enemies, Torin and a few other familiar faces emerge from the darkness with bloodied weapons drawn, though they don't seem inclined to make any urgent use of them. What are you waiting for, Torin? Help us! The raiders eye Torin as he confidently steps among them, each seemingly unconcerned by his presence, perhaps even emboldened by it. Sorry, friends. A twisted smirk forms at the corner of his mouth as he slides an arrow from his quiver. We'll make this quick. Ah, we got betrayed, huh? Airy! Florin glares at Torin with wild fury in their eyes, arms trembling as they level their weapon toward him. You damn traitors, have you no honor? Torin scoffs. Honor achieves little in this world. Glancing sideways at his accomplices, he raises a hand, signaling them to attack. I trust you lot can handle the rest. Spare no one. When the odds are against you, sometimes all you can do is minimize your losses. Use everything at your disposal and don't hold back. I'll have to check your rant later, Yami. You found your leatherback DS3 book, Adelakis? No, you didn't mention that. Looks good, though, Yami. Alright, what do we have here? Trapper, a marksman, blade dancer, an adventurer, and a warhound. So we've got 5 enemies. Okay, yeah, we're gonna have to really press the offensive here. Oh, damn it, that's not at all what I intended to do. Oh, and we have no provisions. Fantastic. Grants target 50% power in 1 movement. Restores 5 morale. Okay, well... that's not going to help us much here, however... we can at least... hopefully keep that archer locked down a little. So they are deliberately going for back attacks, which makes me wonder if back attacks are somehow more advantageous. Hit chance 38, 43. I mean, hell, we might as well go all out on the abilities here. We've got no reason to conserve them. What's her attack range? Okay, she can hit him no matter what. So There's no reason not to. 67%. So we're going to heal him. I am really glad we have a healer here. Alright. Taunt all adjacent enemies. Increase defense for 2 rounds. Okay, we definitely want the defense boost. That is a trap. Okay, entering this tile will trigger the trap. In that case, we'll have him wait. Oh, good. Flanked. Cool. But what if we were to move him here? Does this still count as flanking? No, it doesn't. So we're able to finish him. Avoid attacks of opportunity. Okay, well. No provisions. Can't reach anyone. Oh, actually, we can reach him with this. For what good that's going to do. Now, for goodness sake. Character's health drops to 0 in combat. They'll enter a bleed-out state, and their health value will be replaced by a bleed-out pool. This pool is persistent through the course of a dungeon. Their bleed-out pool will drop by 1 on their turn, and from attacks suffered, permanent death will occur if the pool is depleted. To recover a character from bleed out, you can heal them with provisions, use a healing ability, or have an ally pick them up. Okay. Injuries have a chance to occur when a character is low on health. Will always occur when their health reaches 0. If a character sustains an injury, you can use a bandage to stabilize them and prevent their injuries from worsening. If they continue fighting with an unstabilized injury, the severity can increase. All right. We need to finish this guy quick. 1 bleed out. How many? Oh, we can't save him. He's just dead. However, if this still counts as a flank, Yup, we couldn't save him. Though it was foolish of me to, have him leave the main group in the first place. So we are going to tank this person. We're gonna kill that idiot. I'm gonna head this way. Blind this idiot. I think he's blinded. Really a lot we could have done there offensively. And we're out of heals. We're out of everything, really, so... Goodness sake. Oh, that won't even kill him. Static charge. Okay, that guy's dead. What is the accuracy from this direction? We definitely need the defense boost. I'm going to have to, wait. Oh, we can't wait. Broken 4. Well, we're gonna have to do the best we can with what we've got here. There we go. One bleed out. Well, the hell you do? When a character gains enough experience points, they will level up and receive attribute points and ability points to spend. There are 7 attributes for you to put points into and rank up. Health, power, mending, evasion, accuracy, crit chance, and speed. Characters specialize in a few randomly chosen attributes. These attributes require fewer points to rank up. Okay. Yeah, Yami, I'll have to check that later, unfortunately. Adalakis, what do you mean a Future Press Dark Souls 3 book? Future Press didn't release any Dark Souls 3 books. Certainly not any leather-bound ones. The contract for that guide went to Prima. Yeah, Yami, I've cooked salmon. And yes, I am focused. There's a lot to learn here. The game is throwing quite a lot of information at me. Health, power, mending, evasion, accuracy, crit chance, and speed. Alright. By leveling up, you'll be able to unlock new abilities for each character. Each class has 6 abilities to unlock. They can only equip 4 at a time. Huh, okay. Oh, gotcha, Adelakis. Okay. Yeah, no, Future Press didn't release any books for Dark Souls 3 because Prima got those. Ability points can be spent to upgrade or alter the effects of a character's unique abilities. Interesting. Really, Adelakis, and it's Dark Souls 3? What kind of book is it? Is it an art book? Yeah, because I was going to say, we didn't release anything for Dark Souls 3. It's Dark Souls 2, okay. So it's the official Dark Souls 2 guide, then. I see. Ability points can be spent to upgrade or alter the effects of a character's unique abilities. All of this can be managed in the Manage Roster screen or by clicking on a character's portrait in a dungeon. Okay. We would have liked it to be Black Diamond, but, powers that be... Well, Mikhail didn't make it. That was my fault. I probably could have saved him if I hadn't screwed up. What do you mean provision refunds? We didn't have any provisions. That's a freaking lie. Gear breakdown... Oh, okay. I guess all of the gear that he had is just gone. Opening your eyes, you find yourself sprawled on the ground with a mouthful of dirt and a throbbing ache in your head. Despite the ringing in your ears, you can hear a muffled voice calling out. A hand grips your shoulder. You jerk at the touch, clawing the ground and scrambling onto your back. Yurik, easy now. You exhale with relief at the sight of Yurik leaning over you, the early morning light shining upon his blood-splattered face and garments. He straightens up, and you grab hold of his extended arm, gripping tight as he pulls you upright. Regaining your senses, you look out at the smoking remains of your camp. Anything not taken by the raiders has been taken by the fires. Not much left, is there? The bastards took everything. He closes his eyes, lowering his head and sighing deeply. It was Torin, Commander. He betrayed us. Torin, are you sure? What do you mean, are you sure? We saw him. Yurik nods. Wasn't alone either. Damon, Enos, Nira. His fingers clench into a trembling fist. All fucking traitors! Through the anger, you notice a sadness in his eyes and realize suddenly that his nephew isn't present. Where's Gedrick? Yurik glances down, slowly shaking his head. Don't know for certain, but I fear he's dead, he sighs. I was with him when the attack started, but we ran into trouble. Told the boy to run, but... He pauses, staring blankly into the distance as you place your comforting hand on his shoulder. Don't remember much else, I'm afraid. Woke up to Alaric dragging me out from under a pile of bodies. Alaric's alive? Are there any others? Aye, he's alive. Managed to find a place to hide and patch himself up. I told him to stay off his feet. He snorts, waving a hand over the general area behind him. But he's not out there limping around trying to... He's out there limping around trying to salvage what he can. Thankfully, there's a few others, too. Seems they managed to kill a whole group of bandits. His brief smirk fades into a grim expression. I'm afraid that's all, though. You turn to see Alaric emerging from a half-burnt tent, limping your way and being helped along by the other survivors of your company. A relieved smile forms on all their faces at the sight of you. Gods, we're glad to see you, Commander. He glances at Yurik. You shared the news? I did. Alaric fumbles inside his coat, pulling out a few slightly scorched papers. I found some correspondence in one of their tents. They'd been planning this for months, it seems. Heroine mutters under their breath. Traitorous bastards. Any idea who they were working with? No, I'm afraid not. Certainly more than just a ragtag group of thieves. They were too well armed and too well organized. Yurik scoffs with disgust, leaning over to spit on the ground. Group of cowards, I say. Easy to achieve victory when half our troops passed out drunk. No doubt Torin and them were counting on that fact. The spineless pricks. I never did like Torin none. Always felt uneasy around him. Alaric furrows his brow, a thought creeping into his mind. Can hardly stomach the notion, but could Vaughn have been involved? Yorick waves a dismissive hand. Not a chance. I know he and Torin got on well enough, but the man's as loyal as they come. I'm just glad he wasn't here for this. We've lost too much already. Regardless of who's involved, there's little we can do about it, at least for now. No, it's all right, Adalakis. I understand. It happens. Right, Morchego. So what's our plan, boss? You know I'll follow you anywhere, but I promised my sister I'd look after Gedrick. If he's somehow alive, I need to find him, and if he's not, well, he pounds a fist into his other hand. Us putting those traitors into the ground will have to suffice. Alaric places a calming hand on Yurik's shoulder. The boss is right. We have little choice in the matter. I understand you want vengeance. So do I. But we haven't the manpower or the means to seek it right now. Doing so would only get us killed. If we're going to do this, we need to first restore our numbers. Then I promise we'll hunt those traitors down. You look around at your companions, renewed purpose in each of their eyes as they all nod in agreement. Right then, let's salvage what we can here, but we'd best travel light. It's a long walk to Andalon. 100 gold and 5 scrap. Great. If you are finding combat to be too hard or too easy, you can adjust the difficulty setting in the menu by pressing Escape. This option is disabled during combat and when playing on Iron Man mode. As your caravan travels through the world, time will progress, supplies and general upkeep can be expensive, and every day that passes will cost us coin. The top right corner are the navigation controls, allowing you to advance time, stop traveling, and adjust the speed of your caravan. Given this situation, we can't afford a long journey. We should make our way to the city of Andalon to rest and regroup. Okay, so... do the... Yes, they do! Interesting. Okay, so you can adjust this dynamically. So we are here. I wish we could zoom in a little. Travel to Andalon. Codex, company history. Well, Yorick, Heron. Hey, Magnus! Hello and welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. Great to see you. How you doing? Guys, check out my friend Magnus. He's a great dude. If you like horror games, you're definitely going to want to go over and follow him. And even if you just like writing, because he's a writer too. Which is something I appreciate, because I'm also a writer, although we write very different sorts of material. How are you doing, Magnus? Thanks for the raid. More Starship Troopers today? Was founded and their journey began. Oh, we can change the name of the company anytime. All right. Oh, the Dead Space remake. Okay. Yeah, how is it? I've been hearing it's pretty good for the most part, Magnus. Will take 11 days. Enter city. Status peaceful. Ruling house. Talaron. Dead Space remake is brilliant. The official announcement and the name of the magazine. Oh, congrats, Magnus! That's awesome! Thank you for letting me know about that. I'm really happy for you. That's fantastic. No complaints and no missing content? Good! I'm glad they didn't cut anything. Hello, Drakmunden, good to see you. Insane Bob, hello and welcome to you as well. Ah, very cool, Morchego. I like broken shit. According to legend, the city of Andalon was founded by Andil the Axe. His lines ruled over the city until the Midland Civil War, when Edic Andalon died in battle alongside his sons, fighting under the banner of Neris Talaron. After many long days on the road, you and your companions breathe a collective sigh of relief upon entering the city limits of Andalon. The streets are bustling with traffic, and though it does seem to be business as usual, you can't help but sense an uneasiness among the people. Yurik seems to pick up on it as well, and with narrowed eyes, he looks up to the sky. The days are growing darker, that's for sure. He gestures to the crowds. No doubt they're all concerned about the Scourge. Can't say I blame them. On the bright side, there will be no shortage of work available to us, but for now, he winces, glimpsing down at his injured leg. We could all do with a few days' rest. Yeah, these games are really heavy on writing, but it seems that the dev teams that work on them struggle to find professional writers. The writing so far has been very basic and some very odd choices of words. You played Dead Space 1 originally. Remember the line gone alt fire? Ah! Well, good. I'm glad that they improved stuff that needed improvement, Morchego. Alaric begins to shuffle forward, gesturing ahead with a nod. I believe the inn is this way. The morning sun shining into your room at the inn, you rise from your bed, pleased to find your body finally free of its many aches. Gathering your belongings, you walk down the creaking stairs to the ground floor, spotting your companions already seated at a table and breaking their fast. Morning, Commander. You're looking a sight better, huh? Come, he gestures to the seat beside him with one hand, taking up a spoonful of porridge with the other. Sit, eat. Across the table, Alaric tears off a piece of bread and hands it to you. We were just discussing our next... Alaric trails off as a man approaches the table. Your previous employer, Kaldwin, sporting a puzzled look on his face. I must say I'm surprised to see you here. I heard about the battle. Heard you were dead, in fact. He slides into the seat opposite you, spreading his arms wide. Yet here you are. Heard it from who? Your associate. He looks up, trying to recall the name. Torin, that was it. Tall bastard he was. Said your entire company was killed in an ambush. That he was lucky to be alive. Anyway, he brought me the vials, so he concluded our business and went on his way. You just believed his story? Truth be told, no. I could tell he was hiding something, but I wasn't about to refuse the man. I suspect he could rip me apart with his bare hands were he so inclined. Was there anyone else with him? A boy of 15 years? The man scratches his chin. He had a few companions from what I saw. None that young, however. Any idea where they were headed? Ah, well, Rockethead, localizations are always tricky. Gotcha, Morchego. Well, EA does set a low bar. That's understandable, Magnus. Everyone has games they like or don't like. I don't know that either, I'm afraid. But it seemed they were each going their separate ways. Alaric raises an eye at that piece of information. Retiring, perhaps. They certainly can afford it, having stolen everything from us. So they betrayed you and stole your fortune, did they? I'm sorry for that, but perhaps we can help each other out. You have a job for us? I love how Kaldwin just doesn't have a face. More of an arrangement. Kaldwin leans in closer, placing an elbow on the table. I've been looking to expand my business across Caelum, but the roads are a dangerous place, as you well know, and I'm in need of a permanent guard. In return, I would offer you a discount on all my wares, potions, elixirs, and the like. Sure they'd be of great use in your line of work. To be clear, I would not interfere with the operation of your company, of that you can be sure. In fact, I care not where we travel, so long as there are buyers for me to sell to. He leans back, spreading his hands across the table. So what do you think? Sounds like a fair proposal? Oh, we have no choice, we just accept. Oh, no kidding, Rockethead. Yeah, unfortunately, you would think those skills would transfer, but they don't always. Kaldwin smacks a hand down on the table. Excellent, then consider me at your service, my friends, and as I said, where we go is entirely up to you. Alaric lifts his hand, a single finger raised. There is one problem, however. We simply cannot afford to travel anywhere at the moment, not to mention we are without carriages and horses. You certainly had a rough go of it, huh? He waves a hand. No matter, I can supply both horses and carriages. As for funds, I hear the local vanguard have their hands full at the moment. I suspect you might find some work with them. He leans close, lowering his voice. Just don't mention my other activities. They would be none too pleased to learn of the vials in my possession. Thanks for the tip. We'll go see him. Kaldwin rises from his seat, straightening out his tunic. I have preparations to make then. He looks at each of you, nodding farewell. I will await you at the gates. Taking a bite from your bread, you look on as Kaldwin strides out of the inn. Alaric turns back toward you, rubbing fingers on his chin. You know, Commander, I was thinking it might be wise to retire the company name. So long as those traitors think us dead, we'll have an easier time rebuilding our numbers. And when we're ready to strike back against them, it will be us with the upper hand. Uric grunts in approval as he swallows the last of his drink. He's right, I reckon. Best not to draw any extra attention on ourselves if we can help it. Any ideas for a name, boss? Oh, again, we have no choice here. No, they probably didn't, Rockethead. I'm sure they figured he could direct himself. Ragtime Company always had a nice ring to it, I thought. Ragtime Company, huh? He pauses, flashing a toothy grin. Aye, I believe that will suit us well. Oh, wait, okay. So... we are actually replacing the previous company name with Ragtime Company. I see. When visiting a city, you can view available contracts by clicking one of the contract banners at the top of the screen. The icon on the banner tells you which faction is offering the contract, and completing it will increase your reputation with them. We're hardly in a position to be picky right now. I say we take whatever job the Vanguard have to offer. Okay, well, how about, first of all, we get everyone healed up? If you have an injured character, you must admit them to the infirmary in order for them to recover. Once they're healed, they'll automatically rejoin. Severe injuries require immediate care. Okay. $51 and take 30 days? Jesus. Okay, well... no one else needs healing. I love how that bed is full of blood. Alright, what about the marketplace? Because we could certainly stand some new equipment. Okay, these got trashed, I guess. How do we sell? Yeah, it's rough without tools, Yami, but a tweezers is the easiest way to get the bones out of salmon. And that's generally what I use. Although, if you get salmon from a good fish market, they'll already have taken the bones out. Alright, so how the hell do we sell? Repair with coin. We don't have cloth. Coat of plate. 500. Leather lamellar. Epic. What the? How the hell do you sell? Oh, you click on it, but we can't, we have to repair it. So this would sell for 25. We'd repair it for 35. This will sell for 50. We'd have to repair it with 70. So we would need cloth to repair that crap. Alright, well... we need some fish. And some ale. Iron lamellar armor. Defense 23. Repair with coins. 9. We don't have steel, or iron, rather. Okay. Damn it. Okay, well... she seems to be a tank, so we could at least afford some better gear for her. Something really good. Iron lamellar armor. $58, $50. What's this? A buckler. Low quality shield usable by a Guardian or a Valkyrie. Defense 1. Ideally, I would like a coat of plate. But... pitchfork. Bone wand, 85. 78. -8 accuracy, +4 crit chance, -2 speed, and this is +8 accuracy. Yeah, okay. And we'll grab one more iron lamellar. We'll grab the short sword, because that looks considerably better. Okay. So she will take that. And that. Evasion plus 2.5. Yes, and we will apply that here. Not compatible? What do you mean not compatible? Okay. Not compatible. Well, what is it compatible with? Requirements offhand. Okay, so only to a shield. Hello, Cobra, welcome! None of the fish you've ever gotten? Yeah, Yami, American grocery stores will usually, remove all of the pin bones from the fish. If you get them at Asian markets, they often won't. Because, you know, Yami, Asian-style cooking is a little bit rougher. You go to an Asian market and you order a duck, and they'll give you a whole duck, and they'll just take a giant cleaver and chop it up into 5 or 6 pieces and throw it in a bag for you, so... Yeah, if you want the pin bones picked out, go to a fishmonger. That's pretty much the only way. Okay, well... Item needs to be repaired before it can be equipped. Okay, do we just... I guess we're just stuck with it. We can't get rid of it. There's no discard option. At least it doesn't seem like there is. And there's also no labeling on what these slots are. Are these legs? Are they accessory? What's going on? Alright, she's at the infirmary for 30 days. So we're going to have to hire someone else. Also, attribute points 12. Okay. Base value 3, gear modifier, final value 2. Attributes. Okay, but I can't increase movement. I guess that's solely determined by gear. Shift and click to spend enough points for a level up. Determines the damage of basic attacks and factors into the potency of unique class abilities that deal damage. Increases the effectiveness of healing abilities and damage shields used... Damage shields? Damage shields used by this character by percentage. And picking up an ally from bleed out or used as using a healing potion on them restores bonus health equal to the character's mending. Okay. Accuracy. 80%. Critical. Critical modifiers are never worth it in these games. The difference they make is too small to be worth the points. No, I never have, Soul Bishop. It's these days, Soul Bishop, it's harder to raise and butcher your own food unless you live in an agricultural area or on a farm than it is to just go to the grocery store. And that's exactly it, Yami. Like, where would I even go to buy a live pig to butcher? Never mind that I don't have the facilities to butcher a live pig, so I would have to bring it someplace. Like, there's that possibility too, Yami. I don't know what the local laws are in New York, but I mean, if you're talking about Manhattan, yes, I suspect they probably would take exception to you butchering a hog in the backyard of your apartment building. I suspect probably law enforcement would be on you immediately. Yeah, no, Soul Bishop, unless you actually live on a farm or a ranch, nobody has livestock in their backyard. Pretty much, Yami. Okay, well... we've upgraded everyone's equipment. Yurik already seems to have decent equipment, so... Okay, so we can sell stuff as long as it isn't completely broken. Good. Oh, and when we sell it back, they repair it. Interesting. Okay, well... yeah, that's true too, Morchego. Places that are actually equipped to handle meat processing do a better job of it than most people could at home anyway. Oh, yeah, no, Soul Bishop, I mean, I live in a big city. And you can't in a big city. Because you have no lawn, you have maybe an apartment if you're lucky, or if you do have a yard, if you own a house or you live in a house, or you rent one like I do. I rent sort of a house. I rent kind of a small apartment in a house, but... yeah, no, Soul Bishop, butchering is definitely just you. It's impossible for most people to do because they either don't have the space or don't have the facilities, or don't have the equipment, or they would be traumatizing their neighbors by doing it. Yeah, I bet, Cobra. I bet it's difficult to get the head off. Yeah, Soul Bishop, like, if you live out in the Everglades in the middle of a swamp and you've got a couple of acres of land and you raise pigs or goats, sure. Yeah, you'll be butchering your own livestock because nobody lives near you to file a complaint with the local authorities when they see you butchering live animals. But almost nobody has the facilities for that outside of those kinds of really rural areas, Soul Bishop, so it's, yeah, it's just not a thing. Alright, now the question is... minus 5% evasion, minus 1 move speed. Do you know... Manfred would be better off with, Yurik's armor. And then as for the rest of this, we'll grab a shield. And some ale. And that'll do us for now. So we'll take that. We'll give that to him. I really wish equipment were a little bit easier to navigate. Because this gives him better movement while still having good defense. And then... Okay, so that's for a shield. And I'm guessing this is either accessories or boots. No, they don't, Cobra. We've had this discussion a number of times in the past, but yeah, people these days have no clue where their food comes from. They've grown up getting ground beef at a grocery store with no idea that that ground beef comes from the same animal that gives them the milk that they buy at that grocery store. And that in order to get that hamburger, you have to take that cow and cut it up and skin it and butcher it and process it and, yeah. Alright, what are we doing here? And also, how... Abilities. Damage a single target within range. Toggle to equip. Okay. Upgrade ability cleansing light? We have no ability points. When the heck do we get ability points? I thought we've got attribute points. Defense. Only be increased by your gear and traits. Determined by class, trait, and equipped gear. 0.5 speed per rank. Determines the turn order from highest to lowest. I don't think that's terribly important for now. Ranks 1 plus 1 to 5, 4, 6 to 10. Okay. Ah, okay, so these are the points to rank up. Okay, I appreciate that they give you the, they give you the total gear modifiers as well. Plus 34%, base value 0%, gear modifier is 24%. Oh, okay. So that 23 is a percentage. I guess it's just a flat percentage of damage reduction. I see. No, that's a good thing to think about, Soul Bishop, not just as a chef, but as a consumer. Especially if you're doing something like making sausage, you have to wonder what cut you're eating. Okay, 2 power per rank, 3 mending per rank. $18 health per rank. Boy, these are small increases. $8 accuracy, that's good. The rest will save. And we'll save this for when we can actually get a decent shield. Upgrade points 1. Okay. Upgrade ability. Gains 10 speed for 1 round. Generates 2 Radiance stacks from the Guardian's passive ability. Radiance stacks? What? Yeah, Cobra, it's, you really have to have an operation for that, though. Like, I live alone. I can't do that. You're working with your family there. You've got 3 of you, and you have the equipment and the facilities to do that, but you probably also have the space. You know, I grew up in a town where there were people who would go hunting, and they would hunt deer and other game, and they would butcher those. But they were all people who lived in the woods, and they had land, and they usually had a barn or someplace where they could, they had the space and the equipment. You know, they had big butchering tables, and they had freezers where they could keep all the meat, and they had hanging racks to hang it. Without that stuff, it's super impractical to do at home. I live in an apartment in the city, and there is no way that by myself I could do my own butchering at home. It's easy to do if you have enough people and if you have the space and the equipment, but... Yeah, Soul Bishop, I would have to do all of this in my own kitchen. If I were to do any of it outside in the back, especially the initial butchering the animal, killing it, I would get arrested. My neighbors would complain, and probably I would get people screaming at me for murdering a cute, adorable pig when those same neighbors will happily go to the grocery store and buy pork shoulder without a second thought, you know? So I and most people who live in cities cannot do that. Yeah, Soul Bishop. See, you've got the space and the time and the equipment and the people. Yeah, fish is a little easier, Yami. Fish are smaller and more manageable, and you can just catch them, cut them up, and clean them on a regular kitchen counter. You can't do that with a pig or a cow. Alright. Passive trait. Passive Radiance. After using 5 abilities, the Guardian's Holy Conviction showers adjacent allies with light, cleansing the negative conditions for both the Guardian and their allies. Oh, that sucks. You can't... This should have just been an ability you could use. Because otherwise it ends up being wasted. I do not like that method of using it. Why can't we just increase the healing power? Yeah, see, I'm not fond of these skill trees because in order to get to the abilities that you want, you have to learn a whole bunch of abilities you don't care about. Gain 1 charge. Increased range. Able Dawn to critically heal based on crit chance. Useless because there's a 4% chance of it. 20% potency. Targets below 10% health are healed for 200%. Yeah, see, this is the ability chain that I want, but I don't care about this. I don't want this one, but in order to get to these, I have to go through this. Which just sucks. No, Soul Bishop, you're not Florida Man. Florida Man is the one who gets arrested for wrestling alligators in the street. Well, Cobra, but how many people have actually raised a hog? That's what I'm talking about. None of my neighbors ever have. Sure as hell, I'll tell you that much. You know, it's adorable to people who don't know better. Yeah, Yami, exactly. Ah, fair point, Morchego. Hey, Lothario, welcome. Yeah, I really wish I could just get a point, spend it on whatever ability I want to spend it on, and not have to waste it on garbage abilities that I don't need or care about. Because there are clearly two intended paths that the devs want. And your only actual customizability is within very strict limits of those two paths. You can't cross over paths. You have a limit of the number of times that you can upgrade the abilities. So it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, because that'll be mandatory. And then, I guess, Invigorate 1 and an additional charge. Because some of these abilities are far more valuable than others. The additional charges are ridiculously more valuable than, oh no, 10 speed for 1 round, big freaking deal. I really hate skill trees like this. It's really unfortunate that this game uses this kind of system. I really hope that's not the case, Lothario, but now that you mention it, it looks like maybe it is. And if it is, then that's the entire 6 points. Which is even more restrictive. I really hate that. There was so much potential here for customizability. And instead we're forced to learn garbage abilities that we don't need. Yeah, you basically have to commit to a full tree. Well, crap. That really sucks. What else do we have? Oh, this is locked. What do we have? Arc Lightning. Oh, you're kidding. Wooly! Well, look who it is! Hello and welcome, everyone. This is an unexpected but thoroughly pleasant surprise. Thank you so much for the raid. And after Mass Effect rather than Final Fantasy IX, who would have thought? Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Welcome in, everyone from Wooly's stream. Thank you for the shout-out, Monotone, but I suspect most people here already know Wooly due to the overlap between our communities, but if you guys don't know who he is, head on over and check him out. Wooly is a friend of mine whom I met quite a while ago, actually, through a Demon's Souls collab, and really great dude. If you're into fighting games, go check him out. He's one of the most knowledgeable people I know when it comes to fighting games, and these days he's been streaming Mass Effect and Final Fantasy IX with his friend Reggie, who is also a really cool guy whom you should go check out. Thank you so much for the raid, Wooly. I really appreciate that. Welcome in, everybody. For those of you coming in who do not know me, my name is Franz, and I play video games on the internet. Every now and then I manage to play them halfway decently, although I make no promises about this one. For anyone who is interested, let me just throw a quick link to the Steam page for this game in chat. This is a turn-based tactical RPG called The Iron Oath, and currently it is in early access. And what attracted me to this was that it seems to have a combination of elements from a lot of other games that I've played and enjoyed, and quite a few games that I haven't played as well. This one is... well, yeah, I mean, yes, I get distracted a lot by chat, because I'm here as much for the interaction with chat as I am for the game, and I tend to get sidetracked on tangents frequently, but that's me. So I decided to give this game a try because it reminded me a little bit of Final Fantasy Tactics meets Darkest Dungeon, and my folks in chat will probably also weigh in on some of the other games that have influenced it, which I'm not familiar with, because I know there are a few. But I've just started the game, just finished the tutorial, and we are now re-equipping what's left of my party, because the tutorial involved a betrayal in which I lost one of the tutorial party members, unfortunately, so... We are picking up the pieces, regrouping, and getting everyone re-equipped and allocating our level up points and ability points. Alright, so plus 15% damage. I like that. I also like the range. 1 charge, potency 2. I like that too. Secondary targets take full damage. I like that. More range. Arcs a second time to adjacent targets of the initial adjacent target. Okay. So this is for wider coverage and more damage. This is for... longer range? Stormcaller's passive ability applies 2 static charge stacks on enemies hit by arc lightning. Can arc through allies without them taking damage. Apply sleep to targets for 1 round. So this really seems to be a question of which tree do you want to commit to. Because the end abilities are some of the best ones. The question is, though, how often am I going to end up in a situation where there are enough enemies grouped closely together for Storm Pulse to actually arc twice? So what this looks like is a choice between AoE focus and status ailment focus. I kind of like the nuke. But I also get the impression, just based on the tutorial battles, that enemies are going to be spread out enough that we will struggle to make full use of the area potential of this spell. So I'm wondering if increased range and the ability to add static charge stacks And then the ability to put enemies to sleep is not more useful. The thing is, Lothario, there is a possibility that I could, But see, even then, I would still want the potencies, I would want the increased range, I would want the charge. That's 4. So after that, I could get increased range and 1 more charge. Or I could get full charge. I kind of think maybe it would be more useful to get everything except Storm Pulse, and then go for the increased range. If I'm even allowed to do that. But I guess we'll see. I will have to find that out when I have 1 more skill point to spend, Cobra. If my second skill point can be allocated to the other tree, then we're good. If not, then we're screwed and we absolutely have to commit. Now, if she's going to be in the infirmary for 30 days anyway, I see no reason why we could not sell her equipment. Because those 30 days are a long time. That's, Every city has an inn which allows you to rest, buy drinks, or recruit new members. Resting will reduce your entire roster's fatigue by 3 for each night purchased. Buying around for your company will increase their loyalty for a time. Though drinking too frequently can cause adverse effects. If you're in need of new members for your roster, you can scour the local talent and recruit them to your company, which we're going to have to do. This is a list of all available recruits in the city. As time passes, new recruits will appear. You can view information on each recruit by clicking the icon to the left of their portrait. Okay. Guardian, Valkyrie, Pyrolancer, Pugilist, Stormcaller. Pugilist thrives in close quarters combat where their fists reign supreme. The deep connection to the ether allows them to enhance their abilities and support their allies. Stormcaller summons the violent forces of nature to do their bidding, using lightning and wind to dispatch their enemies in short order. Due to their vulnerability in close quarters, they're most suited to the back lines. Armed with a holy conviction, the Guardian is uniquely suited to healing and aiding her allies, though she remains more than capable of pursuing her enemies. Blessed by the Nuren god Vismir, Valkyries are formidable shield maidens who excel on the front lines where they can best protect their allies. Okay. The Pyrolancer conjures and manipulates fire that can control and shape the battlefield. At close range, they're capable of devastating enemies with their flame-powered lances. Well, we lost a Pugilist, so maybe we go for another Pugilist. Looking for work. 57 for 1 year, 46 per year for 5 years with a 20 signing bonus. We'll go 1 year for starters. And Holy Barrage. Deal damage to 2 targets in a row. Ah, okay. Traps can be disarmed more easily. Skeptical of others and wary of taking actions that could backfire. Cowardly. Opting for the least dangerous choice. Sharp-minded. Peak age bonus is now increased to 5 for conviction, insight, and mind. What? Default weapon. Wow. Alright, Workhorse, merciful. Content with their life and are unlikely to take actions that could change their situation. Immune to push and pull effects while guarding. Okay. Passive, Vizimir's protection. Valkyrie is bussed by the Nirn god Vizimir with a small damage shield at the start of every combat encounter. Taunt adjacent enemies. Apply a damage shield to an ally for 3 rounds and transport them to a vacant cell around the Valkyrie. Wow. Target 2 cells in a row, dealing piercing damage. If a single target is 2 cells away, they'll be pulled forward. Okay. Damaging 2 adjacent targets. Okay, her traits aren't terrible. Fortitude, open-minded, willing to listen to other points of view. Problem solver, disarm more easily. Accuracy reduced by 10, crit chance increased by 5. Oh, that's garbage. Nope. What else? Dutiful. Oh, that's good. Honorable. Content. Headstrong. Yeah, this guy's pretty good, actually. He's got Cyclone. Move to the targeted cell. Targets along the path are pushed aside and slowed. And Conduit. Okay, yeah, you know what? We'll take him. Company upgrades. Increase roster capacity to 10. 12 and 15. 0 perks available. Reduce salary costs. Increase gear durability. Increase the rate at which loyalty is gained. Increase travel speed. Increase carrying capacity. Okay, requires renown. Recovery seems like it's really important. Recruiting, more loyalty when they start. Respite. Oh, clears more fatigue. Yeah, recovery and respite are going to be super important, but of course they're locked. Oh god, there's more. Satchel size. Discount. Yeah, that discount is pretty beefy. Merchant can now provide medium health and morale potions. Wow, okay. Expand the merchant inventory. Receive a refund on unused provisions. Increase interrupt chance. Can we not keep provisions? Scouting distance. Scout distance increased from 2 to 3. Okay, ambush avoidance. Increases your ambush chance. Improves perception when scouting. Spend 20 incense points while camping? What? Restore vitality. Incense can be burned when camping to give special buffs to the party. Recover HP. Recover HP. Restore stamina. Recover 4 ability charges. Recover 2 ability charges. I bet you could manipulate what ability charges you recover by equipping and unequipping abilities. Recover morale. Recover an ability charge. All injuries are stabilized. Okay. 25% more gold. Bonus experience. Okay, we haven't been introduced to the... Choose how many days to camp and rest. 1? Okay, well, how do we use incense, then? Toggle the borders of the regions. View the controls for various regions. History, reputation, contracts. Given a tip to find work with the Vanguards. You're residing in Andalon. 300 gold and 80 reputation. Recommended level 1+. Okay. Ha! You know it, Lothario. Okay. Heron. Oh, needs to be repaired. Alright. Well, I guess at this point we have no choice. And we'll get rid of that. Okay, we've got armor. Oh, there's wood. And we'll get that, and I guess... I shouldn't have sold that. That's fine. We'll make do. What do we have for scrap, actually? Because... yeah, okay, that should do. And then this guy can have that and this. You can have this and this. All right, this'll have to do. Well rested. Available 25% experience and 5% power. Okay, so let's buy a round of drinks. And let's rest. No characters with fatigue in need of rest. Okay, but how do we get the well-rested bonus, then? You only rest on the world map screen. Hey, Batajiri, welcome! Good to see you! Oh, and we never spent his points. Okay. Accuracy and critical. Well, let's drop it into power. And I guess hers can go into power as well. Save campaign. Okay. Alright, now where are we supposed to go? Buy around, recruit. Minus 20% buy price. Birds are active with trade. Increased gear opportunity, increased trade goods quantity. History. Speak with them right away. Okay, well, how do we do that? Okay, so this is the contract list. Even from a distance, you can tell there's a sense of urgency brewing within the Vanguard garrison. As you near, a pair of hard-eyed guards order you to halt, their weapons held up to impede you. Behind them, a man in a decorative suit of armor, no doubt an officer, takes note of your arrival and with a wave of his hand, orders the two guards to stand down. At ease, soldiers, let them through. He bids you to approach, his eyes fixed on yours. My apologies, things are rather tense around here, as you can tell. He regards the rest of your companions, looking them up and down. Is there something you need? We heard you could use a hand. An understatement, but you've heard correctly. I'm sure you've noticed the days growing darker of late. They say the Scourge is coming, but in truth, it has already begun. We've been receiving increasing reports of void spawn in the area, and we're scrambling to respond to each. Any help you can provide is most welcome and will be rewarded, of course. What do you need us to do? A group of refugees are fleeing from a small village just south of us. I dispatched a unit to aid them with the number of void spawn that was reported. I fear their presence won't be enough. I would ask that you travel south, link up with them, and ensure the refugees arrive here safely. He turns to an aide, snapping his fingers and holding out his hand. The aide rummages through their satchel, producing a few papers which they promptly hand over. The officer briefly glances down at the documents before offering them to you. These will point you in the right direction. Good luck. He extends a friendly hand. I'm no doubt that you're suited to the task. All right, you can count on us. The officer nods and turns away, striding off to deal with another matter. Alaric steps toward you, peering over your shoulder at the report held in your hands. Looks like we've got our work cut out for us, Commander. Before we depart, might I suggest hiring some fresh recruits at the inn? I'm sure there are more than a few capable mercenaries available. Which reminds me... Sharp-minded, peak age bonus is now increased. Okay. Set in their ways and unlikely to change their opinion. Skeptical of others. Mending plus 20%, power minus 25%. That might actually be a problem. Depending on what his abilities are. Crippling Force, Crescent Wave, Fists of Fury. Target self or a single ally. Restoring health, cleansing negative conditions, and providing immunity to them for 3 rounds. All injuries are stabilized. Okay. So actually, this could work to our advantage. Plus 20 mending. So I guess I could use him as a healer. Channel for 5 turns and heal. Adjacent allies are healed. Okay. Faster channeling. Allies in bleed out are healed for 200%. Increases healing by 20%. Healing trance can now critically heal. Increases heal range to 2, but suffer weaken for 1 round. Targets gain immunity to all conditions. If interrupted, the ability charge is restored. Adjacent allies are healed for 50%. Resuscitate. Affected characters have their bleed out pool restored by 2. Okay, yeah, so potency, resuscitate. Well, potency, charge 1, equal opportunity. And then maybe faster channeling, restoration, and charge. Because critical heals are worthless unless you put points into crit, which I don't care about. And the increased potency would be nice, but... So we could do potency 1, charge 1, equal opportunity. Faster channeling, charge 1, and restoration. Yeah, because 20% more potency isn't worth an entire additional charge. So I think that would be the way to handle this if we're turning this guy into a healer. And Hive Mind would be situational anyway. Recoup, that depends more on me using this ability skillfully than anything else. I mean, we could forego Resuscitate. We could just go Potency, Charge 1, Faster Channeling, Charge 1, Restoration, and Potency 2. I think that might actually be the best use of this. Oh, good luck, Batojiri! Congratulations! I know you can do it. I'm sure you'll do just fine. What about this? Stabilizes injuries and heal the target. 15% power for every condition removed. Target 2 units. Also target enemies, removing their buffs, refreshing the duration of their conditions. Okay. And then this is just the healing tree. Restoration. Increase the heal. Yeah, so for this ability, we're focusing this entire path. Alright, cool. Battle Instinct. Increase evasion, defense, and power. That could still be useful even as a healer, because he'll be at least a healer who has some durability. Channel for 5 turns. Fists of Fury, Crescent Wave. Strike an adjacent enemy and warp directly behind them. Okay, yeah, so I think we can make this guy into a healer build, actually. We can make this work. This might actually work out fine. Alright, so... points of interest. Grimshaw Cave. I think that's where we just were. Active mission, back on your feet. Their last known whereabouts have been marked on the map. They should have a Vanguard escort, but the fact that they haven't returned yet is troubling. Okay, where are they supposed to be? Is it the cave? Is this where we're supposed to go? It's not clear. Increasing number of local wildlife has moved in closer to the city borders. The only thing anywhere near us that's marked... Circle of the Magi. The only thing anywhere near us that's marked is this. Oh, nice, Batojiri. I just said good luck. And congrats on the gig. After days spent on the road with no sign of the refugees, you begin to lose hope of ever finding them. Glancing sideways at you, Heron observes the look of concern on your face. So long as they're stuck to the road... so long as they've stuck to the road, we should be finding them soon. They frown into the distance, one way or another. Up ahead, a figure suddenly emerges through a patch of trees just off the beaten path. They barrel towards you, frantically waving their arms to gain your attention as more begin to appear behind them. You urge your horse forward, riding out to meet them. Please help us! Their hand points beyond the patch of trees from which they came. Our caravan's under attack! You glance in that direction, faint sounds of combat barely audible. Are the Vanguard with you? They are, but they're outnumbered. Yurik rides up to your side, narrowed eyes looking toward the sounds of battle. We should hurry! You twist in your seat, signaling the rest of your companions to follow as you charge ahead, past the crowd of refugees into the fray. Ancient order that is tasked with defending the mortal realm against all unnatural evils. They were established during the Dark Age by Tian, the first king of the now dissolved Kingdom of Caelum. The Vanguard have garrisons all across Caelum, with their main headquarters situated in the northern hold. Okay, well... You arrive just in time to render aid. Heron and Yurik grapple a demon away from one of the soldiers, cutting it down in the process. The remaining demons are felled in short order. As one of the Vanguard soldiers tries to wrench their spear free of a demon's skull, another acknowledges your arrival. Removing his helmet and tucking it under a side, he marches across the bloodied grass toward you, a weary grimace on his face. I take it you've been sent to help. He glances down at the demonic abominations, dark blood oozing from their hacked-up bodies. There'll be more of them, of that I'm sure. An officer from Andilon hired us to assist you. That is a relief. Ixael is slowly shaking his head. We're too few to begin with, truth be told. It's a miracle we haven't lost anyone yet. Still, with your help, all these folk might just make it. The man turns at a muffled shout in the distance, floating across the field toward you. Across from you, another Vanguard soldier crests a hill, weapon raised in a frantic sprint as he draws near. He comes to an abrupt halt just shy of your position, addressing the man in charge and pointing back with the tip of his spear. Sir, more demons fast approaching. Shit, he turns to you as he refits his helmet. You there, go with the refugees. We'll hold off these bastards as long as we can. We'll protect them. Good luck. The soldier nods and slams his visor down. He whips around, drawing his spear and barking orders at his unit, preparing them to face the enemy, and likely their own deaths. Protect the refugees and flee. Well, hell! That's not great. Lowering his spyglass, Alaric mumbles something under his breath as he frowns at the distant horizon. He turns to you with a slight shake of his head, a troubled look on his face. They're still following, Commander. More of them, in fact. At the rate they're gaining, I suspect they'll be all over us by nightfall. He digs around in his satchel and produces a map, unfurling it and carefully tracing a finger across the canvas. There's a cave system not far from here that will take us closer to Andalon and hopefully provide shelter from those demons. A cave? I'd rather stay above ground than get trapped underneath it. We've no guarantee of safety down there. It's not ideal, but it's a risk we'll have to take. Yurick turns away, grumbling inaudibly as they stomp off. Appearing beside you, Heron places a reassuring hand on your shoulder and puffs out a sigh. Can't please everyone, Commander, but I reckon it's the right choice. We've no idea what awaits us down in those caves, it's true. We know damn well the danger we face up here. Yes, Batojiri, it is. And I will link the info for it for you. Here we go. So I wasn't given a choice in this matter. You can select up to 5 characters when forming a party. It's important to consider the status of each. Characters become well-rested with inactivity. Okay. They gain 5% to power and earn 25% more experience. An available character is fit and ready for duty. Fatigue character can still participate, but they're debuffed. Injured, they can participate, but they'll suffer penalties. Unavailable, okay. Before entering a dungeon, you will be able to purchase provisions to bring with you. By default, unused provisions at the end of a dungeon are refunded. Oh, that sucks! Why can't I just keep them till the next dungeon? That's stupid. We already have them. Why do we have to sell them after an expedition? Why can't we just hang on to them? The absolute dumbest. Well, I'll take only what I know I'm going to use. Oh, is it like that in Darkest Dungeon too, Yami? Ale, bandages. Yeah, the rest of it I guess we'll just get bandages. Standing alongside the cave's entrance, you motion to the weary refugees as they file past you, encouraging them to quicken their pace. With everyone inside, you look back into the plains one last time, frowning at the approaching void spawn, now clearly visible to the naked eye. As you enter the depths, a shriek at the front of the column causes a commotion. You push your way through the crowd to see a mutilated corpse slumped on the ground, Heron already down on their knees to examine the wounds. They turn to look up at you, scratching their brow with a puzzled expression. He hasn't been dead for long, could have been demons, but I can't say for certain. They point to a series of deep lacerations on the dead man's body. Not the work of any human, anyway. Regardless, we're obviously not alone down here. We should tread carefully, then. Heron nods as they stand upright and turn toward you, placing a small satchel in your hand. He had this on him. I figure we could make use of it. Received a scroll of accuracy. All right. Good eye, Heron. Enchantments are magic scrolls that can be applied to your gear to grant various stats and unique effects. The scrolls are consumed on use, and the effects are permanent unless overwritten by another enchantment. Use an enchantment, open manage roster. Okay. Holy hell, Zaris, thank you so much for the 6 months of Tier 1 to Lothario. Really appreciate that incredible gesture of generosity, Zaris. That was very kind of you. So I guess we're just doing a dungeon because we're not allowed to fight the Void Spawn. A lone satchel catches your eye on the ground ahead. Though small, it doesn't appear empty and may contain something of worth. Okay, let's take a look. Received bandage. Why did Sigbert lose loyalty? Okay. All right. Oh, we are not avoiding being hit by that thing. Well, maybe we can. So I want to move these two. Okay, yeah, everyone is out of attack range for the first turn. And that this will ensure we get the first attack. It's only getting worse, Yami. Being bought out by Amazon was the beginning of the end. Okay, actually, I should probably check the, check the abilities. Deals dark damage. On death, the demon's soul seeks out a new vessel, empowering an adjacent demon ally with the highest remaining health. The target gains 20% to power, mending, defense, and speed for the remainder of combat or until removed. Okay, so we want to kill this thing last, so it doesn't buff anything. Or we kill it when there are no adjacent demons. Yeah, Miscreant. Bezos just getting greedier. Okay. Vulnerable to Holy. Not at all unexpectedly. Resist Dark, of course. Immune to Charm and Weaken. Corrupted Null Beast. All Null Beast attacks spawn Dead Zone terrain on the target cell that lasts for 3 rounds. Weakens occupants while they stand in it. Okay. Batojiri, that's great. That's fantastic. Bring it nice and hot rather than cold. Yeah, Yami. First world problems indeed. Null Beast standing on Dead Zone terrain gain... Oh, okay. and have their debuffs cleansed. Vulnerable to piercing and holy. Immune to blind, immune to slow, and immune to weaken. Resist lightning. Okay, so they resist elements. Freaking great. Anguished. Okay, empower. So that's a taunt. That's corruption terrain. And then they have a 5-turn self-destruct. All right. Fine and well. We'll have him wait for the moment then. This is that. Okay, and Conduit will take effect first. No! Ah, damn it all! I didn't mean to... I wish I could have canceled that. Is there a start battle over option? Bloody hell. Well, that's a wasted ability. This, however, will not be. Alright, we'll put... No! Ah! Blast it! Undo movement. Didn't realize that was her we were dealing with. So this attack would have 73% chance to hit. Undo movement, okay. Well, we'll move her up here. No, we won't. We will have her wait. Okay, and we'll take him out. Damn it all. Move him over here and have him guard. Okay, so we'll have her sprint over here then. Bloody hell. Yeah, later, loser! We'll have him wait. Okay, Conduit will take effect too late. Will take effect too late. Let's try that again. Because that idiot's dead now. Is this guy... No, he's not immune to blind, so... Let's try Conduit, then. Oh no, we can't, because Conduit won't actually hit. Okay, that idiot's dead. Okay, we'll move him over here, and then... Oh, that thing can't be pushed back, huh? Well then... Oh god, that thing's tough. Yikes. Infernal Pillar. They can sell with a trap. Damage a single target and apply burn. No, you don't. Get out. Okay, he's gonna blow. So we get everybody the hell out. Okay. Simple enough. I hope we got credit for that, that kill. I hope that that thing self-destructing didn't deprive us of loot. Not on lookout. You can't help but feel as if your every action is being observed. Nothing you can do about it but press on, however. Chance of getting ambushed while resting has doubled for the next time you make camp. Okay. Camp to burn incenses and rest your party. Consumed on use. So we get to camp once. You scan the area, your eyes catching a glint of metal. A key. Perhaps you'll find some use for it. Received key. Okay. Okay, so there's a lock over there. Is that the exit? You come to a narrow corridor with an iron gate barring your way. Despite the rust and apparent wear, you're unable to force it open. There must be a key around here somewhere. Use the key. You slide the key into the gate's lock, and with a twist, it clicks open. Okay, Yami, have a good one! Question is this the way out? The key again. I had a feeling. You're not sure when or how it happened, but you seem to have misplaced a few items from your oh, for crying out loud. Alright. Corrupting touch. Damage a single target and place corrupted terrain. Luring darkness. Put a single target... Pulling a single target behind the Temptress? Inflict sleep for 2 rounds and spawn corruption terrain. Okay, vulnerabilities holy, immune, weaken, charm, and restrain. Hi, log! Okay, immunities, bleed, and fear. One of those guys, and then another one of those. Oh, this is a ranged unit, it looks like. And they all get to act first. So we're going to get hit no matter what. Goodness sake, you can't just swap positions on a unit? So we'll at least have our physical attackers up front, and then everyone else behind. Since there's not a lot else we can do. Alright, this is... This is fine. Oh, this doesn't count as a flank. Great. Well, that should finish her at least. You know what? We're gonna wait. And we're gonna have him wait. Oh, we can't have them wait any longer. Okay, well... What we'll do then is put her here. Have her guard. Good, okay, there goes one. And we will have him target this space, because I have no doubt that one of these two enemies is going to move here. Or not. Fine then. I guess they just go for the closest unit. Oh, and it looks like that space is burning. Applies burn to anyone passing through or standing in the fire. I can't put that trap on her hex, so he's going to have to guard. Damn it all. Well, we'll give her a bandage. Oh, that's great. You know what, though? Still counts as a flank. Oh, it doesn't! We'll have him wait. Oh, his is the last turn. Yurik. Right, I guess we have no choice here. No, of course not. All the enemies seem to have really high evasion. Okay, then. Item. Health potion, bandage. Oh, good. Immune. Excellent. Who is this now? This is... Oh, okay. Cleansing negative conditions. Perfect. Did that even do anything? Guess not. There. Good riddance. We need to move him over here so we can actually get some attacks going on. Move him over. And we'll move him over. And we'll just gank. Oh, but that damages 2 of us. Yurik needs it most. For all the good it did. And there's some dialogue over there. I don't know, man. I think we need to camp. During longer missions, you can make camp in order to rest your party and apply various bonuses. Camping does not cost time and instead resets the meter to 0. Some locations are safer than others. We should pick a spot that has few points of entry to lessen the chances of being set upon by enemies. Camping allows you to burn incense, applying various benefits to your party. It does not cost time and will instead reset the current revolution of the time meter. Campsite risk 40%, so no. Let's head over here first. You continue through the dark passages. Alaric strolls alongside you, taking a glance back at the rest of the column before leaning in close. A lot of tired souls back there, Commander. Think it would be wise if we found a place to make camp for the night. We don't want anyone collapsing on us, our own crew least of all. I'll consider it, thank you. I mean, I was already considering it. The best we're going to do is 2 entry points. And I want to see if we can possibly get the most out of the time meter. So I think now is a good chance to camp while the meter's nearly full. Remaining camps 1. So it's 10% risk for every entry point into camp, it looks like. Welcome back, warrior! Nice, Batajiri. I also like to order for a couple of meals when I order takeout. Once you've established your campsite, you can select various incenses to burn that provide healing and other unique benefits. You only have a limited number of incense points available, so choose carefully. Incenses can be unlocked in company upgrades, right. Decrease the chance of your camp being interrupted. You can place up to 2 party members on lookout. Though decrease the interrupt chance by half, keep in mind that characters on the lookout will not benefit from the effect of incense. Okay, so who least needs the heals? Nobody. Primary effect, we've got 15 incense points. Modify incense. 25%. Recover ability charges. Okay, restore vitality. And restore stamina? Okay, excellent. $25 HP for every battle. That's not really worth it at all, especially for the price. Recover 10 morale, no secondary effect. Recover HP by 10%. Okay, we don't need any of that for now. So that's good. Begin camping. Yeah, Batarjiri, pace yourself. Pacing is important. You jolt awake, your rest disturbed by a far-off noise that you can't be certain it wasn't simply part of a dream. You sit upright and glance at the campfire, now little more than embers. Your companions sound asleep around it. Investigate the noise. You look around for a time, but nothing seems out of the ordinary. A dream, then? Or perhaps just the rustling of a small creature? Not on lookout. Alright, so have we done it? Was that it? No, it wasn't. Okay, Morchego, have a good one. Thank you for hanging out. So what then? So does end camp just apply the bonuses? I guess I'll have to try. I don't see any other buttons. Okay, yes, it does. You round a corner to find a young man slumped against the wall, barely conscious, with blood pooling around him from a wound in his gut. He looks up at you through pained eyes. Thank the gods, I was beginning to think no one would find me. He glances down, hand clutching his wound. I was attacked by some beast, only just managed to get away, though not quickly enough. Yurik steps beside you, whispering in your ear. That wound looks bad. I say we help him. Escort him to safety. Shame we didn't arrive in time to save you. Kill and loot him. Can't afford the resources. Well, we'll give him the potion, I guess. Potion should help for a while, at least long enough to find yourself a healer. We don't have the ability to see to his wound. Almost everyone liked that. Relief washes over the man's face, and he looks up as if to thank the gods. Bless you, friends. I can hardly thank you enough, but I hope these items I found will suffice. We got back a health potion? If you had a health potion, why didn't you just use it in the first place? What an idiot. 5, whatever this is, reputation, I guess, with the citizens of Andalon. I'll be on my way then. I'll make sure the folks in town hear of this. Oh, God. The journey seems to have clouded your sense of time. You can't say for certain how long you've been here. One less time unit required for each revolution on the time meter. Oh, great. Okay, so that was all a wash. Ah, and here's the boss. All right. Alaric fumbles with his map beside you, trying to make out the details by torchlight. I do believe we're nearing the exit, Commander. On your other side, Heron's arm suddenly juts out in front, his hand held out to stop you, the other pointing ahead. Do you see that? A dark figure looms ahead of you, its features obscured by the darkness, but its nature is nonetheless clear. Heron lowers his arm, reaching instead for his weapon and setting his feet. That is no ordinary demon. Well, it didn't ambush us. What do we have? We have Risen Ghoul, Corrupted Null Beast, a Temptress, and a Dread Knight. Okay. Empower. Weak against Holy. Weaken Charm, Restrain, and Fear. Damage a single target and puts Corruption Terrain on their position. Targets 2 cells in a row, damaging the occupants and lowering their morale. If only the near cell is occupied, the target is pushed away. If only the far cell is occupied, the target is pulled forward. Target a vacant cell, conjuring a dark pit that floats... that roots adjacent enemies until destroyed. All units can be pushed into the pit. Okay, so that could be a double-edged sword. Oh, okay. Yeah, that guy is super dangerous. Alright, so we are going to have to take advantage of pits of our own at this point. All right. That's about as good as it's going to get. So the question is, do we move back and utilize this pit? Or do we try to move up and utilize this one? I think we move up. And actually, we reposition ourselves because these guys do not need to be able to hit us just yet, as long as we stay right down here. Of course, I accidentally walked him into the wrong space. So we'll lure them in a little. Alron Dolman, thank you so much for the raid. Hello and welcome. Really appreciate that. Great to see you. What do I want to do here? How are you doing, Alron? What were you playing? Yeah, because ideally, if we can group them up, I'll be able to use Arc Lightning. Oh, and that will just kill this unit. Okay. Perfect. Move. What's this? Root, unable to move on their own or use abilities that incorporate movement. Okay. Elron, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Really appreciate that. Yeah, I remember Elron. Okay, we'll have him wait. And then have her move up and guard. We'll have him move up. And can we hit this guy? Yes, we can. Clear negative conditions. Okay, so... Alright, and now... we'll move him up here. And then we'll put this here. There goes one. Nice damage. Have to do the best we can with what we've got there. That doesn't seem to have restored a lot of... There we go! Awesome! Got him. Infernal Pillar, 2 targets in a row. Yeah, okay. I think what we need most is that burn damage. And then we'll heal him. You know what? And Conduit, can we... No, we can't hit him with Conduit, but we can't hit any of them with Conduit. Okay, so instead... Oh, that will damage... Aha! Okay, yeah, we need to get rid of her first. And then Cyclone... What if... Oh, we can't. Okay, then. What if we do this? That was, in fact, not a good idea. It's hard to tell who's who. Okay, that's him. It might be Elron. Oh, you were playing Celeste. Okay. Man, I don't think I could play Celeste. I would tear my hair out. Okay, we can hit this guy with Conduit. And... oh, that's terrible. Blind her. We'll move here, and... oh god, that's terrible too. Oh, and he'll move first. And that will hit allies, so... Alright, we got him. Does that actually count as the victory, though, or... No, it does not. We still have to finish the remaining enemies. Okay. And she can head over here and heal him. And since that enemy is already flanked, I can now attack from any angle, which is interesting. Heal him a little bit. So he has 335 HP. That didn't actually restore any of his HP. It says it's supposed to heal the target. What gives? Okay, that'll kill it, but instead, we're gonna wait, and then we're gonna heal him. There. Scroll of Mending? Okay. That's for a weapon. And a bandage. Spell bleed and grievous wounds. Okay, well. A faint ray of light can be seen ahead, motivating everyone to quicken their pace ever so slightly. You pause as you round the next corner, your eyes adjusting to the dim light being cast from the surface. The refugees behind you all breathe a collective sigh of relief, though all are well aware that the journey is not yet over. Beside you, Florin clamps a hand down on your shoulder with excitement. Never has gray skies brought so much relief. They drop their hands, shuffling past you with the crowd. To Andalon, then. Let's head out. Still a lot of ground to cover. Area cleared. Paltry amount of gold. Unbelievable. And there's the darkest dungeon. Scroll of Mending, some scrap, and a scroll of accuracy. Oh, wow! That's a lot of money. I guess sort of, nobleman. I've never played XCOM, so you would know better than I would. You emerge from the cavern, a few of the refugees hesitantly approaching you to offer their nervous gratitudes. You give them a faint smile before shifting your focus to the outstretched plains before you, glancing sideways at Alaric, who is doing the same. We've done well, Commander, against all odds. Andalon is still a few days out, but I suspect the worst is behind us. He claps an arm around your shoulders as you begin to walk forward. Let's collect that reward, shall we? Literally not even any closer to the city than when we started. Okay, well... Confirm. Distinct thunder of galloping horses fills the air, a group of riders fast approaching from just up the road. Bearing the Vanguard sigil, you soon recognize the lead rider as he pulls up nearby, dismounts his horse, and walks toward you with purpose. There you are, with all the void spawn crawling about these parts. I was beginning to fear the worst. He looks behind you with narrowing eyes, surveying your company. What of my men? You're overwhelmed by demons. Your men are dead, I fear, though we can't be certain. Overwhelmed by demons. Your men fought valiantly and bought us time to get away. Gained reputation with the Vanguards. Okay. I see. He glances down, heaving out a long sigh. It never gets easier sending soldiers to their deaths. But you've kept these people safe, so at least some good came of their sacrifice. Come, we'll accompany you to Andalon and get your payments sorted. There's another matter we could use your help with, but we'll discuss that later. You return to your caravan and set off once again toward Andalon, following closely behind the contingent of Vanguard soldiers. Things are likely to get worse soon enough, but for now, everyone in the company is grateful for a moment's rest. Okay, we made it back. Alright, hang on. A void breach has been reported in the area. If not taken care of, the country could soon be swarming with void spawn. Great. Bandits have been spotted. Making raids on unprotected settlements. Trade has slowed down, and costs have risen. Great. I don't know about XCOM, Alron. I played a game like XCOM, and it was pretty iffy to me. Okay, Dr. Judy, have a good one. Good luck with the haul tomorrow. Hang in there. Ducking your head through a guarded doorway, you step forward to find the officer leaning over a table, his eyes carefully scanning a map in front of him. He takes notice of your arrival, raising his hand to signify that he'll be with you in a moment. He turns to a nearby soldier, issuing some orders that you can't quite overhear, and presses some papers into his hands. The soldier nods, salutes in return, and makes to leave, striding past you on the way out. The officer regards you with a welcoming gesture. Please come, we have much to discuss. He takes a seat behind the table and bids you take one opposite him. You look a sight better than when last I saw you. You're all well rested, I hope. We have a need for your talents when you're feeling ready. This damned scourge is just beginning, after all. He turns and signals to an assistant who places a chest of coins down on the table with a rattle. But first, there's the matter of your payment. He places a hand on the chest. You've done a great deed for us. Many have you to thank for their lives. What was it we had agreed on? $550? I believe that was the price. Very good. He slides the chest over to your side of the table. To the next matter at hand, he gestures toward the table map, topped with a finely crafted wood pieces representing both friendly and unfriendly forces. Seems those demons of yours do not give up easily. Your detour into the caves may have bought some time, but our scouts report they're still in pursuit, headed straight for the city. Unfortunately, much of our forces are occupied elsewhere and cannot be recalled in time. He rises from the table, straightening up to level his gaze on you. The city guard will of course be getting involved, but I would not refuse extra help. We're eager to assist. I'm glad to hear it. He steps out from behind the desk, an arm placed on your back as he shows you to the door. Preparing our defenses just outside the city. Meet me there when you're ready, but don't take too long. We haven't much time until those bastards... So I didn't even get a break between handing in the end of the contract and taking the next one. When you complete a contract, you'll be rewarded with renown and reputation. Renown is a measure of your overall fame within the world. As your renown grows, you'll be trusted with more difficult contracts and gain access to better equipment and recruits. Additionally, you'll gain renown points, which can then be spent on company upgrades. We've acquired another renown point, Commander. We should look into some upgrades for the company. Okay. Contract completed. Okay, yes, well... Increase your roster capacity. Reduce the costs of your mercenaries. Increase gear durability. Increase loyalty gain rate. Travel speed on the overworld. Company carrying capacity. Well, out of the ones that are available to us right now, carrying capacity seems the most useful. Rest. Fatigue recovery 3. Jesus. And... oh God, okay. So we need to give people a bit of a rest, it looks like. And maybe recruit some new folks. What are we working with here? Violent deaths trigger on every killing blow? Wonder if that, sprint range increased by 1. Accuracy and evasion increased by 10. Ignore blind and deaf traits. Evasive and cautious. Okay. Fists of Fury. Mind, body, and soul. Yeah, you know what? We'll take him. Yes, Elron, it is in early access. If you're interested in it, there's the Steam page. Alright, so I guess we'll hire him. And who else? Okay, so these are the same units from before. Merciful, Fortitude, Open-minded, Problem Solver, Heavy-handed, Accuracy reduced by 10, Crit chance increased by 5. I don't know, I mean, it doesn't have any synergy with crit chance. So this is not an ideal combination of traits, especially the accuracy penalty. What do we have here? Fortified guard, immune to push and pull. Content, merciful. Incur less fatigue from expeditions. Okay, taunt and swing in an arc. I guess we'll take her. Because we've got to start rotating people out. Now we'll buy everyone around. How about the infirmary? No, that's not what I want. So, fatigue 9 days. Fatigue 19 days. Oh, bloody hell. That's not going to be helpful. Fatigue 2 days. Alright, well, first things first. These scrolls I don't think we really have a use for. Spices I don't know as we have a use for. Iron. Scroll of accuracy. That's pretty good. Scroll of blocking. Evasion. Eh. Pitchfork is 60. The Boar Spear is 68, so we get rid of that. We can sell the spices. We'll grab the spear. We'll grab buckler. Don't have access to a bow. Oh, this was a commodity that, I thought we needed this as provisions for, adventures. I guess not. No problem, Elron. Please go take care of yourself and get some food. Leather scale. Traveler's staff. Okay, so we've got the equipment for her. And we are going to want one of those for whoever is tanking. Congrats, Elron! I am proud of you! Golden curry, are you using the, curry mix? Tell me, Elron, how are you preparing it? Tell me how you go through the procedure. I'm really curious, because I know you had told me last time we spoke about this that you were really averse to working with raw ingredients like chicken. And we had talked about how you could have the butcher shop that you purchase your meat from do the prep in that regard for you, dice up the meat, so that when you get it home, it's all ready to go. And all you have to do is dump the bag into a frying pan and not touch it. So do tell. Let's see. Well, he's going to be sitting on the bench for a while. And she is going to be sitting on the bench for a while. And he's going to be sitting on the bench for a while. As is he. So... we can use those. And she can use those. You solve that issue by rinsing the raw chicken under the tap water? Yeah, Elron, if you're gonna rinse your chicken, I would rinse it in... usually you'll get it in a plastic bag. Rinse it in the bag and then pour the water out carefully, but after you've done that, take a sanitizing wipe and sanitize your sink, because you could potentially, whatever bacteria are on the chicken, if there are any, you could spread that to your sink, which is a wet environment where bacteria likes to grow. So that's what I recommend, but other than that, I'm glad to hear that you were able to find a way to handle raw chicken. Congratulations. How about the rest of the recipe? Once you've cut up the chicken, what do you do then? What other ingredients do you add? And how do you prepare them? All right, let me make sure here. We've got 1, 2, 3. What do you mean she isn't well rested? 10 days, 15 days, 2 days, 19 and 9. We're going to need to recruit one more person in order to have a full party. And I really don't want to recruit a coward, so we're going to rest the 2 days. And nobody new has joined us. Well, maybe we can make it work with 4. You cut up the chicken and the onion, put them in the pan to cook. The oil, very good. The thing you do, you don't brown the onion all the way before you pour the water and other ingredients in. Other ingredients are chestnuts and baby carrots. You boil that together for 25-ish minutes. Mix in the curry bricks. Okay, interesting, Elron. Well, congratulations, first of all, on being able to handle that kind of cook, because that is a lot of prep, and especially the raw chicken. Great job. That's tremendous progress. And I am indeed very, very proud of you. Use the carrots to compensate for the onions not being as brown. Do you not like the onions as brown, Alron? Because if you have trouble with the flavor of onion, cooking them more will make their flavor more mild. Do you just not like onions when they're brown? Do you have an issue with the flavor or the texture? Oh, you love onion, okay. So what I recommend you do, Elron, because first of all, you cook them less because you want an onion taste. So Elron, if you still want the onion taste and you want the onions more brown, what you can do is cook the onions very quickly on high heat. So you'll throw the onions into a pan with the oil, and you'll make sure that the pan is already hot with the oil when you throw them in. And then you'll just saute the onions for 1 or 2 minutes. That's all you need, and that way you'll get them nice and brown without overcooking them. Okay. Because using a really nice high heat with onions, because they take a bit to cook anyway, but if you cook them quickly on high heat in a frying pan, you'll brown them quickly without overcooking them. Hey, Low Kitty, welcome! Great to have you. Another thing I recommend you do, Elron, is the onions are something that if you're going to pre-cook them, you can add them to the curry later. So what you would want to do is brown them in a pan first, and then set them aside. Like, put them in a separate dish, leave them off to the side, don't cook them any further. And then add them to the curry at the end, because they're already cooked, and that way they won't lose any flavor. You'll still have the full flavor of the onions. Low Kitty, hello and welcome. Great to see you. Yeah, of course we're talking about food. So I recommend, Alron, that you pre-cook your onions, brown them in advance, give them all the heat they need, and then just set them aside and add them back to the curry at the end. As for the rest of it, if you can get your hands on vegetable broth or chicken broth, I recommend you use that for the curry instead of water. It will add more flavor, and it'll result in a more delicious curry. You can usually get vegetable or chicken broth, well, you would want to use stock, actually, because stock will not be seasoned. It won't have salt in it. So get vegetable or chicken stock if you can, and look at the ingredients when you get it to make sure that that you're not getting a product that has extra salt added already to it. And well, Elron, your father doesn't seem to understand the scale of progress that you're working with, if that's the case. For you, the last time we spoke, all you could do was microwave a pizza. So to be able to handle raw meat, chop vegetables, saute vegetables on the stove with oil, and to be able to be confident enough to use a frying pan and to understand and work with that kind of heat, that is enormous progress. So don't let naysayers dissuade you, Alron. Where you started was a long way behind where you are now. A long way. So yeah, that is absolutely a tremendous amount of progress from where you began. And I am indeed very proud of you. Now, Alron, now that you can prepare the recipe from start to finish, now all you need to do, and this is the fun part, is tweaking it and making it more to your liking. Changing around maybe the order in which you prepare ingredients, maybe adding or subtracting different ingredients according to what your preferences are. If there's a particular ingredient that you think might be more enjoyable to add to your curry, now you can start thinking about adding it. If you want to cook the chicken a little longer or for a little less time, depending on what result you got the first time, now you can think about that. Have a trick for cooking things at the right heat and not getting your hands singed? What's that? Okay, Manfred's good to go. These two are going to have to sit out, but at the very least... Yeah, okay, so he's going to... If only he got the increase to mending. And we're going to increase that. And we're going to... Restoration 1. Stabilize injuries and heals the target. Whenever the pot is cooking too intense, you shout obey with ferocity. Interesting, Alron. Well, for curry, Alron, you want to cook it on a low heat anyway, and what I recommend you do is get the curry broth started cooking first thing. So, throw your curry cubes into the pot with your vegetable stock or chicken stock or whatever kind of stock you're using. And then that way the pot is good and ready to go. And you want to set it to a relatively low heat. If you have an electric stove that has dials with numbers on them, and if your number goes up to like 8 or 10, set the heat for the curry pot to a 3, maybe. But not higher than a 4. But you want kind of a medium-low heat for curry. You don't want to cook it too quickly. You want to simmer it nice and slow. So you start your curry broth going before you even have any ingredients in it. And then while the broth is warming up, yeah, you want to start the curry as soon as you can, Alron, because if you add it last, it has less time for the curry seasoning to blend with the other ingredients. The whole point of a curry is that you start off with a nice broth and you simmer the ingredients in the seasoned broth for a long period of time, because that gives the seasonings in the curry broth time to impart their flavor to the ingredients that you simmer in them. So start your curry broth first and mix it in with vegetable stock or chicken stock rather than water if you can. And then while the curry broth is heating up, then you saute your onions and set those aside. And then you pan-sear your chicken, or you saute your chicken, however you like your chicken cooked. You can pre-cook it in a frying pan if you want, but ideally, you want to add the chicken directly to the pot of curry and just let the chicken simmer in the curry, because what that will do is it will cook all of the curry seasonings into the chicken. You want to make sure the chicken's cut fairly small, fairly thin pieces. You don't want huge chunks of chicken, because the smaller it's cut, the quicker it will cook. and the easier it will be for the broth to penetrate the chicken and impart all of its flavor. Oh, Soul Bishop, if you're getting ads, try using these. They don't work 100% of the time, but they definitely help cut down on the ads. So, Alron, what I suggest you do is get your chicken broth, your curry broth going as soon as you can. Throw your chicken in first, because the chicken will probably take the longest time to cook anyway, even if you do cut it fairly small. And then cook your onions separately if you want them brown. Set them aside, and if you've cut up carrots to put in the curry, those you can throw in a little bit after the chicken. The carrots will take a while to cook anyway, but carrots have a somewhat longer cook time because they're more, they're a sturdier vegetable. So let the chicken cook first, throw your carrots in a couple minutes after the chicken, and let the carrots cook a few minutes, and then throw the onions in, and simmer that until the chicken is cooked through, and go nice and low and slow. Soul Bishop, they're using golden curry bricks, the paste, the basic stuff. You have to remember, Soul Bishop, not everyone uses whole curry seasonings. We are talking about here, Soul Bishop, somebody who is just beginning to take the first steps of learning how to cook. And the last time I spoke with them, they were not able to do anything other than prepare a frozen pizza in a microwave. So whole seasonings are another step. That they'll get to that. You have to remember, Soul Bishop, you're a professional chef, and this is someone starting from scratch. Yeah, Warrior, that's why I say it's a personal choice. If you want to brown the chicken for curry, you can. And if you want to do that, you would brown it first in the pan separately, and then add it to the curry broth. But you don't have to. Oh, well, Alron, fortunately for you, ziti is actually very easy. Ziti you just throw into a pot of boiling water, and you set a timer, and when the timer goes off, you take the pot off the burner, and pour the pot of ziti through a strainer, and strain it. And then you can mix it with whatever sauce you want, and you're good to go. The only complex part of ziti, Alron, is the sauce. And depending on what kind of sauce you want to have with your ziti, you could even do something as simple as start with a store-bought sauce, and just warm the store-bought sauce up in a pot, and then pour it over your ziti, along with some extra virgin olive oil and, you know, some black pepper, whatever. Nah, Alron, that's really any kind of basic pasta, ziti, spaghetti. All you have to do is boil it for the correct amount of time and then strain it at the end. And if you're going to be making your sauce from scratch, you want to save a little bit of the pasta water to make the sauce with. But I suspect you probably are going to be starting a little simpler than that, so no need to worry about that. Oh, Amateur Doll, thank you for asking. I just go by he, him. I'm a pretty bland, boring, cis dude, so nothing special to see here. But yeah, Alron, that's really all there is to pasta is you just boil it for the amount of time that is mentioned on the box, and you might even want to go a minute or two less if you like your pasta al dente, especially if you're going to be serving your pasta with a sauce that will be hot off the stove. Well, thank you, Amateur. I'm glad somebody does. Thank you, Lokitty. It's sweet of you to say that. Your dad did one with ground sausage, 2 different kinds of sauce, ricotta, 5 layers in a casserole. Yeah, okay, no, you don't need to go that fancy, Alron. I kind of get the sense your father probably does not appreciate where you started and where you're headed, especially if he is making dishes on that level of complexity. Alron, I have to ask you, Are you wanting to make just a regular bowl of ziti, like a regular... And matter of fact, I was going to play a new game today, but this is just turning into a cooking stream. Let me just use pictures for this, Elron, because I think that will probably give both of us a better idea of what we're working with here. So, Elron, there's image number 1. Is that the kind of ziti that you're looking to make? Just the kind that you eat out of a bowl with sauce, or are you looking to make something more along the lines of a ziti dish that you put in the oven and bake? So are you trying to make number 1, image number 1 or image number 2 here, Elron? Which of those are you going for? Oh, Amateur Doll, that's awesome. I'm glad to hear that. Well, you should share the love and encourage other people to start cooking as well. How do you incorporate the cheese into the ziti? You have to pre-cook the ziti anyway, Miscreant. You have to boil it first anyway. And you add the cheese to it, depending on what kind of sauce you want. If you're doing like a macaroni-style ziti, where you're making a cheese-based, like a white sauce, like a Mornay, you make the Mornay sauce separately, and then you add it to the ziti, and then add a layer of cheese and maybe breadcrumbs on top of the ziti, and then bake it. If you're going to do a baked ziti with a red sauce, like a tomato-based sauce, then all you have to do is pre-cook the ziti, mix it with the tomato sauce, put it in your casserole dish, sprinkle cheese on top, and then bake it. It's still a pretty simple dish at its most basic without too many ingredients. You can boil noodles, drain it, and add sauce. Okay, well, that's a good start, Elron. So, Elron, if you can already do number 1, then it's only 1 or 2 extra steps for number 2. So, to get the baked ziti, you boil the ziti, because the ziti has to be pre-cooked beforehand. You're going to cook it twice. You're going to boil it in a pot just to soften it up and make it edible, but then you're going to cook it a second time by putting it in the oven afterward. So what you want to do is you boil your ziti, and then you drain it to make sure there's no water left in the ziti. And once you've got your boiled ziti, then you need to decide what kind of sauce you want. So, Elron, were you just going to do a baked ziti with regular tomato sauce, like a red sauce? Or were you thinking of doing more of a cheese sauce, a white sauce, with your ziti? Because the white sauces are a little bit more complex to make. And if you want to do something simple at first, I recommend you start with a red sauce, a tomato sauce. You were thinking a red sauce. Okay, I agree with that. I think that's a good idea. If you're going to do like a white sauce, that takes more prep and more technique. So I would work your way up to that. Start with a red sauce so that you get the feel for the basic steps. White sauces are strange tasting? Well, I mean, I guess it depends on what you like. The traditional Mornay sauce is basically a sauce based on cream, butter, and cheese. And then there's also what's called a bechamel, which is just the cream and the butter and a little bit of flour to thicken it without the cheese. But a lot of people will sometimes add other ingredients to white sauces as well, Elron. They'll sometimes add white pepper or white wine, and that can... Yeah, Amateur Doll, the 2 traditional white sauces are the bechamel and the Mornay. And there might be a third that I'm forgetting about. Yeah, nutmeg, Echo Drop, thank you. Nutmeg can add a flavor to white sauces, Elron, that you might find strange. But if you're making your own, you can just leave it out. You don't have to use it. But yeah, Amateur Doll, white sauces are generally based in cream. And the bechamel is just cream and butter, and the Mornay is basically a bechamel with cheese. They're usually used for things like macaroni and cheese, baked macaroni and cheese, and, yeah, okay, there you go, yeah. Southern biscuits and gravy just uses a cream-based sauce usually, so... Excellent! So you're familiar. I've seen biscuits and gravy use other types of sauce as well, Amateur Doll. I've seen them use, like, pan sauces from chicken or turkeys. You have a hysterical cooking story. Before you learned curry, you tried your hand at some sort of chicken pasta dish. Okay. All right. That's an okay place to start. Maybe not the easiest, but it's a decent starting point. All right. What else do we have here? Oh, he can't even equip a new skill. Okay. Target any cell within range and channel. Deals massive damage. And then there's Cyclone. Increased range. Faster channeling. Don't mind if I do. Good morning, Echo Drop. Made many roux and get creative with your gravy. Oh no, Alron, I think I already see where this is going. You confused a wet cup with a dry cup, didn't you? The recipe meant fresh parsley and you thought it was ground parsley. Oh no, that's even worse. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, Miscreant, if you have the ability to get it from a good Italian restaurant, that's a lot easier. Although I've made some pretty good chicken parm at home. You made parsley... It sounds like you made chicken parsley, Alron. Yeah, well, Alron, but you know what? That's okay. Those kinds of experiences are exactly how you learn. And the more of those experiences you have, the less slip-ups you will make in the kitchen. Because now you know that dry parsley is a lot stronger than fresh parsley, and you need a lot less of it to flavor your dish. Oh, hey, welcome back, Magnus. Yeah, Alron, in general, dried herbs or dried ingredients of any kind will usually have a stronger flavor than fresh. I like to use fresh herbs in my cooking just because I like the flavor of fresh herbs a little bit more. Dry herbs are fine if that's all you have, but if you can find fresh herbs on sale and you know you'll use all of them before they spoil, I prefer to use fresh, but it also somewhat depends on what you're making. There are some recipes where dried herbs will actually give you a better flavor than fresh herbs, or they might give you a flavor that you prefer. It all depends on personal taste. Well, Elron, if I had been in his position, I would have tried to comfort you and offered you some encouragement that you learned a lesson, you know what mistake not to make now, and this is the last time you'll ever make that mistake, right? And you'll also be able to transfer the knowledge you gained from that mistake over to other things, right? Next time you use other dried herbs, maybe oregano or sage or thyme, you'll remember what happened with the parsley and you'll know to add about half the amount of dry that you would use fresh. So it's a lesson, Alron, and every lesson is the building block of a foundation upon which you will build a complete set of cooking skills and of confidence to cook, you know? Yeah, I mean, a little bit of extra parsley's not terrible. I like parsley. And you still ate the chicken in the end, Alron, so it wasn't a total loss. You didn't ruin it to the point that you had to throw it out. And now you know. But yeah, Alron, for curry, definitely start your curry broth cooking first, because you want the ingredients to spend as long as possible in the broth so that that way they take the most flavor from the broth. They gain the most flavor from the broth, I should say. And yeah, throw the chicken in first, throw the carrots next. If you're going to pre-cook your onions, throw the onions last, because they'll already have been cooked and browned. For baked ziti, all you have to do is pre-cook the ziti, boil it first, and then drain the water out of it. Be careful not to burn yourself as you're draining the boiling water. That's really important. Use pot holders when you're handling the pot that you boiled the ziti in. And then drain the ziti, put it in a bowl and set it to the side, and just let it cool. And as a matter of fact, Elron, if you're making baked ziti, you want to cook the ziti about 2 minutes less than you would normally cook it if you were just going to serve it immediately. Because you're going to be cooking it in the oven after that, so you'll want to give it a little bit of lead time so that you don't overcook it. So if you're boiling a pot of ziti and the directions say to cook the ziti for 10 minutes, boil it for like 7 or 8 minutes. Take 2, maybe 3 minutes off the cook time. And then just set it aside and let it cool. And then get your casserole dish and mix your ziti with a little bit of extra virgin olive oil to prevent it from sticking to itself. And then put it in the casserole dish and cover it with sauce. Or what you could do instead, that would even be a little easier, is set your ziti aside in a bowl and just mix it straight with a little bit of extra virgin olive oil and then some sauce in the bowl. And then that way you have an easier time mixing it, and the sauce will be evenly distributed. And then once your ziti is all mixed with the sauce, then you just spoon it into the casserole dish or the baking pan, and you grate some cheese on top of it. And at that point, you can also garnish it with a little bit of black pepper or whatever other seasonings, assuming you didn't already add the seasonings during a previous step. I mean, Oh, thank you, Elron. That's sweet of you. And thank you, Amateur Doll. I appreciate it. Well, Amateur Doll, you have to use your dried herbs. I mean, the dried herbs will last a while, but you have to keep them out of the light. You can't store them in a bright place. You have to store them somewhere cool and dry. Yeah, I could drop. The olive oil's not necessary, but it gives a little bit of flavor as well. And if you're using a red sauce, the olive oil also helps a little bit to bind the sauce to the pasta. Plus, it just adds a really nice flavor. There's nowhere cool and dry in Alabama until November. Not even your basement, Amateur Doll? So, the point is, Elron, anything you're going to add to your ziti, mix it in while your ziti is in the bowl after being cooked. So you've boiled your ziti, you've drained it, you've put it in a bowl, and whatever you're going to add to it to bake it, add it while it's in the bowl. Add your sauce, add your extra virgin olive oil, add your pepper, add your, if you've already made meat to put in your baked ziti, like if you've cooked sausage or something separately, you add that while it's in that big bowl. And then once it's all mixed with everything that you want to cook it with, you spoon it into your casserole dish and sprinkle your grated cheese on top, and then throw it in the oven and bake it. And then when you take it out, you can garnish it with fresh parsley. Or if you're going to use dry parsley, you can put dry parsley on top before you bake it. Oh, thank you, Miscreant. I appreciate that. Oh, the basement is under the water table. Okay, well, that's not helpful then, is it? Amateur Doll, your best bet then is just a cabinet. And if you have someplace airtight that you can put them, all the better. But yeah, a nice dark cabinet that doesn't get any light. And preferably a cabinet that's not right above your sink or something where there's a lot of moisture. Preferably a cabinet away from sources of condensation, like your sink and your stove. All right, what did we want to do here with conduit? I think we wanted 50 more damage when using conduit's last ability charge. Okay. Gain 25 evasion and immunity to push and pull while channeling. Striking the Stormcaller. Crew is static. Okay, Conduit now strikes all cells within range along the targeted path. Wow, the first target hit takes full damage, with each subsequent target taking 25% less. Ah! Okay, no, so... Honestly, for the most consistent performance, faster channeling, potency, and increased range. Increased range, charge. Enemies within 2 cells of the Stormcaller are feared for 1 round. Okay, maybe? Enemies are feared for 2 rounds. Applies a static charge stack to the adjacent enemies of the target. Static charge is active on the target. All stacks are consumed. They are stunned for 2 rounds. I'm not terribly impressed by any of this. I think increased range, charge 1, faster channeling, potency, increased range, and overload. So faster channeling for starters. Well, I'm glad to have you, Alron, and I'm glad you're feeling a little better. No problem, Karaga. Have a good night. Thank you for hanging out today. Yeah, that's all you can do, Amateur Doll. All you can do is work with what you've got. I understand. So, Alron, to review one more time, just to make sure you're comfortable with the procedure for ziti. You boil your ziti, cook it 2 or 3 minutes less than you're supposed to, or if you only have to boil it for like 5 minutes, boil it for 3 or 4 minutes. But follow the directions, and whatever the directions say for your ziti, cook it a couple of minutes less. And then, when you're done boiling it, you strain it out, remove the water, put it in a big bowl, like if you've got a stainless steel bowl or a cooking bowl or something, that's best. While your ziti is in the bowl, mix in some extra virgin olive oil, a little bit of salt, a little bit of pepper. But be careful about mixing in salt if your sauce already has a lot of salt. You usually won't need too much more, but you can add a pinch if you want, if you feel like a little bit of extra salt is necessary. But add your seasonings, your black pepper, your cheese, your meat if you're going to add meat, and add your sauce, and mix that all together. Make sure it's evenly distributed while your ziti is in the bowl. And then, when your ziti is mixed with everything you want to add to it, make sure also that when you mix meat in with your ziti, make sure whatever meat you're mixing in is already fully cooked. So if you're going to do ziti with chicken, or if you're going to do ziti with sausage, cook the chicken and the sausage separately before you mix them in with the ziti. Because baking them will not be enough to cook them properly. So make sure all of your ingredients are prepped and ready to go before you mix them in with your ziti. Mix them in with the sauce and the cheese and all the other stuff, and then spoon your ziti into your casserole dish. Make sure also that, I mean, it's probably not as crucial with baked ziti, but you might want to coat the inside of your casserole dish with a little bit of butter just to prevent your pasta from sticking. Again, if you're using a red sauce, it's not a huge deal. Red sauce has enough moisture in it that it would usually be enough to prevent the ziti from sticking on its own. And if you've added extra virgin olive oil, then all the more so. The olive oil will also help prevent it from sticking. Optional step, coat your casserole pan with a little bit of butter. You can, you don't have to. It'll just help. And it'll add some butter flavor, which is nice. And then, once your ziti is in the pan, you want to add a layer of shredded cheese on top of it. And at that point, you can either put it straight in the oven, or if you're going to be garnishing it with dry parsley, you can just sprinkle the dry parsley on top. If you're going to be adding fresh parsley will wilt in the oven, so you want to take the dish out and add your fresh parsley at the very end, right before you serve it, so that the parsley doesn't wilt. And that's all you have to do. It's really that simple. 3, maybe 4 steps. Okay, 1, 2, no. 2, no. 2, 3, 4. Okay, 3 more days we would need to rest in order to bring him back in. Nine days. 4 days. Do we have absolutely anyone? Nope, nobody knew. All right. Oh, and it looks like we can't recruit anyone new anyway. Oh, and we get a 15% discount for our reputation. That's good. What's this? Your funds are running low. You need at least 519 to cover the cost of paying your company contracts at the end of the year. Okay, well, the year is 365 days. At least I hope it is. I guess it was foolish of me to buy these provisions. Maybe they were meant for trade. No problem, Elron. And listen, Elron, if you ever want help cooking, you're always welcome to message me on the Discord. And if you want, we can talk more about ways in which I might be able to provide you with some more direct assistance as well. So, feel free to message me after the stream, Elron, and we can talk more. Okay, link up with the Vanguard outside Andalon. Okay, we'll save. Back on your feet. Okay, that was the point of interest. As you reach the city's outskirts, you observe both men and women hurriedly working on their final defensive preparations. An array of wooden stakes, trenches, and barricades, all impressively set up in just a matter of days. That's a fine work. Should slow them down anyway. The Vanguard officer approaches from your side, somewhat taking you by surprise. I hope it is enough. He turns partially, staring off into the distant fields. We'll find out in short order, I suppose. A horn suddenly blares somewhere along the battle line. The attack has begun. The officer places a hand on your shoulder as he meets your gaze. I will entrust this position to your company. I've left a few of my men under your command. It's imperative that those demons are not allowed to breach the city. Extends his other hand, gripping yours in it. Good luck! Turning away, he slaps down his visor and runs off down the line to rejoin his troops for the coming battle. No, it's fine, Elron. Don't worry about it. And I understand. Sometimes if you're in a really bad mental place, you're not ready to hear any feedback from anyone, because you've got to get your own stuff sorted out. I know, I get it. The fact that you're in a gooder I'm not tired. You're tired. The fact that you're in a better place now, I was going to say you're in a good place and you're in a better place, and I couldn't make up my mind, and I guess my brain split the difference. The fact that you're in a gooder place now is awesome. I'm really happy to hear that. So if you want to learn how to cook gooder, you're always welcome to message me. And I'm always happy to provide some tips. All right. Oh, and we got a couple of allies for this. Okay. I'm not sure which of those is worse, honestly, Alron. Lokitty, I'm the best person to ask for grammar lessons. But, speech when I'm tired is another matter. Hasn't gotten any easier as I get older. Siegbert. Okay, he's fine. She's good. He's good. She's good. He's good. And he's good. Okay. Oh, gotcha, Alron. I see. Yeah, Alron, of course. You can rejoin. All you have to do is go link your account on Discord. You're already subbed. Hop in the Discord, send me a message so I know what your username is, Alron, and we can talk after the stream. Alright, so... there. Now, I think... let me just make sure everyone has equipment. Yes. 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 Although we could do better for him. Yes. And... yes. All right, Vanguard Soldier. Oh, I'm not allowed to move him? I guess I'm not. Oh, okay, I am. Oh, there is not going to be any getting out of this, is there? Without taking damage. Well, I don't know, maybe. That's the whip guy. Yeah, okay, I stand corrected. I think we can make this work. The thing is, these guys look like they have bows, but they seem to also be carrying spears? So I'm not 100% sure... Alright, well, that's probably the best we're going to be able to do here. It will at least... Excellent, Elron! In that case, go ahead and send me a message, and I'll catch up with you after the stream. Yeah, this will at the very least ensure that we don't get attacked at the start of the battle. Who is this now? This is Amara. So we're going to move her over here. Oh, wait, no, that's... Oh, damn it. That was... Blast it on... Ah! God damn it. Oh, these soldiers don't have any abilities. Wait, did I just damage... I don't think I damaged my own ally, did I? No, I didn't. Okay, thank goodness. Well, we've got the flank. I just hate that I wasted those turns accidentally. What? Oh, come on. Ah, I should have... I didn't know he was going to take that path, though. What's this? Okay, Okay, that'll kill this guy. This... Ah! Okay, guaranteed to land that conduit. And this soldier... I really wish we could view the status of these soldiers. There doesn't seem to be any way to do so. Alright, I guess we'll move him here. And prepare him to flank. Alright, what do we have? Taunt. Swing the spear in an arc. Right, well, we'll move her over here and taunt, I guess. Oh, that damage is pathetic. This damage isn't much better. Guess we just do the best we can with what we have. Spear thrust. %50 power. 1%, one movement, okay. Well, actually... that will enable us to one-shot the dangerous unit. Oh, wait, what? What is going on here? Oh, wonderful. What is this? Spectral Soul Piercer. Spectres are not subject to attacks of opportunity, but are unable to move and use an ability on the same turn. After moving, adjacent enemies lose morale. Attack and taunt a single adjacent target. Weak to fire. Actually, what's it immune to? Bleed, knockback, and slow, and it resists piercing and frost. Great. Oh, hang on. We can actually get rid of this. Will conduit. It sure will. Oh, and this bastard is stealing health. Okay, well, we can't have that. Ah, right. I keep forgetting about attacks of opportunity. Right. We need to buff him. That didn't do too much more damage, but... oh, wonderful. Oh, good, and there are more. And this is who? Okay, first of all, get her back up if we can. Oh, God. Oh, and that cost a turn. Sheesh, there we go. What? Oh, blast it all. God, this is no joke. Oh, they get attacks of opportunity as well, though. Ah, this stupid thing here is just a damage sponge. You know what? Ugh. What? Oh, right. God, this is awful. Where are we here? Move? Can I not move? Can't move. Well, I don't think there was anything I could have done about that, and I also, kind of screwed up at the beginning of the battle. So let me see. Hello, Neo Shadow, welcome! Oh, they're all available now, huh? Okay. That changes things a little. Okay, I want the buff. So she'll take this. Lauren will take that. And we'll use Uric, Florin, Manfred, Heron, and I'd like to use Siegbert for the extra conduit. I guess Heron could sit out. All right. Okay, let's see if this goes any better. Heroin, okay. Boy, 300 gold is nowhere near worth it for this. Okay, well... this. Oh. Okay, this'll have to do, I guess. Right, we need to lure this guy to a spot where we can actually get back attacks on him. $79%, huh? Well, that'll kill him. And he won't be able to react to it in time. So that's just one dude dead. I wonder if we can, yeah, there we go. And set that to knock somebody into the spikes. And perfect. We'll be able to hit her first. Then we can buff him so that he deals enough damage to hopefully finish her off. There goes one. Oh, come on. So the turn order lied, basically. Okay. This is Uric. Goodness sake. So we will buff him. Good. Well, there goes one serious threat. And I think we should probably be focusing on, no. We should probably be focusing on enemies that we can actually kill. Because, yeah, that'll just do a pittance. And undo movement and wait. Oh, okay. Guess we'll move him up then. Thank goodness for that damage shield. Move here and kill him. Can I reach? No, I can't. Well, that will do some damage, but... Can I? No, I can't. I'm gonna have to move him around here for the flank. And then, at least... we can maybe go to work. 820 health, my god. .140 power and 119 power, so we want to buff him. There we go. Much better. Dear God, those things move fast. Or they move a long distance. Great, and now that guy's here. And we will wait. Okay. And we will flank. And now we can just use regular attacks. And put that there. Yeah, step on it, idiot. Holy damage, okay, well... And we will taunt that guy. Oh, he's going to act immediately. There's no way. Okay, we'll delay the turn. And we'll finish that guy. And no, because he's going to move. Okay, it was a little damage. Okay, and I think that thing we're supposed to attack. Yes, okay. Very good. Okay. And this guy we're going to want to burn. I'm not sure if that was an automatic counterattack or what was going on. But we're going to blind this guy, hopefully. And then finish off Spectre. Oh, okay, and we get, excellent, we get the preemptive attack. Somehow, I'm not sure how that worked. Jesus. Okay, these guys can retreat for the moment. Arc lightning. Well, it's something. Okay, this will kill. Good. Who most needs healing right now? He does. All right, so I suspect that Demon Knight is going to... Yeah, Dread Knight. He's going to have to walk through that space. So we'll get everyone out of the way. Yup! Perfect. All right. We'll have everyone else guard. Good damage. And since this enemy is stunned, we don't have to worry about accuracy. But we also... Yeah, you know what? We'll flank him anyway. And then this will be a holy attack. Well... We'll go for the blind just in case. See if it sticks. Yup, 1 stack of blind. Accuracy and evasion are reduced by 75%. Stunned, flanked, and staggered. 1 round remaining. Okay, and this should do it. Oh, that was the boss, because of course it was. Oh, welcome back, Yami. Yeah, I was pretty focused. Back to the void with you. Oh, goody. Ale. The sounds of combat fade, replaced by a resounding chorus of cheers that can be heard all across the city. You glance around the battle lines, observing the cost of the hard-fought victory. Your company seems to have fared better than most units, and you exhale a long breath, glad to have survived the day. A familiar voice calls out. You turn around to find the Vanguard officer striding your way, his surcoat and armor spotted with blood, his grimy face full of relief. A costly victory, but a victory nonetheless. I'm glad to see you're still standing. He peers around at the wounded being carried off, the deceased being tossed into piles. There's much I need to oversee here, but stop by the garrison later and we'll see about your payment. Very well. Oh boy. 4 gold. And no loot. What? Didn't we already fix the void breach? Come on. Oh, whatever. Okay, well, before anything else... let's rest a couple days. Buy everyone around. No, there we are. As you're escorted into the garrison's main quarters, the officer raises a brow at your arrival. Standing from his seat, he gestures you forward before stepping to a cabinet at the side of the room, gathering up 2 bags of coins from within. He paces back and places them at your hands. As promised, 300 gold for your services. I wish I could say this was the last of our problems, but we've been made aware of nearby void breach. The party I dispatched in response has yet to report back. Our forces are already stretched thin, trying to stifle the void spawn presence in this area, so I was wondering if we might employ your services once again. You're gonna have to do a little better than 300 gold, friend. I'd hoped as much. Reports indicate that the void breach is located here. His finger points to the map on his desk. Thankfully, it is underground and somewhat secluded, but until it can be closed, it remains a danger nonetheless. The Scourge has thrown more than enough demons and wraiths our way already. He motions again to his assistant, who approaches the table and carefully hands him a pouch, the contents of which you cannot ascertain. Breach stones, a little gift courtesy of our allies within the circle. Take a stone, get close to the breach, and it will destabilize, or so I'm told. Frankly, the magic here is beyond my understanding. He hands over the pouch with a delicate touch. I'm told they can be fragile, so take care in handling them. As for other dangers, the disappearance of my men suggests that the place will be crawling with void spawn, especially as you near the breach itself. I know we're asking a lot of you, but our backs are up against it here. Rest assured that you will be paid. You'll be well paid if you can manage to pull it off. What do you know of the Scourge? The first Scourge was well over a century ago, and it's been recurring every decade since. We still don't know why. What I can tell you is the worst of it is yet to come. Demons and wraiths are one matter, but when that unholy dragon tears through the blackened sky and descends upon our cities, well, I pray we're all nowhere near. A void breach. I'm no expert on these matters, but try to imagine it as a gateway between our world and the void. Demons and wraiths are always looking for a way in, and this allows them the easiest access. Until it can be closed, the void spawn are like water from a leaking dam. Okay. Glad to hear it. He rises from his seat and extends his hand to finalize your agreement. One last thing. If you're short on numbers, it may serve you to visit the inn before departing. In my experience, there's always one or two capable-looking folk just sitting around waiting for an excuse to fight. He flashes a wry smile, only half kidding. Just thought I'd mention it. Medicinal herbs. Okay. Are those things we can actually, things we can actually use? 6 days, 10 days, 4 days. 6. Okay. Looks like we're resting 6 days. No characters with fatigue in need of what? Okay. Something isn't adding up here. I thought we needed to rest 6 days in order to make everyone available. Maybe, Saiku? I don't know. It's difficult to tell. I'm not sure I understand. The tutorial didn't mention anything about a bonus. Not to my recollection, anyway. Champion's Order. What do we have? Motivate. Restores 10 morale. Target gains 10 critical chance. Well, that's garbage. Charge, range. Increases movement by 2. Target is invulnerable for 1 round. I mean, that's pretty good. Target's next attack is guaranteed to crit. Increases the duration, increases range. I really want the extra charge, though. Automatically guards after casting. Increases the target's mending instead of power. Cleanse all conditions and grant immunity to conditions for 3 rounds. Why would I want to increase mending instead of power? I really wish that Spur 1 weren't the first ability on this tree, because it's a wasted point. And Healing Hands makes this ability less useful. Because why would I want it to increase mending instead of power? It's an attack buff. So, motivate, duration, increased range, self-preservation. Spur and... charge +1, I guess? Hang on. Mending increases the effectiveness of healing abilities and damage shields used by this character by percentage. When picking up an ally from bleed out or using a healing potion, restore bonus health equal to this character's mending. That's not really any more useful than the attack buff. 50% power and 1% movement. Yeah, why would I want to replace that with 50% mending? When units have really high power and really low mending. That's garbage. So this is going to be hybrid, I guess. It'll be duration, range, motivate, self-preservation, spur, and charge 1. And accuracy. Okay, that's fine. What about the marketplace? Is there anything else for us to get here? No. And this is 14. I fear that's the best we're going to be able to do. But a little bit of extra defense will be helpful, maybe. I wish there were a way to see at a glance who is well rested. Right. Only 300 for this? God. These contracts pay garbage. Vanguard officer stationed at Haston Hold has contracted us to close a nearby void breach. He's already sent a party to deal with the matter, but they've not returned. We can expect to encounter many void spawn, especially as we near the breach. Hey, Lord Luis, welcome! Good to see you! Void breach, okay. Mission length short. Close the void breach. Provisions, tools. Success rate with traps and hazards. Health potions. Antidotes. guess we'll grab one of those. Everyone's pretty tired, Lord Luis. It is pretty late, and I admit, I'm pretty tired too. Flowering pauses in front of you, her gaze shifting around the room. They turn back to you, shoulders shrugged. Never mind, boss. Thought I saw something for a moment there. As long as you're sure. Scout camp. Okay. That is suspicious. Okay, no, I guess not. You know what then? Let's camp. I had to burn incense, applying various benefits. Oh, we're not allowed to camp because we weren't given a campsite. Misplaced provisions. Great. We lost an antidote. What are we looking at here? 3 of these. Yeah, we're not getting away from him no matter what. So... okay, we can safely... move people back a little. And that way we can at least minimize our exposure. Well, congrats, Magnus, but you know how it is now. Alright, this'll do. Oh, he just chose not to attack. Even though he could. Okay. Okay, we can off that guy. Move him behind. We will have her guard. We'll have him wait, actually, and then we'll have her move in for the flank. And then I guess we can... Oh, I guess that was a crit? Maybe? No. It's hard to tell. Alright, finish him. Goodness sake. We'll have him delay his turn, I think. Wow, alright. That didn't help. We'll move her here. Have her heal herself. We'll finish this guy. Taunt this guy. Okay. And we'll have her wait, actually, because... I would like for her to heal. One of these two. They've taken some damage. And then we can finish this guy. Oh good, ale. Is it just me, or was I not given the option to camp? I don't feel like I was. Foul stench begins to pervert the air around you. I think the word they meant to use there was pervade. Growing more potent with seemingly every step forward. Flaren glances your way with a disgusted look twisted upon their face, trying not to gag. What the hell is that? Demons? Never known demons to emit such an odor. You shake your head unknowingly, continuing onward until you come to a larger chamber. Everyone stops dead in their tracks, twisting away, raising an arm to cover their faces from the revealed source of the smell. In front of you, fly-ridden body parts lay strewn across the cavern floor, severed arms, legs, heads, which once belonged to men, though it's hard to imagine so now. This must be the missing vanguard party, poor souls. Heroine stares across the ground, worry in their eyes. What chance do we stand against a foe capable of such a thing? Flaren approaches one of the bodies least desecrated, but jolts back in shock when the assumed corpse begins coughing, blood spewing from his mouth. Gods, he's still alive! They scan the man with disbelief, who remains little more than a head attached to a torso. The soldier looks to you and struggles to speak, choking on his own blood between ragged breaths. Demons, they overwhelmed us. He glances down at what remains of his body, coughing some more. Leave me, close the breach. We should end his torment. Even the greatest healer could not save him now. Yeah, we should. With an affirming nod from the soldier, Flaren pulls a small knife from their boot and plunges the blade into the man's heart. He grunts, eyes rolling back as he exhales one final drawn-out breath. You let a moment pass before signaling the need to move out. I have a feeling, though, Miscreant, that they meant pervade. It's an unusual and not 100% common use of the word pervert. Lost time. Okay, well, great. I hope we're done with this soon. Reprieve! A much-needed break. Take a moment to gather your bearings. Slight break from the march of time. Okay, well, that's good. Except I can't camp. Okay. A small stack of crates sits in a corner, a dust-covered cloth draped over them. It's impossible to discern what they might contain without further inspection. Received wood. Okay. Well, that was unimpressive. Flaren holds up her hand and freezes, eyes raised to the crumbling ceiling, which looks ready to give way at any moment. They glance back at you for direction. Walk slowly and avoid any sudden movements. One by one, your companions move with care and slowly edge clear of the hazard. You regroup on the other side, all breathing a sigh of relief. Well, okay, that wasted a bunch of time. Misplaced provisions. I knew I should have used that damn potion. Mysterious light flickers erratically up ahead, accompanied by the sound of an unnatural humming that can only be described as evil in nature. You approach the breach, a swirling vortex of dark energies, and peer into its center, wondering what lies on the other side and resisting the sudden urge to find out. Sigbert looks on with marvel. Have you ever seen such a thing? It's almost beautiful in a way. Terrifying, more like. Flaren sticks out an arm, preventing Sigbert from inching forward for a closer look. Let's not forget why we've come here. Sigbert shakes their head as if snapped from a trance. Right. The breach seems to suddenly grow in intensity, unseen forces pushing you all back like wind from a hurricane. It surges on, and from the center of the swirling mass, shadowy figures begin to take shape and pour outward. Sigbert steadies themselves and unsheathes their weapons, shouting out with warning. Okay, demons. Oh. Spectral Reaper. Damage all adjacent enemies and mark them for 3 rounds. Summon 3 ghostly scythes on nearby vacant cells. At the end of each turn, the blades attack adjacent enemies until destroyed. Cleanse debuffs on self. Become invulnerable to all damage and effects for 1 round. Great. Damage a single marked target and channel for 5 turns, directing all active culling blades to converge on and damage the target. Fantastic. Weak to fire. Lead, knockback, slow, restrain, and fear. This is gonna suck. God. And this... damage adjacent enemies and remove their buffs. Inflict fear on 2 targets in a row. Great. Yeah, of course, it can reach everyone. Okay, so this thing we have to attack. But I guess our objective here is to close the Void Breach, so maybe we don't have to fight these things if we can close the breach quickly enough. Because they're going to take at least 1 turn to reach us. But after that turn, every other round, new enemies will pour through the Void Breach until it is closed. Great. So yeah, we need to focus on the breach. only saving grace about the enemy types we're fighting here is that they can't move and attack on the same turn. Oh, I can't. Okay. Can I attack it from here? I sure can. Oh. No, I can't. Well, that didn't help. This is about to get real ugly real fast. Select to attempt to close portal with Breachstone. Okay. We need everyone on this portal. There we go. Oh, but we still have to deal with the enemies. Oh, God. Arc lightning. Okay, this will hit. And we need to get rid of these guys as soon as we absolutely can. Her down here. That's fine. I'll take that attack of opportunity. Oh, damn it. Okay, that is not gonna hit. Oh, thank goodness. Hit him too, though, from the looks of it. Right, I'll have him wait for the moment. No, actually, what am I doing? We could pull the same stunt these guys just did. And we're gonna blind him. Oh, I don't think we can, actually. That was probably not the best call. Jesus, that attack of opportunity. No, that's not gonna hit. Damn it. Okay, and he's gonna move next, but as long as we keep that Wraith moving... All adjacent player characters take 150 damage at the end of the round? Jesus. No thanks. And we'll get rid of that. And we'll get rid of him. And we'll buff him because he's got the enemy's weakness. All right, I think we'll be okay. Oh, it's running. That's interesting. All right, well, let's see if we can get a burn on it. Very good. And then we'll get rid of this. Because I don't need him throwing those things at me later. Oh, we hit, despite the odds. What's going on here? Grievous wounds cannot be healed, shielded, or receive any buffs. Good, okay. Burn, suffers fire damage once per round. Pat! What do you know? 2 out of 2 tonight. Hello, welcome. Thank you so much for the raid, Pat. I really appreciate that. Wooly just dropped by a little earlier, too. It's great to see you guys as well. Thank you so much for the raid. Hello, everyone. Well, as I said before, most of my viewers are probably already well familiar with Pat. But if you don't know him, head on over and give him a follow. He's a good guy. And anyone coming in with the raid who does not know me, my name is Franz, and I play video games on the internet. Occasionally, I even manage to play them well. Pat played Bolt Gun? Hello everyone, welcome. Thank you so much for dropping by. I really appreciate it. It's great to see you all. Well, I hope you all had a good Pat stream. Well, I try, Lord Louise. It's funny you say that, Dungley. Every guide except Dark Souls 3. We didn't get Dark Souls 3. Prima got that one. But Dark Souls 1, 2, Bloodborne, Elden Ring, Bloodborne Old Hunters, and then a couple of other ones thrown in. The Dark Souls Trilogy Compendium, Horizon Zero Dawn. Honestly, Dungley, if I'd had my way, we would have given Dark Souls 2 to Prima and let them deal with that, and taken Dark Souls 3 ourselves. We did get Sekiro, Simon, but I didn't work on Sekiro. Because I was already involved with another project at that time, and I couldn't do two at once. That one guy who got destroyed by Daigo, yeah. The guy who was in here earlier, actually. Educational stream, you talked about fun versus balance in games. Yeah, that's about par for the course for what we've talked about today, too. We've covered a lot of food-related subjects as well, but good. I'm glad you guys had a good stream. Pat's streams are usually pretty chill. Willie did take a round off of him? Okay, well... that's something. Trash talk about Destiny 2? Yeah, I'm with Pat on that. I mean, I never played Destiny 1, but those games... the direction they've taken is not doing much to attract me to them. Well, for anyone who is curious about this game and has not yet heard of it, I suppose I should post a little bit of information on it. Oh, that's not the information. I had a link all ready to go. There we are. So this game is a tactical RPG that incorporates some of the core gameplay elements of Darkest Dungeon and Battle Brothers and a whole bunch of other games that I haven't played all of, but it also has some Final Fantasy Tactics in it as well. Now, it is in early access, and it has been for a while, and it will probably be a while till it is out of early access. But the state that it's in now is actually not too bad. I'm only a couple of missions in because I've been getting all kinds of sidetracked since I started streaming. But for what it is in its current state, it doesn't look too bad. I've been watching it for a while to see how many updates it received, and I've been following it long enough to be able to say for certain that the developers are working pretty hard on it. This is not just vaporware, I don't think. This is a game that it receives regular care and improvements from the dev team, and they seem to be pretty good about communicating with their communities. So I think it has a lot of potential. Well, Beast, this one in particular has thrown some curveballs at me that I am not accustomed to, and I think those are elements from games that I haven't played. But you'll see a little bit more of it as we proceed, and probably get the sense of whether or not it would appeal to you. It is definitely not an easy game. It is a very challenging game. Oh, good, and he's immune. Excellent. Actually, we're going to have to wait here. My one gripe with it so far is that it does not yet have controller support. All right, Mel, have a good night. Go get some rest. Thank you very much for dropping by. Speak such reporter standard accent English? It probably has to do with where I grew up, Blasty Boots. But even for where I grew up, I think my dialect of English is a little bit unusual. I was raised in the United States, in New England. And I think It might help maybe to know that I was raised in Connecticut specifically, but even for people in Connecticut, I don't speak quite the same way as most of them. But that's also because I had some additional challenges when I moved to the United States that I had to overcome in terms of learning English, and so I had to work extra hard at it, and I had to study the language more carefully in order to make up for the years I had not learned it prior to moving to the US. So I'm more careful with my enunciation, maybe? And I put a lot of focus on vocabulary for many years, many of my formative years. And I think those two things, probably more than anything, are what you might be hearing. Yeah, I've heard all different accents in Connecticut. I've heard Southern drawl, I've heard Midwestern twang, and pretty much everything in between. Well, thanks, Beast. I appreciate that. I don't say wicked enough for being from Connecticut? Well, I mean, wicked wasn't really a phrase that was commonly used when I was a kid, which was in the late 80s and early 90s, so... I had a feeling that might be what you were hearing, Blasty Boots, yeah. I'm really careful with my enunciation and with my vocabulary because... Well, partly because I had to catch up on learning English early on when I moved to America, but also because my brain tends to move a lot faster than my mouth, and my speech struggles to express my thoughts in real time. So if I'm not careful, I tend to get tripped up over my words and completely stumble over what I'm trying to say. So part of the reason it sounds like I speak carefully is that. Well, Mosor, I've certainly never heard it in Connecticut as a common... Oh, Beast, thank you so much. Holy, 6 months in advance. My goodness, your first time in here, presumably. I think it was your first time in here. I thought I saw your chat flagged by the first time chat, and already you're willing to do 6 months? Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That was incredibly kind of you. Oh, Pat said I was cool? Well, thanks. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad he thinks I'm cool. I think he's cool, too. Makes me sound more professionally American than most Americans. The idea that I'm professionally American, that I'm American as a matter of profession. Yeah, I'm only a professional American. I just play one on the internet. 13 colonies represent. Yeah, I mean, I spent a lot of time in Massachusetts growing up, but I lived in Connecticut. Beast, I've only just met you, but you seem pretty cool, for whatever that's worth coming from me. Pat also said I was tall. Well, Murray, I mean... Pat's definition of tall might be a little bit different than the average person's definition of tall. I consider myself to be of average height. I don't think I'm tall. Well, Beast, I was trying to be a little bit more gentle about it, but... Titus from FF10. Aori, I've actually been told that a couple of times before. I have actually been compared to James Arnold Taylor on occasion. You're not the first. Pat said I was bald. Not yet, Aldra, but I'm getting there. I'm on my way. Why do you think I wear a hat? If Pat says I'm cool, Gary and Cole from Duckfeed say I'm cool too. Well, I mean, I'll take it. At this point, if anybody on the internet thinks I'm cool, that's good enough for me. Probably not, Aldra. I've tried to do the Titus laugh. Well, Dungley, some people hear it and some don't. I've been compared to all sorts of folks. I've been compared to Jesse Eisenberg. I had someone once tell me that I reminded them of their dad, which I don't even know how to interpret that. I don't know, maybe. But if I'm being compared to cool people, then again, I'll take it. You hear Tidus with your mom's Connecticut accent? Fascinating. I wish I could put myself in your shoes, you guys who are coming in for the first time, and hear myself speak for the first time and not have the inherent bias of having heard myself speak for as long as I've been alive, and maybe have a bit more of a sense of what you guys are hearing. Because I'm sure you all hear me differently than I hear myself. No, you can't, Blasty Boots, although I've seen people do some very creative and clever things with the Tidus laugh. One of which I think is worth linking in chat. Let me see if I can find it. I'm not sure which one of these. I think it... Yep, here it is. I found it. This one is my absolute favorite. Oh, you were around for that, Mosar. Okay, I thought I recognized your username. There's the sheet music for the Tidus laugh, by the way. That video I just linked in chat. But yeah, that was a good time. That was a fun collab. I really enjoyed doing that with the four of them. And a lot of the people who were there for that seem to have stuck around, or at the very least seem not to have forgotten me in the years since then, which is flattering and kind of surprising. I did that more as a one-off than anything else. I didn't expect anyone would remember me or even like me when I showed up there as a guest. They tend to have very different guests on than me, and I was worried that I wouldn't be a fit. And there were some people who complained, which I understood, but I was surprised by how many people seemed cool with it, or to even appreciate that. So it was a good experience all around for me. Glad you like it, Beast. I can't take credit. It was shown to me a while ago. I think... Yes, there we go. We should be able to finish him now, if I don't whiff. Oh, I critted. Alright. Well, that was completely unnecessary, but... Oh, good. We got a bandage and a scroll of knowledge. Increase experience gain by 25%. That could actually be really handy. Oh, you did, Aldra. Okay. Yeah, Marcus was one of my first friends in the Souls community back when I was first starting out as a content creator. Did you know, Aldra, that Marcus is actually releasing his own game? For those of you who don't know, and if you're familiar with Epic Name Bro already and you haven't heard, I'll post this in the chat too so that people can check it out, because he has been developing a game that looks really cool, and I think it's going to be really good. Yeah, Beast. It was a while ago, and a lot's happened since then, for sure. Yeah, Blasty Boots. Check out that link. Marcus has been working very hard on this game, and it looks like it's going to be really, really good. And he's shown me some of it behind the scenes as well. He's shown me some footage and told me about how some of the systems work, and it seems like he's put a huge amount of thought into the balancing, and into keeping the gameplay fresh and dynamic. And this is going to be the kind of game, I think, that rewards creative and diverse playstyles rather than punishing them like a lot of AAA games do. And he's decided to go with Kickstarter to fund it, which I think was probably the right decision. Although I also, before he decided on Kickstarter, I offered, since I was going to PAX East this year, I offered to talk to publishers that might be interested in picking up his game and show them his pitch video and see if they'd have any interest in it. And I went to PAX, not solely for that purpose, but while I was there, I went around the show and spent an entire day talking to publishers and seeing if any of them would be interested in publishing his game. And a few of them did express interest. And I brought him back a full report and gave him their contact info, and a week or so later, he ended up deciding to go with Kickstarter, which I figured was probably for the best anyway, because then he won't be beholden to a company that's going to skim off his profits or try to interfere in the creative process. Aldra! He's going to be releasing more videos to explain it fairly soon, I think. But it's not as tricky as it seems. A lot of the gameplay is just basically the kind of gameplay you're looking at with this game, but there's a core mechanic of terrain manipulation, and a lot of the combat revolves around that. Well, Beast, if it makes you feel any better, or if it's any help, he streams on Twitch most of the time now. This is where you can find him. Well, Yami, and he has a lot of friends who really care about him and support him, myself included, and who want to see him succeed and want to do what we can to help make sure that people find out about what he's doing and that he gets all the support we can possibly send his way. So this is me doing my part for that purpose. But yeah, if you weren't aware that he streams on Twitch, check him out. I've actually been joining him and a couple of my other friends who worked on the Elden Ring guide. Marcus didn't work on the guide, but the others who were involved in this little side project did. I've been streaming Elden Ring with Marcus, Half Damage, Berto Please, and Charlie Bit Me. Alternatively, people have been dropping in and dropping out depending on their schedules, but we've been streaming the Seamless Co-op mod the past several weekends. So, for anyone who is interested in dropping by for that, you're welcome to do so. The board game for Horizon Forbidden West. I don't know, Beast. I haven't actually played Horizon Forbidden West, despite that I worked on the guide for the first game. I was offered the opportunity to work on the guide for Forbidden West, but by the time that offer came my way, I had already committed to Elden Ring, and I couldn't do two guides at once, especially considering how enormous those games are, both of them. And Elden Ring ended up being... I mean, we started that project 17 months ago, and we are only just now getting ready to send the second book of the two-book guide for Elden Ring off to print. So, yeah, that was the most ridiculously huge project I've ever worked on. And I heard all sorts of things about development trouble with Horizon Forbidden West, and I heard that some of the development troubles affected the quality of the final game as well. I haven't had a chance to play it to see for myself, but I've been meaning to. Just wanted to see if I could get somebody at Guerrilla to give me a code for it. Alright, let's see. With the breach destabilized and the last demon slain, everyone breathes a sigh of relief, thankful to have survived the ordeal. Wasn't sure those stones would work. Yurik inspects the ground where the breach once existed, turning to you with a smirk on his face. The circle's full of surprises, it seems. We should report back immediately, or I'd like to look around a little more? I don't think we would be well served by looking around anymore. Although it is tempting, but we're in a pretty bad state, and we have no healing left, so... Your favorite part of Forbidden West? Is the PS5 adaptive trigger effects for the bows? Oh yeah, they did that in the Demon's Souls remake too, Beast. Well, I'm glad they're actually using the hardware features to the fullest extent. Hey, Future City, good to see you. Ever watch the series Sharp, starring Sean Bean? I have not. I know stuff and things about certain stuff and things, Future City, but most modern media outside of video games, you're probably barking up the wrong tree. Oh, miscreant, you flatter me. Truly undeserved, but thank you. Well, Beast, don't feel bad. Not everybody is good at every game. You can't be a generalist at everything. It was made in 1993. I mean, 1993 is modern enough. Yeah, to me, I mean, 1993, I was, what, 8? Yeah, 8. So... yeah, it's been a while. I mean, I remember stuff that was new in 1993. I remember the Aladdin movie, when there were still previews for it being shown on TV. I think that was around 1993. And Red with the raid as well. Hello, Red. It's so good to see you. All right, let me, And my friend Red as well. Let's give her a shout out because she really deserves it. If you're not familiar with Red and you enjoy JRPGs or Japanese games in general, head on over and check her out. She is super sweet, super energetic, lots of fun to hang out with, and definitely plays some games that I have never seen or heard of before. That I've learned about solely through her. Aladdin on SNES was your first video game? Ah, my first experience with Aladdin was the Genesis version. Red, thank you so much for the raid. It's great to see you. How are you doing? What were you playing? Oh, yeah, no problem. Yoshi P doesn't like... oh, no! Aldra, Yoshi P doesn't like the term JRPG, but Yoshi P also doesn't think that there were black people in Europe. Oh, poor Yoshi P. Don't you now me, Echo Drop. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna take the risk. Let's look around a little more. What could possibly go wrong? Oh. Nothing goes wrong, but... there's nothing left for us to explore. Okay, click to leave area. Oh, okay, good. We can just leave. All right, that's a relief. I was a little worried for a minute there. I was starting to think that maybe I'd missed something. Also, God, that's loud. Oh, hello, kitty. No worries, Red. Welcome back. I don't think I did miss anything, Beast. I explored every tile of the dungeon, anyway. Well, Echo Drop, the answer to that is get out more. You know? Or, you know, not even get out more, read more. We live in an era where information is freely available and history books are freely available. You know, Yoshi P could have just gone to a local library, although I don't know what libraries they have in Japan that cover foreign history. They're really not very concerned with foreign history over there. All right, what'd we get? We got wood, oh boy, and we got a scroll of knowledge. I definitely appreciate the extra experience gain. Oh, gotcha, Beast, I see. Well, Echo Drop, when I say get out, I don't necessarily mean travel. I mean get out and go to your local library. Or, you know, get out and meet people. Alright, I'd probably better save. I actually meant to overwrite... There we go. Aldra, not exactly. I believe the campaigns are fixed. But the encounters, I think, can be at least somewhat random. Like the type and number of enemies that appear can be random. Peering up into the darkened sky, you spot a flock of birds flying with haste across your view. Their black wings barely visible against the backdrop. Siegbert strolls up aside you and matches your gaze. Hard to believe it's morning. It is morning, right? Can't tell of late with the sky being so damn dark. Just then, a thunderous boom draws everyone's attention, bringing your caravan to a swift halt. You fixate your eyes on the sound's direction, not sure what you're expecting to see, but staring intently nonetheless. The sky darkens further, now black as night. A few people begin fumbling around trying to locate and light up torches. What the... A terrifying otherworldly roar is heard in the distance, and a moment later, a dragon of immeasurable size rips through the sky's very fabric and into full view, dark energy scattering all around it. With wings flapping as it twists through the air, it descends toward the ground with alarming speed, skirting across the land in a direction opposite yours, much to everyone's relief. Yeah, Red, I feel like Yoshi P's take on JRPG is maybe a little bit specific. Oh, cooking is just on all my streams, Red, because we always end up talking about food somehow. Someone always mentions it, and I love cooking and I love eating. So we always end up talking recipes somehow. Oh, alright. Oh! That city is gone. Oh, jeez. Okay. We should press on toward Andalon and consider ourselves lucky that it chose not to attack this region. There will be more void spawn in the Dragon's Wake, however, and the Vanguard may require further assistance. Lucky indeed. I don't think that was an FPS drop, Red. That was just that the dragon didn't have a lot of frames of animation. Graveswood. Well, now it's pretty much just a grave. Jesus! Void Breach, level 16 plus. I don't think we're gonna be able to do these missions for a while. The city is devastated in the wake of a dragon attack. The Vanguard will have their hands full dealing with the Void Spawn presence as they try to render aid to those afflicted with the Blight. 50% sell price for wood, stone, food, medicine. Reduced trade goods quantity, reduced recruit quantity, 50% infirmary cost. Yeah, well, it is early access, so maybe that will improve in the final version of the game. I do kind of hope that they add a little bit more animation to the sprites. They look fine as they are. It'd just be nice to see a little bit more movement. Yeah, okay. So how are we on fatigue? 5 days, 8 days, 6 days, 6 days, and 5 days. Right, so hang on a moment. If we rest 1 day at the inn, we recover 3 fatigue. Okay. So the UI right now is just not clear that days rested at the inn are not equal to points of fatigue. So it says fatigue 2 days, but what it really means is 2 points. Hello, Azaria. Welcome. Good to see you. Yeah, Beast, it's sufficient as it is. It's not terrible. It'd just be nice to see a little bit more. So actually, all we really had to do was rest 2 days. Well, no, actually 3. There we go. Well, Echo Drop, it's just that development proceeds slowly, and they might have more detailed sprites envisioned, but it takes them time to get there. Oh, an Icebinder, huh? Icebinder summons the cold to freeze enemies in their tracks, supporting allies, manipulate terrain on the battlefield. Alright, let's actually see what we have here. Heavy-handed. Damn it. They hold little sympathy for others in difficult situations, often acting cruelly. Cautious, workhorse. Heavy-handed. What do we have? Dawn. And Holy Barrage. I mean, she gets a penalty to accuracy, but she gets a bonus to increasing accuracy. So I think this might actually work. But we'll have to clear room. Okay. So these two we can pay the contract out at 75% the remaining value, so we leave on good terms. We could offer them lower amount, still not offend them, and the remaining company... Okay, yeah. That's fine. We'll just buy out the contract, because it's not fair to hire a dude and then boot them. I'm not that kind of employer. Screw those kinds of employers. Yeah, Beast, it's more understandable for indie devs and small teams than for AAA companies. Alright, we're going to recruit her. 73 for a year. And what about this ice binder? Because we don't have one of these guys yet. Paling ice, target up to 2 cells within range and damage the occupants, slowing them for 1 round. All melee attacks against the ice binder chill the target, slowing them for 1 round. 2 cells. Is that a basic attack? Summon a destructible wall of ice on any cell that partially blocks line of sight. If the cell is occupied, the target is pushed away. Okay. That could be handy. Arctic armor. Grants frost resistance and immunity to freeze. Not bad. Ice trap on a vacant cell. Take damage in a rooted. If the condition is not cleansed, they'll become frozen on their next turn. Okay, not bad. Target self, ally, or enemy and freeze them for 2 rounds, cleansing conditions. Targets are immune to damage, but the ice can be destroyed. Interesting double-edged sword there. Target a frozen enemy, removing the condition and dealing massive damage to them. Yeah, Yami, it's a fascinating, Yeah, Kickstarter is better about that now, Red, but I think there are still a few holes that need to be closed up. Ah, yeah, Lokitty, it can be tough to get up when that's the case. Sling the cat over your shoulder. Incredible. Yeah, Beast, games as a service is something I am not fond of. MMOs are one thing, but regular games as a service, no thanks. Alright, you know, I would like to recruit him. But that is also going to be some expense, so... Low demand for wood. Well, okay. I guess we can sell these then. That I am bloody well keeping. This I'll hang on to as well. And we can... buy out the remainder of the contract. Alright. And what else? Sharp-minded, peak age bonus, calculated approach. After waiting, gain 20 accuracy on the next action. Yes, please. Merciful, honorable, savage, problem solver. Yeah, you know what? All positive traits, I'll take it. Get in. You're more than okay. Also, this man is not 18 years old. That is a lie. Boost everyone's loyalty a little. Yeah, that's most cats I've ever known, Lokitty. Alright, reputation discount, and now I think... You move with purpose through the city of Andalon, ignoring the rush of panicked, wide-eyed citizens moving all about. You near the Vanguard garrison and observe the officer hardly delivering the last of his orders to nearby soldiers. He dismisses them and walks through their scattering ranks towards you. Your mission was a success, I gather. I could use some good news. The breach is closed. Well, that's one less worry for us. I'm grateful, truly. Tell me, was there anything... any sign of the party I'd sent beforehand? Yeah, what was left of them. Low-Kitty, I've seen cats flat out steal food off of people's plates. Like, jump up onto the dinner table while people are eating, grab food off of a plate, and run away with it. And then hiss and scratch when you scold them or try to stop them. Yeah, Mosar, they want to know if it's of any interest to them, so that they can have dibs. Dead then, he hangs his head and exhales. That's unfortunate, they were good soldiers. He bids you to follow him inside and closes the door behind you, only partially blocking out the noisy streets of the city beyond. Were you out there when the dragon arrived? He shudders. Caused a downright panic here in the city, people trampling over each other in the darkness, scrambling to get to the underground shelters. All for naught in this case. He pauses, exhaling sharply. You never do get used to it. Thankfully, it appears to have set its sights elsewhere. Graveswood, I'm told. Do they need help? He nods grimly. They'll be facing the worst of the Scourge. I'm sending as many units as I can spare, but I would think twice about heading there if I were you. The threat they face is likely beyond your current capabilities. Yes, I noticed that. He steps towards you, offering his hand. You've done enough, if you ask me. I won't soon forget the sacrifices you've all made. He makes to leave, but stops halfway and reverts back to face you. Before I forget, once the Scourge is over, might I suggest taking your company north, towards Fort Vanguard. Our Order's been planning an important mission, and from what I understand of it, could use all available help. You might want to bolster your numbers first, but if you decide to go, tell the commander that I sent you his way. Thank you, we'll look into it. We've acquired another renown point. Yeah, okay, cool. Well, good, Low-Kitty. At least he understands. Not all cats do. Okay, we got the 300 gold, we got some meat, and we got some fish. Great, I guess. Your four-legged cat licked an entire rotisserie chicken in the amount of time it took me to turn around and get something out of it. Wow! Like, licked as in stole, Mosar? Like, grabbed an entire rotisserie chicken? No worries, Red. Go enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you again for the raid. I really appreciate it. Rest up and have a good night. Thank you so much again. But go relax. Okay, increase carrying capacity. Increase travel speed. Loyalty gain plus 10% is not all that significant. I guess we'll go for bookkeeping next. Because we've got enough inventory spaces for the time being, I think. What we don't have is a whole lot of equipment. And equipment would be very handy. Oh, okay, and we've got more contracts. Vandals in our path, merchant convoy to Solus, safeguarding a shipment, and lost possessions. Okay, these are all level 1 contracts, that's good. Patrol route for bandits, merchant is in need of an escort, a trader is in need of an armed escort, civilian needs help recovering something they recently lost. 240 time, 480 time, 480, okay, hang on. Andelin, Midland, alright. Oh, just licked it, okay. I thought you maybe were using a slang term for stole. But he just licked it, of course he did. Oh, at the vet, Low-Kitty, right? Yeah. I understand pets being stressed out when they're at the vet, but... He's knocked stuff off the counter for the three-legged cat to eat. Well, it's nice that they're looking out for each other, Mosor, but for goodness sake... It's almost like they don't trust their human to feed them. Or they just want more. But cats will just keep eating. If you feed them, they won't stop eating. I've seen cats that were literally morbidly obese because their owners just didn't understand when to stop. Alright, we got a couple of levels here. That is good. Is it just me, or does it look like this sword is glowing? Is that my imagination? Oh, and these are all unlocked now. Okay, Dawn. Oh, no, are they unlocked? I guess they're not. I guess we need to upgrade a little more? Immediately. Oh, I think we need to spend an ability point to learn one is the idea. Channel for 4 turns, applying a damage shield on herself and her target that lasts 3 rounds. Holy Barrage, deal damage to 2 targets in a row. Immediately root an adjacent target for 2 rounds, then channel for 5 turns to deal massive damage against them. Okay, yeah, you know, charge abilities might be really handy. Damage a single target in range. I think... Well, hang on. Can we generate 2 Radiant stacks from the Guardian's passive? Charge +1. I think maybe that's more important. Speed, charge 1, increased range. I think we go for the extra charge, because that's a lot of healing. And then... Oh, we can just unlock it. Okay. We could do both, so it didn't cost an ability point. That's good. And Yurik's stuff is still locked for some reason. Yes, the actual books, Beast. The official strategy guides, the print ones. Wow, Low Kitty. Yeah, that's a chunky boy. Or girl. Oh, boy, yeah. Very fat and aggressive cat. You needed to do a blood draw. She was too fat to roll up and swipe. She just growled and flailed around. Yup. Jeez. Hello, Anonmaru. Good to see you. I'm doing all right, thanks. How about yourself? Okay, so she can... You know what? We'll give her the power boost and a mending boost. And then we'll go for a little more mending. And then Manfred... Alright, what's he got? Conduit, Arc Lightning... Lightning randomly strikes 4 times in a circular area. Each strike applies the static charge passive. Each attack by the Stormcaller on a target increases they will be stunned by all attacks suffered. Okay. Target a single cell, restoring health and 15 morale to the occupant over 3 turns. Applies Wet Terrain. Wet Terrain cleanses burning and grants fire resistance. Lightning attacks do 50% more. That sounds like a good synergy. Target self or a single ally granting 10 speed, 2 movement, and 20 evasion for 3 rounds. Not bad. But I think the healing is more important. We'll unlock that. Morale restoration. That restores 8 morale. Increased range. Open the skies. Can target a larger area, but the effect is only applied once. Over the next 3 turns. The effect is now applied twice. Increased range. Potency. Refresh the value and duration of active damage shields. On targeted allies. That's pretty situational. Cleanse an ally's conditions on each application and provide immunity for 3 rounds. That's a little overkill. Rainfall is applied over the next 4 turns. Rainfall instead deals damage and applies Sunder Armor, reducing the target's defenses by 100% for 1 round. Interesting, so you could turn it into an attack, but I prefer it as a buff. Alright, Conduit, faster channeling for sure. And we'll go for the power boost. And then we've got 9 points left. Let's go for speed. Okay. Alright, then that's fine. Alright, what is this? Lost possessions. Levels 1+. Ah, good. You're conversing with members of your company at the local tavern when you're interrupted by a tapping on your shoulder. You twist in your seat to see a slightly nervous middle-aged man standing before you. Sorry if I'm disrupting something important, but I was informed that you may be able to help with a problem of mine. I can pay, assuming you're interested. What do you need? Ah, welcome back, Monotone. Oh, thank you so much, Beast. I really appreciate that. I hope you enjoy the books. Volume 1 is out already. Volume 2 should be out within the month, hopefully. Printing and distribution will take time. But all of the work is pretty much done now, fortunately. We have Monotone, although we weren't that far from it to begin with. The man exhales a sigh with relief, as if he didn't expect you to listen to him. My daughter, adventurous little girl that she is, snuck off last week and went exploring in a nearby cave. She tells me she got spooked by some creatures and ended up frantically running out of there. She was no worse for the wear, thankfully, aside from some dirty clothes, but somewhere during her excursion, she'd misplaced the ring she had with her. The man pauses, his mind momentarily drifting to a happy memory. It's a family heirloom which belonged to my late wife. It's one of the few connections my daughter has to her mother. As you might well guess, she is quite broken up about it. So am I, frankly, which is why I've come before you now. Yeah, somewhere around then, Warrior. I'm not even sure what our official release date is for it at the moment. Or if we even have one. Amazon might have a date, but that's not a guarantee. Beast, Volume 2 is just on its way to print right now. So as soon as it's printed and shipped to the distribution centers, then it will be available for purchase. A ring, you say? Not an easy thing to spot. You mentioned a payment before. Right, I almost forgot. I can pay you 550 gold, contingent on the item's safe return. Point us in the right direction. Oh, okay. Sure thing. Can you lend me a map? You pull out your map and unfurl it on the table, allowing for the man to mark down the location. The cave is right about here. Can't miss it. Straightens up and steps back from your table, preparing to make his leave. Basic writing. I'll await your return then. Good luck. Find the misplaced ring. Tasked us with finding a ring. Claims that it is likely in a cave just beyond the city. Not much to go on. He was able to mark the location. Okay, well. So it looks as though... Wait a minute, why is the Void Breach still in effect here? You set out along the main road, leaving the city of Andalon. Ah, Mosar, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Thank you for spending that on me. I really appreciate it. Welcome to the Ragtime Lounge. Mosasaur, I'm sorry, I've been pronouncing that incorrectly. The zero threw me off. But thank you, I really appreciate that. Have a good night, Mosasaur. I'm very grateful to you for the sub. Thank you. Leaving the city of Andalon behind, you glance back at the rest of your caravan, the looks of a proper company beginning to take shape. A marked improvement from when you arrived a few weeks prior. Still, it's a far cry from the numbers and wealth you once possessed. From the rear of the caravan, Alaric and Uric ride towards you and settle alongside, evidently eager to discuss your next steps. We'll take some time to rebuild it all, Commander, but we'll get there. Those jobs in Andalon could have gone much smoother. We're now more than ready to begin hunting down those traitors. Did you learn anything in town, Alaric? I did, in fact. A few sources told me that members of the Black Skull were seen in the city just prior to our arrival. Could have been a coincidence, or they could have been in league with Torin and the rest. Group of hard bastards, from what I've heard. Certainly wouldn't put it past them. Indeed, we need to be sure of their involvement before picking a fight with them. However, as it stands, their numbers and resources are far beyond ours. We'll worry about them later. Dylan Hollis cookbook. Interesting beast. I'm not familiar with Dylan Hollis, but I like the sound of a cookbook. Right. Calwin mentioned that our traitorous friends went their separate ways after securing the reward from him. Along with everything they stole, they would have more than enough to retire on were they so inclined. I don't know about the others, but Daemon always spoke fondly of Hastenhold. Reckon that's as good a place as any to start looking. If we can find him, he might be able to shed some light on Gedrick as well. No leads on his whereabouts, then. Uric glances down, his head slowly shaking. Afraid not, boss. I can only hope the boy escaped. He's a resourceful lad, might even be better off away from the mercenary life, truth be told. Still, though, I need to know what happened. They both look at you, and with a quick exchange of nods, the decision is made. We have our destination, then. We may want to pick up a contract or two along the way, however. We could use the coin, and a few more recruits wouldn't hurt either. All right. Where is this cave? Oh, it's way down there. Well, if we're going to do that, we'd better save just in case. It's the dead of night, yet many of your companions are still stirring throughout the camp, sharpening their blades as well as their minds, or at least those that enjoy a good book. You stand up, waving to those who take notice, and bid them each good night. As you make your way to the tent, Siegbert catches up with you and walks alongside. I just wanted to express my gratitude, Commander. I've often felt like an outsider, but for the first time in a while, I feel at home. They gesture back at the others. You've assembled a fine crew, a proper family, I'd say. They all seem to have each other's backs, and that's a damn rarity in this world. I look forward to our continued friendship, Siegbert. Well, that's an awfully formal and cold thing to say. Gain morale with Siegbert. Siegbert smiles and you both stop as you reach the tent. As do I. I'll let you get some rest then. They peer up at the sky. Morning will soon be upon us, I think. Oh, yeah. Scouting report. Horwolfs and Wielderies, whatever the heck those are. Medium length, location cave. Alright. Well, good. I'm glad we at least get a bloody campfire. Health potions. And bandages. Dylan Hollis is a TikTok guy who cooks recipes from vintage cookbooks. Oh, okay. Interesting, Beast. Really interesting old recipes like sauerkraut chocolate cake and potato candy. Ah, so, starvation food. Interesting. Can we save in a dungeon? We can, it looks like. Aha! Ah, treasure. A lone satchel catches your eye on the ground ahead. Though small, it doesn't appear empty and may contain something of worth. All right. Siegbert really doesn't like it when we do that. Okay, but we got an extra healing potion. Slumped up against the base of the wall, you find the bloodied body of a man not long deceased by all appearances. He seems to possess little of value, but a closer inspection may reveal otherwise. Search him. Oh, Siegbert also doesn't like that. Siegbert doesn't like anything. We received a small health potion and bandages. Totally worth it. Alright. Deadly contraptions. You've noticed that the traps here seem to be more sophisticated than most. Best remind everyone to be careful. Alright. Nothing. And nothing. Okay. You move through the corridor, keeping a watchful eye on your surroundings. Florence suddenly stops in front and signals your party to halt. They bend down, their hands tracing a small tripwire stretched across the floor, barely visible to the naked eye. Disarm it. We've got some tools. Keep moving, just be mindful of where you step. Yeah, no. With great care and expertise, Florin manages to disable the trap, allowing your party to safely continue onward. Well done! And of course, that was a freaking dead end. So these, I guess we try to stay away from. He also does YouTube shorts. He's how you found out about the apples baked in oatmeal? Oh, okay. Interesting, Monotone. So it's not all horrific, poverty food, then. Not on lookout. You can't help but feel as if your every action is being observed. Nothing you can do about it. Chance of getting ambushed while resting has doubled for the next time you make camp. Well, that's great. You stop for a moment, overcome by a strong feeling that someone or something is watching you. I have a feeling we're not alone. Let's check. You fan out to search your surroundings. On the edge of your vision, you spot a shadowy figure emerging from the shadows. Charging in your direction, he stops dead in his tracks as your eyes meet. A thief, perhaps, hoping to catch you off guard. What do you want? The man doesn't respond and instead turns tail and runs, his dark cape whipping up behind him. Gain 5 morale. No point chasing him, but we should keep our eyes peeled. Okay. Some is good, Beast. Others not so much. Good, we get a bit of a reprieve. Aha. Nothing. Well, that's not helpful. Disorganization. As the mission drags on, you find it difficult to maintain proper discipline and formation. Deployment phase is now skipped in combat, and your troops begin scattered about the field? Okay, that sucks. So there's combat there. And there's combat there. Oh, gotcha, Beast. Well, that makes a certain amount of sense. Okay, just straight up ambush. Well, that's fine. We'll have them switch places, because I do not need him being attacked again. Rainfall. Yeah. On himself, I think. He won't be able to do that nearly in time. So instead... but he won't get away with that either. He get away with this. Cyclone, no. He won't. So probably the best we can do is this. Nice crit. And actually, this guy here... can get trapped. Who are... okay. Excellent. Ha! Very good. Okay, you can have a rainfall. And can we charge conduit before... No, we can't. But what we can do instead... is move over here, put one of these down. Oh, obscured? Okay. You know what, though? That dog is going to walk onto that trap. And it will rebound it onto the space that it currently occupies. So we'll just wait. Welcome, Breakfast. Good to see you. Thank you so much for stopping by. There we go. All right, we'll move her around. Finish that guy. And actually, 2 passives. After moving, ice terrain spawns on their location, lasting for 3 rounds. Wolves gain plus 10 defense every round they remain stationary, stacking up to 3 times. The buff is lost if they change locations or are burning. Okay. I'll use Aegis. We've got plenty more turns before this thing can act again. There's no reason to waste abilities on it. We got bandages. Good. Aha! And there's our objective. Random encounter. Your enemies grow more numerous by the minute. Be on the lookout for more foes. New combat encounter added somewhere in the dungeon randomly. Oh, and it was behind us. Okay, so... let's make sure everyone's good to go. No? Okay, well, there's the objective anyway. Okay, Beast, have a good one. Thank you so much for hanging out today. It's great to see you. And it's been a pleasure meeting you. I appreciate you dropping by with the raid and sticking around. Alright, I want to, I guess, camp? Because we could use some incense bonuses. Restore mind. Battle hardened. 1 ability charge. Yeah, we'll go restore morale and restore stamina. All right. Let's do this. As you move forward and carefully scan your surroundings for any trace of the ring, Heroine lifts their arms sideways, signaling to halt. Commander, up ahead. They motion forward, index finger directed toward a torn piece of cloth on the ground not far from your position. They walk forward and get down on one knee, carefully inspecting the disturbed ground surrounding the cloth. Looks to me like she fell down and tore some clothing here. I bet. Their eyes scan a set of tracks and they place one hand on the ground, carefully sifting through it. They stop as their fingers close around something. Aha! Standing up and turning about with a prideful smirk, they uncurl their fingers to reveal the missing ring. You can all thank me later. Well spotted. Ring is worth more than our reward. We'll tell our employer it couldn't be found. No, okay, we'll head back. That was it. That caped guy never showed back up. Okay. Oh yeah, this is worth a lot more than the reward. There's the ring, but we're not going to sell it out from under him. And here I was expecting a boss fight. I thought for sure that we were going to be in for a battle. Fatigued. Here are my new contract terms. 110 for 1 year. Jesus. Yeah. Excellent. I'm looking forward to continuing to work with you. We'll, extend the contracts, I guess. 69 for 3 years. Yeah, 94 for 3 years. I plan on keeping these people around. Alaric! Looks like trouble over there, Commander. He lowers his spyglass. Bandits, perhaps, and unless I'm mistaken, they're trying to rob some poor travelers. Shall we intervene? The choice is simple, if you ask me. These outlaws have no place in the world. We've no idea what they're capable of, and I'd rather not find out. Reason with them. We can try. Approach the bandits with hands raised, signaling your intent for negotiation. The companions stand behind you, ready to draw weapons at a moment's notice. The thieves' ringleader edges towards you, weapon leveled in your direction. This don't concern you none. They nod their head to the side. Get lost. Was hoping we could settle this peacefully, but we've oh. No need for violence. Oh, offer 200 gold? Well, I don't have that. So, I guess we're killing them. Oh, and it gets us reputation. The bandit grins, waving a hand to their associates. Ah, we'll be more than happy to pick from your corpses as well. Well, it's a good thing everybody is healed up. And actually, we should have him spend his points. And the power boost. Upgrade points 2. Hell yes, Pyromania. Burn is empower an ally for 3 rounds, making their attack supply burn. Burns inflicted every round on the target, dealing fire damage equal to 20% of the attacker's power. Burn can stack 3 times. I mean, that sounds pretty good. Target 3 cells in any direction, applying fire terrain. Fire terrain applies burn and cleanses frozen. That seems pretty good too. Damage up to 3 adjacent targets in an arc. Yeah. I'll unlock that. And I will see what we can do with it. Target gains a damage shield, base value of 80 for 3 rounds. That is freaking fantastic. While buffed, increase the target's crit chance by 20. Increased range, increased duration. Increase the damage shield's base value to 120. Its duration to 4 rounds. Yes, please. Target gains fire and frost resistance. When buffed, critical hits and killing blows refresh the value and duration of damage shields. Interesting. Okay, that could be valuable. Apply burn to all enemies adjacent to the target. When buffed, the allies' attacks mark their target for 2 rounds. Duration, charge, range. I don't know. I really like Firewall. I just wish we didn't have to spend points on crit chance in order to get to some of this stuff, because I really like Brand. I like the charge and duration. Flame Fiend is not that impressive. Phoenix could be pretty cool, but I feel like Firewall, Duration, and Firewall 2. Then maybe Meltdown, Charge +1, and Duration again. Or maybe Mark, depending on what Mark does? I guess we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I don't know, Breakfast. Metal Gear Remake isn't out yet. Taunt the target for 1 round. I don't know about that. Apply Grievous Wounds for 2 rounds, preventing the target from being healed, shielded, or receiving buffs. Grievous Wound duration, charge, potency 2. Target is pushed back. Apply Sunder Armor for 1 round. Taunt duration. Apply an extra burn stack. Healing blows refresh the value and duration of damage shields. 1 more charge, and then Grievous Wounds. No upgrade points. Okay, I guess that's all we can do for the moment. Wait, why is it still saying that Eunuch has, something to spend? I guess he doesn't. Okay. Well, let's do it. Oh, that's a lot of bandits. I probably shouldn't have attempted to negotiate. Those guys will take some time to reach us, so we can focus on dealing with these guys first. Of course, everyone is faster than us. But Okay, good. That idiot's dead. Actually, we want to switch places and then guard. Okay, so who can I hit with conduit? Oh, yeah, no, not the dog. Blast it, okay. Alright then, I have a better idea. We'll use conduit on this guy. And... Blazing Lance on that guy. Blinding Strike on that guy. And we will buff him so that that idiot's dead. And that idiot's dead. Oh, is she... Marked units receive 25% more damage from all sources. Ah, okay. It's just a damage buff. Or a defense debuff, I guess. Damage shield... Temporary HP, 48 remaining. Okay. Alright, we'll have her guard. Yeah, that was not a lot of damage, fortunately. Now, though, can we... Yes, we can. Nice. Okay, now we can move him in for the guaranteed hit. That idiot's dead. We'll move her over here. Okay, so rooting the target gives us a couple of turns of leeway. Oh, good! Excellent, in fact. Okay, we'll just wait, actually. And then we'll move in for the flank. 2 HP, that was a little overkill, but... Hey, Haretsu, welcome! Good to see you! Yeah, time has no real meaning for me anymore. I mean, it never did. It hasn't for ages. Conduit. Yeah, you know. Rainfall. Yeah, let's give her some healing. Pyromania. We'll give her the buff as well. And the damage shield. And we'll have her guard. Oh, Cyclone is just, okay. Blast it. Oh, you're just building a trap. Thanks for wasting your turn. Alright, and we'll give her the buff. We'll let him attack. There we go! Very good, the burn damage took care of it even. Area cleared. No money, of course. And no loot from the bandits. I appreciate the thought, Echo Drop, but I'm not really that into chicken nuggets, honestly. Great allies. Okay. Recipe for chicken nuggets? Call McDonald's, Echo Drop. After some searching, you manage to locate the residence of your employer. Knocking on the door, you wait a moment before it swings open. He takes notice of the ring held in your palm. What a relief you found it. My daughter will be overjoyed. The poor thing hasn't stopped crying. I just hope she can take a lesson from this. He takes the ring and ducks inside the door for a brief moment, fiddling with a drawer by the sounds of it. Stepping back into view, he drops a bunch of coins into your hand. Take this with my sincerest thanks. Got another renown point. And we got some salt. Jesus, okay, well, I guess we're going to sit on that for a while. And we're bloody well going to decrease our bookkeeping costs. And do we have anything new? Ah! A bone wand? An adventurer's sword. And a short sword. And what's this? A decorative wand. 6 accuracy. Eight accuracy. 74 and 85. Yeah, 378, Jesus. Well, Traveler's staff. No. We're going to use this on this. Sure you want to add the following enchantment. It will consume the scroll. Increase experience gained. Yes. And then we will sell the old one. Oh, I appreciate the thought, Breakfast. That was very kind of you. But there's no need. It really is okay. Okay, so who can use this? A Guardian or a Valkyrie? Alright, well, we'd probably better hang on to the rest of our money. Because we are going to need to rest. What fast food places were around when I was a child, Echo Drop? I lived in a very rural town with a population of about 1,600. So the only fast food places really around were the gigantic chains like McDonald's and Burger King, because no one else was willing to open a restaurant in an area where there were so few potential customers. There were a couple of local places. There were diners, which I also consider to be fast food, but that's pretty much it. Alright. Another round of drinks. Maybe everyone's had enough. Okay, gotcha. I think we're good for now. How is everyone? Ah, okay. Siegbert's doing alright. Cyclone, rainfall. Yeah, you know what? We should unlock this. Increased range. So we could go morale restoration, potency, increased range, duration, increased range, and charge +1. I think that would be the most useful. And he's got points to spend. Definitely needs the increase in power. And could use some mending as well. And our equipment probably also could use some work. Okay, yeah, he's fine. Okay. Probably better to maintain it now before it gets super damaged. Right, what about contracts? Track down the brigands. Locals are having trouble with bandits. 1150, my god. Oh, but... recommended level 8+. Well, crap. Procure some items from a nearby town. Approach the market bustling with traffic from both traders and civilians alike. What'll it be? We saw your notice about a job. Well, why didn't you say so? I require some oils and wax as soon as possible. My stock is running low. The demand here is high. I've already lined up a sale in Jorhurst, so the sooner you can bring it to me, the better. I'll pay you 50% above their value when you return. Okay. Received coin pouch. Glad to hear it. He hands you a pouch of coins. These coins should cover the cost of the purchase. Alright. Jorhurst. Solace. Atheron. Jorhurst. Terrible blizzard. Pelts, cloth, and wood. Okay. 15% sell price, 25% sell price. Bandits. Okay, well... Up ahead, one of your outriders is returning to the caravan with some haste. They stop at the front of the column and relay something to Alaric, their hand pointing down the road. With an affirming nod, he turns and rides in your direction. Commander, our scouts report a bandit blockade up ahead. We could try to go around, but it will slow us down. What are your orders? I say we take them head on, boss. I'd rather not leave them for some unfortunate traveler to happen upon. Yeah, let's kill him. Bandits are pricks. Probably 10, breakfast. Oh, good. One of these. All right. Well, that's the best we're going to do here. Or is it? Could we... Yeah, that guy can attack all of those spaces. Alright, this is the best we can do. Jesus, breakfast. Yeah, no thanks. Oh, really? That guy had the advantage and all he wanted to do was build a trap? Amazing. Rainfall on him. Yes, okay. He's obscured. Okay, and now we will, Wait, what? Why can Conduit not, What about from here? No? Okay, that's more like it. Jeez. Okay. No, actually. We need Rainfall for some healing. What about... Ah, you know what? It's fine. Oh, he put a trap there. Damn it. Okay, well... That idiot's dead. Finish this idiot. Cannot be healed, shielded, or receive any buffs. Ah, come on. Oh, and you don't have any provisions. Fantastic. Marked grievous wounds. She also has grievous wounds. Fine. Ah, but that won't hit. This will, though. Jeez. Overkill much? Judgment. Yeah, okay. On her. No, we're just gonna have him pass his turn for now. Okay, there we go. And now that this unit has acted... Wow, Judgment was a little underwhelming. Very good. Oh, no, not that. Okay, that guy is dead soon. She can heal herself. Good old damage shield. Staggered. Okay. Aegis. Okay, who are we dealing with here? There we go. And yeah, we'll have him wait because... Oh, we can't. Then we'll have him guard. Because I have a feeling this guy is going to attack him. Yup. Nice whiff, idiot. Nico, it's not bad. I'm still getting the hang of it, and I'm still deciding whether I like it. But, yeah, this isn't going to work. But I haven't come to the conclusion that I dislike it. I think it has a lot of potential. Alright, let's empower Siegbert and see if his ranged attacks can actually set enemies on fire. Ah, come on. Alright, well... Yes, they can! So we can apply burn at a distance if we give a mage the fire buff. I really appreciate that. This isn't going to work. We're going to have to... There we are. There's burn. And there's the kill. 3 scrap, that's it. 2 scrap. No money. I'm really disappointed that we get so little out of that. These missions really Yeah, Nico, sometimes it takes me longer. Sometimes I need more time to figure out what I think about a game. Alright, Yorhurst. Marketplace. You arrive in Yorhurst and head straight to the market, searching for the contact of your employer. After some time, you come across a woman who seems to match the description given to you. Here for the oils and wax, I gather. She nods at the stacked goods. That's $332, please. Hand over the payment. She quickly counts the coins to make sure all is accounted for. Looking satisfied, she then pockets them with a smile. Looks good. Glad we could do business. Received oils and wax. And while we're here... Ah, yes, we get a good price on wood. A good price on scrap. And a very good price on salt. Leather cestus, traveler's staff, hunting bow, adventurer's sword, hide coat, 1 move and 1 speed, minor protection along with high mobility, and then just bucklers. Well... Interesting, so it looks as though if we're not in a dungeon, battles on the overworld just, we refresh our ability charges afterward. Fascinating indeed. I respect that approach, Nico. If I decide to abandon a game before I finish it, I'll tell people what I thought about it and why, but I won't necessarily tell them that they shouldn't play it. Unless it is objectively horrible and I've abandoned it because it's unplayable or something. But... other than that... Right, it looks like everybody's okay. Who can we recruit? Oh, actually, I meant to check. Usable by Huntress. I don't think we can recruit a Huntress. don't think there's anything else left here for us to buy. So... I guess we'll save. Nico, this is... It's easier for me to just link you the Steam page than to try and explain it. But basically, it's a tactical RPG with elements of a lot of different games mixed in. Mostly games I haven't played, or that I only have a cursory familiarity with. Well, back to the merchant. It is, Nico. I found it interesting, and it's taken some getting used to, but... the more I get used to it, the market square is filled with patrons going about their day. Before long, you spot the shopkeep who hired you from the job and wave them down. You have my goods, I hope. You nod. Excellent. I've only just run out, so you've arrived in the nick of time. He fishes out a coin purse from behind his stall. Here's the reward I promised. Oh, we got 578. Okay. Thanks for the business. And we got some meat. And that's fine. We can sell that. I have to say, minus 10% evasion, minus 1 move, minus 2 speed. I have to say, I think the, Alright, let's see. Purchase price 202, huh? I really can't see the justification for buying materials here. It seems like you're supposed to be able to caravan them and then sell them for a profit elsewhere, but the prices of everything are already so inflated. Alright, let's see. We've got her. Heron. Healing abilities and damage shields. Picking up an ally using healing potion. Okay. Restore bonus health equal to this character's mending, but mind, body, and soul heal self. These are the damaging ones. That's a good question, Echo Drop. Okay, yeah, this is just going to be the entire healing path, I guess. Okay. Well, what do we have for contracts, then? Worried mother, escort a civilian caravan, a civilian has gone missing. Looking for her son, escort a caravan. Huh, Excuse me, but I'm told you might be able to help. My son has gone missing. He's gifted, and he often likes to go out and practice with his spells in seclusion. Caves, crypts, anywhere private, really. You know how some people feel about mages, so I can hardly blame him for that. He's never been gone this long, though. With all the news about Void Spawn near Andalon, I fear something terrible may have happened. Alright, we'll go check it out. But first... Oh, we don't need to rest. All right, warrior, good night. Take care. Thank you for hanging out today. Okay, we're headed over here, it looks like. Mission length short. Very good. Eh, 65 for 3 years. And 54 for 3 years. That's fine. An arrow flies past your head, followed by frenzied battle cries on all sides. You whip around on your horse, spotting a host of assailants charging at your position from every angle. Alaric scrambles to your side, panic in his voice. An ambush, Commander. Form up, we're under attack. Alright, well... Of course, there are 6 of them. Okay, 4 and 5. All right. Well, we don't have any choice but to engage a big group head-on, which I hate, but... At least these guys don't do a huge amount of damage. But this will hit her too. Right, you know what? We'll have him pass his turn. We'll have him pass his turn. We'll have him move over here. And Burning Lance this idiot. We'll have her... Oh, don't tell me she can't move. Root. Goodness sake. All right then. This will hit us too, right? It doesn't show any damage. don't think it did any damage. Well, we'll give her rainfall anyway. Oh, good, and they have reinforcements. Okay, it does damage her. Got it. Give her rainfall again. We'll apply another stack of burn. Buff her. Oh, nice, and an attack of opportunity, or something? Yeah, okay. And we'll give her the Pyromancy buff as well. Okay, and now he's stunned, which is good, because now we've got company. I didn't see what just happened. Oh, goodness sake, and they have more reinforcements? Jesus. That guy will be dead soon. Rainfall on him. And Burning Lance on this guy. Blinding Strike on this guy. Actually, that was kind of a waste. I should have... Well, there he goes. Oh, okay. And crit counterattack. Oh, he can't move. Great. Well, that's fine, because he can still attack. There goes that. Finish him with this? No, I can't. But it'll at least blind him. This'll finish him. I guess she can... No, not really. She'll give the buff. And then we'll heal her next turn. All right. Okay, do that. And then we will hit these idiots. No, we need to go heal her. Arc lightning. Why is slow? Why can I not use this at range? What is going on here? Oh, whatever. Fine. There's that guy. And we should blind this guy. Ah. We're not going to be able to do that. We can damage this dog, though. Why am I losing range? Can I not use these ranged abilities anywhere close? Okay, this guy's done. Okay. We can throw a heal on him. He desperately needs it. Yeah, Nico, the art style's not bad. As I mentioned earlier, it'd be nice if the sprites had a little bit more animation to them, but it's not bad as it is. Oh, we can't heal him. Well then. 68 experience for that? Boy, the rewards seem really paltry. Fatigued, 8 days, 10 days, 8 days, 10 days. Motivate. Spur. Duration. Increased range. Duration it is. Additional accuracy. Okay, good. History, reputation, contracts, upgrades. Make camp. 2 days. I'm told the Void Spawn Horde will arrive at Graveswood in no more than 30 days. I'm sure we'd be well compensated for our help, but if the city does fall, there won't be anyone left to collect from. Honestly, I'm not sure it's worth the risk to our troops, Commander, but the decision is yours. Yeah, I don't think we're doing that. That seems like a great way to get killed. Minus 25% experience. Great. $15 days? No. One day, 3 days, 1 day, 3 days, 3 days. Okay, so it is equal to days when we're in the field. All right. Depths of Aristrad. Short. Location crypt. We can't even camp here. Okay. Lone satchel catches your eye. Yes, all right. Receive tools. What is this? The path ahead is blocked, filled in with rubble from a recent cave-in. Clearing it won't be easy. Use a shovel. Grabs the shovel. Okay. Enemy preparations. Your foes are now aware of your presence. Great. Increased chance for an ambush in remaining encounters. You stop for a moment, overcome by a strong feeling that someone or something is watching you. Yeah, let's check the area. Party fans out with eyes peeled and weapons ready, but a quick search of the area turns up nothing and clears your mind of worries. Mind playing tricks on you, huh, boss? Still, it doesn't hurt to be careful. Okay. Great, and we were ambushed. At least there are only 4 of them, though. Enemies caught you by surprise and ambushed you. When ambushed, the deployment phase is skipped and your party acts last in the first round of combat. In dungeons, walking blindly into the enemy runs the risk of being ambushed. You can prevent this by scouting, which can result in you ambushing the opponent. Yeah, except that the consequences of doing so are sometimes serious. What's this? Ambushed. Turn delayed. Right. That's Cyclone, Rainfall, and Conduit. Okay, that will kill him. Okay, can't go anywhere. So then, let's get some burn stacks. And we'll have her sprint to catch up with everybody. What should we do here? I think we should use the buff. Okay, and it looks like the ceiling is going to collapse. Goodness sake. All right, well... Judgment will kill him. Oh, perfect. Okay. Jeez, those things have a ton of health. Oh, but... it looks like rubble is about to fall on the explodey guy. Okay, there goes that dude. Good riddance. Good. Is this thing immune to burn? I don't think so. Good, well, we got rid of him. Definitely want to blind her. Oh, maybe it won't matter. I think the cave-in is going to kill that last enemy. Nope. Nice! Who needs the healing most? Well, they all kind of do. Let's let them heal up a little more. Just have everybody guard. Fire resistance, burn immunity, guard, decay, radiance. 3 stacks of radiance. Alright, well, we've done all we can. Nobody leveled up. Use healing items. That'll do for now. Deadly contraptions, great. Oh, and that will be a boss. So we'd better make damn sure we're ready. Camp. Blast it. Okay, fine. A shimmering light flickers from a bend up ahead, casting long shadows across the ground. You turn the corner to find a young man surrounded by a crowd of clawing demons, his arms raised in an effort to sustain a magical barrier around him, the only thing keeping him from being ripped to shreds. He catches sight of you and cries out through gritted teeth. Please help me, I can't hold them much longer. Gods, to arms, quickly! One, two, three. Is it just the 3? I don't see any reinforcements. Oh, but there's a Dread Knight. Okay. Well... we don't need our squishy units getting attacked first, so... oh, please. Get that crap out of here. %, damage, huh? Alright, hang on. Alright then, can we... No, we can't. Can't see him. And we got the damage penalty. All right. Well, then we'll wait. And we will give the buff, or rather we'll put a trap there, lure him into it, and that way he will lose his turn. I wish I could start charging this. That's fine. We'll have her guard, and we'll have her guard. And... Okay. Oh, for goodness sake. Okay, he didn't go for the trap. So we'll set him on fire. So far, I think we can manage the No, you know what? What we want to do is have her buff her. There we go, and then Judgment does way more damage. And later, loser! See you in the fall, idiot! I love big damage too, Haretsu. It's my favorite. Jesus! Kindly get up. Great. Well, now he has a leg injury. Is that a kill? I think it is. Sure is. Let's get him off of death's door. And we'll provoke him. Can we hit anyone with conduit? No. But we can finish this guy. There we are. Lightning conduit. Nope, that won't hit. On out of charges for rainfall, I guess. Ah, that was terrible. I shouldn't have done that. Cyclone, rainfall, okay. Oh, blast it, I forgot to move him. Ah! And then I moved him at the wrong time. Goodness, I'm screwing this up horribly. There we go. Sheesh. What do we get? Demon's Blood. Scroll of Shield 1. Start combat with a damage shield that absorbs 14 damage. And some scrap. I am unimpressed by this loot. With the last of the Void Spawn vanquished, the boy drops to the ground, utterly spent from the sustained effort. Siegbert walks over and offers his hand, pulling the boy upright. He smooths his robe and looks at you. I would be dead if not for you. Thank you. I should really thank your mother. She sent us to find you. She did, he smiles. I always tell her she's too overprotective. Turns out she had a right to be. He glances at the dismembered demons strewn about the floor. Those things came out of nowhere, certainly from no spell of mine, I think. It wasn't your doing. Void Spawn have been appearing all over the country. Yeah, we should get home where it's safe. Trash loot. And actually, this is much closer. Yearly rate 92 for 3 years, yeah. You're in your tent carefully studying a map of the surrounding region, trying to commit tomorrow's course to memory. The tent's flap opens and Florin peers inside. Sorry if I'm disturbing, but there's something I'd like to discuss with you. What is it? They step in, carefully closing the flap to ensure those sitting at the nearby campfire can't overhear. The risk of sounding like a coward, I'd like to request a bit of a break from all the action. Feeling a little overworked lately, and while I appreciate your trust in my abilities, perhaps you could let me sit out the next few missions. A fair request. Take all the time you need. Smile grows across Florin's face, and they let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, boss. If you could keep this between us. They glance behind them and lower their voice a touch. Can't have the others thinking any less of me now. They wink and turn to make their exit, rejoining the others by the fire. Grim news, Commander. Despite our efforts, the city of Graveswood has unfortunately been overrun by the Void Spawn. I've told it was an utter massacre. Neighboring cities are taking in some of the survivors that managed to escape, and as for the rest, we can only hope their deaths were What was I supposed to do? The once great city is now little more than ash and rubble, and its survivors have taken up residence in nearby towns. Perhaps it will be rebuilt someday. Void breach... lighted sightings. Demons and wraiths, great. Short sword, bone wand. Still no. Oh, tribal staff, huh? Minus 6% accuracy, plus 6% critical damage. Minus 2 speed. No thanks. Sack of grain. Coat of plate. Wonder if the demon's blood could be of any use. 14 damage is not impressive. Enemies are doing way more than that to us, so we can get rid of that. Merchant is in need of an escort. Westmeyer, 480. Merchant convoy to Turenhold. That does not help us. The depressing joke in? What the hell kind of place is that? Actually, before we do that, we did promise Florin that we would give her a bit of a break. So, we can swap in Anilda. All right. You return to the mother and the boy runs to give her a hug. She glances up at you. Thank you for finding my son. I don't know what I would do if I lost him. She pulls out a small coin pouch from her pocket. Here's your reward. He handled himself well against those void spawn filth. You considered sending him to the circle for proper training? Magic is a rare thing and your son seems quite talented. It would be a shame if his abilities weren't properly developed. I haven't. She glances sideways at her son with a raised brow. But perhaps it is worth some consideration. Thank you for the suggestion. Happy to help. We get some medicinal herbs. Did we actually even get paid? I'm not sure we got paid. Seems to me we should have had more money than that. Dead man's ore. Oh, that one's 550. Retrieve a rare resource from a nearby crypt. Judging by your attire, I'd guess that you've come about the job. That depends. It's a simple enough question, isn't it? He flashes a grin. I'm looking for a rare material that can only be found in crypts. Dead man's ore, we call it. No one knows why it doesn't appear anyone else, but the mystery of it doesn't concern me. Profits are what I'm after. I have a few blacksmith acquaintances who often pay me well for this stuff. If you could fetch me some, I'd see you rewarded fairly. Alright. You watch your step. I hear the dead aren't fond of disturbances. Yeah, there's nothing else here, really. Guess we'll just buy around. Reputation discount 30%, but it was still 80 gold. I guess the discount only applies to... I guess the discount only applies to actually sleeping at the inn. Okay. Yurik, Manfred, Sigbert, Heroin, and Anilda. Necromancers and undead. Alright, we'll bring a couple of bandages. Harrowing experience. Even the bravest soldier is not immune to traumatic events. It will take a while to forget this one. Increased post-mission fatigue? What? We've barely done anything. Oh. Alright, what is this? Risen soldier, risen general. Decay and reanimate. Feared targets. Okay. Left mouse button is not allowing me to view the codex. Decay and reanimate, terrorize, slice, arbalist, bone crusher. What we don't want is for everybody to be lined up. So that's going to have to be the best we can do. Well, Greg, no, it's just this is the sleep schedule I'm on. I mean, it's not that I'm not enjoying the game. It's just I've had the energy to keep streaming, and so I have. Okay, she is going to need rainfall. He is going to need rainfall. There we go. Are you serious? Ah. Okay, well... that guy can go. Yourself. Can we conduit this guy? Yes, we can. And Holy Barrage will do a very respectable amount. Oh, nice! And it will deal a crit, too. Very good. Good riddance. Good riddance. Put that there, because I hope you will walk on it. There we go. And we'll buff him. And we'll rainfall him because he's going to need that. Can we conduit him? No, we can't. We don't have enough time. We do have enough time to conduit him, though. Echo Drop, there isn't tea on throne because I already have enough tea. Right now, hopefully... Hopefully that trap will work. One way or the other, this guy, the soldier, is toast. And she can buff him. There we go. Very good. Bye-bye. Revives in 1 round. That's fine. We can prevent that. Oh, does that not... She can't? Okay. There we go. Okay, that's where we came in from, I guess. Aha! You find some skeletal remains along with a chunk of dead man's ore growing alongside it. Okay. Not on lookout. Great. Ah. Okay. Leg injury bandaged. Sprained ankle. Reduced dodge chance. You bandaged your injuries, so your chance of making existing injury worse has been greatly reduced. Okay. Manfred holds up his hand and freezes. Oh, injury prone. One misstep or lapse in judgment is all it takes to get seriously hurt around here. One can only concentrate on so many things. Crumbling ceiling. Walk slowly to avoid any movements. Companions move. Clear the hazard. Okay. Chances of incurring an injury has increased significantly? Bloody hell. Okay, well, I see the combat. Of course we didn't get to ambush them. Why would we? Boy, and I sure love how there are 6 of them. Arbalist, Bone Crusher, Familiar, Ghoul, Arbalist, and a Soldier. Okay, at least there are no extremely dangerous units here. That guy's dead. And we're going to have him pass his turn. We'll give her the flame buff. Actually, we'll have her wait. Paula! Or, I'm not sure how that's meant to be pronounced, but thank you! I really appreciate that. That's very kind of you to acknowledge. And no worries, I'm happy to do it. Who are we dealing with here? Oh, okay. And we set him on fire. This will finish him. Heal. Move him out of the way, and... Okay, that will kill him. I had a pretty good lunch before the stream, Haretsu, and I'm going to eat again afterward. So no worries. Give her the buff as well, because she could really use it. She'll head down here and guard. So that those ranged idiots have to come to us. Oh, they're just going to reload. Okay. Well then, I guess we'll have to take them out at range as well. Get rid of him. No coming back. Can I kill him? Yes, I can, just barely. Rainfall. Alright, give him rainfall. Give him the buff. There goes one. 7 damage. Oh, that guy's gonna get hit by rubble anyway. Oh, but the rubble is gonna happen after his turn, so I gotta get rid of him. Okay, what if... Ah, that was garbage. Oh, blast it, I didn't mean to have her do that. Okay, so he's wasting his turn reloading, which is good. We'll have him sprint, I guess. 33 damage. That actually was a lot less terrible than I thought. Well, that didn't help. But... you know, I feel like maybe there was a better way I could have done that. Ah! Nice! Okay, so that destroys the floor. Good to know. All right. Hunger. Pangs of hunger creep into your weary party. They won't be willing to go much further without first making camp. Every action that costs time make your troops lose 1 point of loyalty with you until you make camp. Well, great. Guess we're making camp. Restore vitality and restore stamina. And we only get one camp, actually, so... mend wounds as well. And it looks like we've gotten away with that. You find more human remains with fragments of dead man's ore beside it. A small sack of crates. Oh, okay, good. Yes, we'll take it. All empty but for some worthless goods long past their best. Well, that figures. Enemy preparations. Good. Great. Well, that just means we now have to... okay, and that'll be the boss. What's this? With curiosity in his eyes, Mannfred runs a probing hand along the wall, suddenly stopping and turning to get your attention. Reckon there's something beyond this wall, though I can't say for certain. Let's find out, shall we? Discover a narrow passage and follow it into another chamber. Oh, we got reprieve, finally. Center lies a spring filled with steaming water, slowly flowing in from some passage above. Mannfred approaches and kneels down, running a hand through the cool water. Shimmering water, rather. Okay. Unless my knowledge is failing me, I do believe this water has healing properties. Indeed, suppose we'll soon find out. Good fortune. God smile upon us. Well, it didn't heal his injury. All right. Here goes. After much searching, you spot another chunk of dead man's ore, enough to fulfill your contract. You take the final piece, you hear a rattling down the corridor. You swivel toward the sound to see a pair of bright green eyes piercing through the darkness of the crypt. Growing ever closer, you've awoken something terrible. We should never have come here. Stand behind me, then. Oh, good. Death Lord? There's no codex entry for a Death Lord. Bleeding strikes and root immune. Oh boy. There is nothing we can do to stay out of his way. Conjurer, Risen Ghoul. Conjurers and Soldier, Risen Ghoul. Fan-freaking-tastic. We can't save mid-battle. Decay. Dark damage to a single target and pull them forward. Generates 1 soul fragment. Consume 3 soul fragments and summon an undead enemy. Grievous uh-oh. Grievous wounds and poison. Okay, those guys definitely need to go then. Yeah, he can reach every space except these 2. So this'll have to do. Rainfall on her. Conduit on him. And we will give her the buff because she is going to need it. Great. Okay, they can just pull you out of spells. Got it. Okay. Definitely could use some damage mitigation. Actually... Nope, can't reach. See him try to walk toward us now. There we go. Excellent. So he wasted his turn. Arc lightning. Good. And can we get this guy with Cyclone? Yes, we can. And now that we have... Oh, wait, no, actually. I have a better idea. Holy Barrage won't be the right call here. We'll have her provoke him. Rainfall on her. That damage is pretty unimpressive. Let's burn him some more. Actually, let's get rid of this idiot. No, thank you. What is this? It looks like he is preparing for something. something we are not going to have time to stop unless we kill him right away. Good riddance, get out. Put that there. And we will buff him. That won't happen with enough time. We can damage him plenty that way. Yeah, walk through there now, idiots. You're kidding. Okay. Got it. Oh, that's got some range. Jeez. And that will definitely kill him. Since he can't move because he has to attack her. We'll give her the buff just in case. There we go. Jeez! That was way too close for comfort. Scroll of Knowledge. I'll take the experience gain. Think it best we leave now, Commander. Who knows what else lurks down here? Yeah, no kidding. And what did we get? Dead Man Zor. 42 days, Jesus. Okay, well... yeah. 2 power per rank. Morale restoration, potency. Okay, I need to be careful here. What did I want for this? I wanted potency for sure. Rejuvenate is maybe not as useful or situationally useful, so potency, increased range, and duration. And then I guess increased range and charge 1. So we'll get potency first. Okay, yes, there we go. Yeah, we need accuracy. Jeez. Yeah, you know what? We'll use that on the coat of plate. God, after everything we went through there, I'm not sure that was all worth it. Local ruler has increased the number of patrolling forces on the road, making travel safer. Increased trade goods quantity, increased guard presence. Well, good. Finally a positive change. You return. I take it your mission was a success. We found your ore, among other things. See, can't say I didn't warn you. He peeks in the bag and looks up with a smile. Your troubles were well worth it, though. Here's the reward I promised. Acquired another renown point. Oh, and we got some stone. Satchel size, discount. Okay. Transfusion. Store all bleed out points. Lose HP. Receive extra resource drops for the rest of the dungeon. 10% bonus XP, recover morale, 25% more gold, which is completely worthless because missions don't give any gold. Recover 1 ability charge. HP of non-boss enemies are reduced to 75% for the next encounter. Lose 25% of max HP. Divide morale equally among all party members and recover HP. Lose 20 morale and restore 10 HP per point of morale lost. Not worth it. Reveal the location of your primary objective. Recover 10 morale. Advance time to the next time modifier? Oh, okay. So that's sacrifice time off the clock to recover 50% HP and a whole bunch of morale. I mean, Harvest seems the most useful of these, but we really need additional roster here. Because we need to be able to alternate teams. And right now, we do not have enough teams to alternate. So we'll rest a little. And who is around for us to recruit? Ah, a huntress. Healing hands, heavy-handed. Accuracy reduced, but crit chance increased. Brave. Harsh. Fortified guard. Heavy-handed is a real pain. For 2 rounds, all attacks will inflict bleed. If the target performs any action aside from bandaging, waiting, or cleansing, bleed will deal damage equal to 33% of the attacker's power. Lose 2 arrows at a single enemy. If the target dies from the first shot, the second hits the nearest enemy within range. Target an adjacent enemy and tumble backwards away from their position, rooting the target for 2 rounds. Okay. Mark a single target for 3 rounds. Increase her attack range by 1 and activate her precision aim passive for 3 rounds. Huntress does not move on her turn. She gets a bonus of 20% to her accuracy for 1 round. Okay, actually, maybe that's fine. Aim in any direction and channel for 5 turns. Damages all enemies along the designated trajectory. Channel until her next turn, attacking any enemy that moves within 3 cells of her position. The channel ends if 2 enemies are hit. Okay. Increase her attack range by 1. Activate precision aim for 3 rounds, huh? Rapid fire, restraining order. Okay, yeah, you know what? We could use a ranged unit. Hang on. Just out of curiosity, Okay, we can't change their... Alright, fine. Okay, who else is around? Anyone else with good synergy? Midas Touch. On expeditions, gain 20% more coin from looting. Heightened senses. Treacherous. No problems betraying employers or murdering innocents as long as there's profit in it. Yeah, no. Done with that. Eagle Eyes. Unable to be ambushed while camping if this character is on lookout. Accuracy is increased by 10. Harsh. Brave. And Midas Touch. This one's not bad. Brave, workhorse, fitness freak, and rash. Well, we have some promising candidates. I think we're going to sign a Huntress. And a Watchman for camp. Although... Accuracy, evasion, mending, power. Well, he doesn't get a bonus to power, but that's fine. $43 per year for 3 years with a 30 bonus. I think that puts us at 10 units. Yes, it does. So we'll start off with a round. And we at least need to be able to rotate between parties. Yeah, exactly, Haretsu. The amount of gold we've been getting from missions is garbage. The only thing that's been at all significant is the reward. Trader is in need of an armed escort. Well... let's grab a longbow, because we do need that. And... okay, these guys are going to need to rest. Florin is good. So who are we going to use here? Florin... Harren... I don't know, though. I thought about making him a healer, but... power, hyper-focused, charge, power aura. Adjacent enemies are taunted. The more I think about it, the more I just don't see him as a good choice. We'll buy out his contract. Because there was that other, That other Stormcaller, who also seems pretty good, and who gets a power bonus. Power, evasion, and accuracy. Arc Lightning and Wind Surge. Yeah, we'll sign him. For 5 years? Sheesh, okay. Well, alright. Alright, I think what we're going to do at this juncture is it's a pretty good time to call it. We've been streaming for 11 and a half hours, and I could stand to get some dinner, or some breakfast, I guess, whatever meal of the day it even is at this point. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to call it, and we are going to go raid Dark Lord Sen, who is playing some Monster Hunter. I haven't had a chance to raid Sen in a long time, because he streams at hours almost as crazy as my own. So I'm going to wrap it up here. I'm going to go grab some food. And thank you all for sticking around for this long. I know it's been a very long stream. So I will catch you all tomorrow. Take care, everyone. Good night, good morning, good time zone. And let's go drop by and hang out with Sen for a little bit.